a lot of landlords are bringing tenants who cannot pay their rent.
Seriously?
Seriously.
So the landlords are bringing the tenant?
Exactly.
The tenant union of Ghana, leading 18 million Ghanaians, will now be a hallmark where elections will be held. In fact, we are going to create a platform, the Housing Manifesto.
Okay.
Come and tell us what you can do. Definitely, government is not building. You set up a rent control. And Mr. Kosu is even sitting here that we have to come and assess. Have you built for you to assess?
How many vehicles do you have?
We have 4 in the entire country.
4?
Yeah, out of the 58 offices that we have nationwide.
The new season of The Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV begins on Monday, February 13, 2023.
Now,
Obek Kanokre. Susu sang pine beer one ton and be a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you first can see my cotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did a shade and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting and so unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
Hundreds of people lost their jobs between 2017 and 2020 due to the banking sector cleanup. Today on GhanaWeb Special, we'll be speaking to one of the affected persons on how she's been coping since she lost her job. I am Nima to Yakubu Atoyese. We'll be right back with our guest. Welcome back from that short break. I have with me Jemima Mensah. Jemima Mensah, thanks for coming. And
thank you.
How have you been coping since you lost your job in 2017?
Thank you very much. My warm greetings to your watching viewers, your listeners, and everybody. I want to say a big thank you to you for this great opportunity. It hasn't been easy, my dear. It hasn't been easy. For the past 4 years, I've been home without a job, and the challenges are way more than words could explain for me, because for working for 13 years in the banking sector, and all of a sudden you come home with nothing, with kids, and life must go on. How do I pick the pieces? It hasn't been easy, but the challenges are so much that I don't know where to start and where to end.
Let me help you out. So, when did you lose your job? Was it after the cleanup? Did they give you a part-time job for you to work and later say, oh, you should move? How did it start?
Okay, so the whole thing started 2017, 14th August, when our license, I used to work for Capital Bank, so our licenses were revoked. And from then, we were working for GCB as they have taken over our company, so we were working for them. We worked for them for almost 8 months, if I'm not exaggerating, from 2017, August 14 to when they gave us appointment letter on February 4th, 2018. So we worked for them, and then along the line we were employed to GCB 2018. I was transferred to KN Circle GCB. So I worked with them for roughly 9 months. After that, I was never confirmed. So it means after 6 months, my confirmation was extended to another 3 months. And then nothing happened. I went to work one day and I was told to go home. with a letter that they don't need my services anymore.
What was their reason?
There was no reason. On the termination letter, there wasn't any reason that you've done this, or they just that our services are no longer needed. But from the background, what I heard was that if you don't have SS, 3 credits, as in English, Maths and Science, you are out. And some of us, we don't even have the SS. We did matured entrance, so we went first because it's like that is their policy. If you don't have it, even if you are a graduate, a master's degree or whatever, and you don't have the English, Science, and Maths, the 3 credits, as in C, and you have 1 D, you are out. It doesn't matter how your higher level of education is.
But what was your role at the bank precisely?
I was a teller.
Okay.
I was a teller. So I went home. By then I was in school. I was in school, Pentecost University. I went home. I was in my 2nd year. So the news was, I can remember that day as if it was today, how I felt. Because how do I feed my kids, the family? How am I going to break the news to my family and all that? But we came home, we fought to get a better job or something, but nothing good was coming up.
So you applied at various.
Did
you also try banking sector?
Banking sector. Actually, I was so desperate that any job would do, provided I'll get something to take care of my family.
When the opportunity didn't come, what else did you try aside the banking sector?
Okay, so I tried cooking. I registered my catering company, and with the help of friends and families, I have a strong support team. Thank you guys. I know I can't mention the names. I know you are all watching, and I'm so grateful for your support and everything. It took me 2 years to build that catering services and registered the company. I wasn't working, so you asked how do I pay my fees and how do I finance the catering services. Today my husband will know what I was doing when he goes to work, because I felt that if I tell him that I'm going to clean somebody's house to support the house, he wouldn't encourage me to do that.
So whilst you were in school and you wanted to try the business, food business or the catering service, you started doing domestic work for others?
Yes, because the catering services needs time. It took me 2 years to do that. So where will I get the funding to build that my business? So I have to go from house to house. When my husband goes to work, I scarf my hair and then walk around. Do you want to wash? Do you want to clean your house? Then I go to where my area where we have corporate ladies or corporate people that are very busy. Then I'll go to their houses and ask, and I'll do the laundry. Sometimes 100 cedis, sometimes 150, sometimes you get 50 cedis for the cleaning and all that. So I did it for a while without my husband knowing, because I'll take my kids to school and then I'll come and do it.
And he has left
He has left. So in the evening, by the time you come,
you are done.
I'm home. Everything is okay. Because how much does he earn for him to give enough?
Family.
There are other responsibilities, kids' fees, rent, and chop money. So, you can't sit down and fold your arms and say that you are just sitting there doing nothing.
Until today, he never knew you went out to do? Wow.
He never knew.
So what happens after, when you started the catering services? I remember you said you had to close it down due to a difficult challenge you faced. Can you share that with us?
Yes, please. I started, and as a new beginner, you have challenges, but it was picking up. It was picking up, and then I met this elderly woman who came as a mother. She appeared to be like a sweet woman who always supports me. So in terms of prayers, in terms of encouragement and advice. So one day she came and she was like, oh, can you guarantee a loan for me? And I didn't think twice. I didn't look back because...
How much was the loan?
15,000.
Okay. But did you know her family? You just knew her because she assisted you?
Yes, she lived close to where I have my business. Okay. So she normally comes, buy some of the food, help me in my chores and all that, because I didn't have money to employ somebody to help me. Yeah. So I was doing everything myself. So I did it. I did that. I guaranteed the loan
of 15,000 for her.
So after that, when the first payment, as in reinstallment, came, yeah, she was nowhere to be found. And this woman is gone.
When you say she's gone, as in
we can't find her.
After you guaranteed the loan for her?
Yes, we can't find her.
So how did you know she's gone? Did the bank call you?
Yes, the bank called me, and I was like, oh, you haven't, she haven't brought the money, she haven't paid. I was like, oh, I spoke to her yesterday, she will pay. They said time is up, so we are calling you. I went to her house and I was told she's traveled, and I was like, why wouldn't you leave the money if you are traveling? Yeah. You know you are supposed to pay a loan. So her phone is off, and up till now, I don't know where she is.
So it means you are paying the loan?
I'm paying. I've paid, and the challenges were way too much. How do I pay almost... How do I pay 850 every month?
When you don't even have a job?
I don't even have a job. And what I've started is like, it can't fetch me that much a month. So do I use the chop money my husband gives me to pay the loan?
Or you forfeit your catering?
So I don't know what to do. I was so worried and disturbed, confused. So the only option that came was for me to sell the container.
The business you established, you
yes,
had to sell
everything and then pay at least some of the loan, and then I'll be relaxed to see what I can do to finish the other one.
Have you heard from her?
No, please.
You've never heard from her?
I've never heard. I've never heard.
And that was when?
That was it last 2 years or last year, July? Oh. It's been a year and some months.
Are you done paying the loan?
No, I'll be done by December.
From that, it means that you started a business, and just when the business was building up, you had to stop it because somebody had taken your loan, and you guaranteed and has failed to pay.
Yes,
so you had to give up your business.
Yes, please.
After that, what happened next to you?
So after that, by then I was still in school. So those that's domestic jobs and other things, I was still doing it because then I've come to nothing. And thanks to my colleagues, my family, I was able to graduate with 2nd class.
Welcome from that break, and this is GhanaWeb Special. We've been speaking to Jemima Mensah, who has been sharing her life experience after losing her job due to the banking cleanup exercise. So she's now an Uber driver, and we want to ask her how it all began. Jemima, how did it start for you becoming an Uber driver? Was it a difficult decision for you to take, and how have you been coping in the male world?
Thank you. Actually, taking the decision was not too difficult because, you see, the motivation here is that I have to feed my family, especially my kids, and at least provide for my dad too. So when you look around, based on that, that was the strength. That was what encouraged me to do that. When I took the decision 2 months ago, the main focus was to feed, I mean, to meet the daily economic whatever needs. And then maybe, perhaps, God will permit my helper to sit in my car one day and get me the job that I've been looking for. But when I'm at home, who will notice me? Nobody. So these are the two main reasons why it wasn't so difficult to take that decision to drive to be an online driver or Uber driver. I started 2 months ago. I used to drive Hyundai Accent 2012 model, but the fuel consumption was too much. So I tried it for a month and I realized that, okay, it won't work. So I traded that one off and bought this smaller car. It's not bad. It's not bad because at least by close of day, you get something small to buy food for your family, which when you are home, nobody will give it to you. The challenge...
I want to ask, before we get to how you've been coping with the male-dominated field where they drive Uber, did you suffer any emotional breakdown? Did you go through depression at these trying moments before you took this decision?
So many times, countless times. Imagine you have nothing to eat and you are owing. What you are owing is not what you have spent, but you let somebody loan. So countless times that I've thought of committing suicide. But I wanted to kill myself and my kids because I couldn't think about the fact that I would leave my kids for them to suffer.
They will suffer, they have their dad. You didn't trust their father enough to take care of them. And why would you think about suicide?
A mother's love, and the child will come, Mom, I want this, and whatever he needs, you go the extra mile to get it. I'm not saying their father won't do that, but a mother's love is stronger than...
What was your strength that prevented you from doing this?
My kids. My kids.
You didn't want to die or just
I actually didn't want to leave them. Because if I commit suicide and I kill them, okay, maybe they are going to be big people, important people. I don't know their destiny. So then if you want to hurt yourself, why do you want to involve them? And I don't want to also hurt myself and leave them to see them suffer. So that was it. That was it. Thank God I didn't do it. Here I am now on this big platform because I took the initiative to drive boats or online driving. If I had not, nobody would notice me.
By your married life, I'm talking about this because of the issue of depression. How was your marriage? Did this affect your marriage in any way?
Oh yes, love doesn't go without money. So if the issue is if one person is the only source of income support, definitely the person might not say it because he knows the situation, but you could sense it. A little bit tension and here and there. So it affected every aspect of my life, every aspect. My marital, my family life, my social life, as in friends. Because the moment you pick a call, hey, obesreska, obebusame, and it's better to ask than to die. So there are times that you can't help it, you see. So it affected all aspects of life. But I realized that the only way to change that situation is to do something. And that something was, I don't have money, I have my car, I can drive. So why not try it? But my slogan that I formed for myself before I started this was, it's better to die a hero than to die a failure. This is very risky. People are being beaten, their cars are being snatched away. But if you go and nothing happens to you, you come home with food. So that was what motivated me. It's also part of the reason.
So far, how is it doing? I know you have major challenge with your Uber business, but how are you coping with it so far?
It's not bad. As I said, it's better than nothing. Okay, the prices and fuel and other things are not meeting the real-time life reality, but it's better than none. This is a great opportunity I met you because you requested a boat, and wow, you were impressed. there have been a couple of riders who have been enthused and happy about my me being a boat driver. And sometimes I get monies that I don't deserve because, I'm happy, encouragement, words of encouragement. And it's exciting. It's exciting. It's better. It has encouraged me because at a point you'll be in the house crying, and there's nothing coming up. But now when I go out, I meet a lot of people, 90% good ones. I have experienced one bad person, but hey,
it's part of life.
It's part of life. So I'm happy. I'm happy for now.
So Jemima is a boat rider and not an Uber driver. I'm making that correction. And she says what inspired her is that it is better to die a hero than to die empty. A failure. And that has been her motivation. Before we sign off, we want to let her share her worst experience as a boat rider. Can you share that with us? Because it looks like in every good thing there is one bad incident.
Yeah. Yes. I remember one early morning, I had a request and I went. A well-dressed gentleman came and boarded the ride. I took him to his first destination and then he said, wait for me. I will do some few rounds with you. For 4 hours, we moved around town and then we went to a bank. I don't want to mention the bank's name, but we went to a bank, said, let me withdraw some money and pay you. And that was it.
He never returned.
He never returned. He took the money away. And from 8 a.m. to 12 o'clock in the afternoon, I wasted fuel, I wasted time, and the guy was gone.
Oh, that is a very sad note.
But
it didn't discourage you? Did it discourage you?
I was broken. I was seriously broken. And then I called my husband. And was like, you don't do your short trips. You are behaving as if you are a man. This job is risky. What if he has done something wrong to you? Yeah. So it's also another experience that showed me that, okay, so if you go,
these are some of the challenges.
We will give you money. If you are spending 4 hours, you give me the money and then we will go. Yes. So
it's been a sad event. I've been speaking to Jemima Mensah, a boat driver with a human resource degree who wants to join the corporate world again. I hope someone watching this is willing to help her fulfill this dream. Contact us at GhanaWeb and we'll link you to her. I am Nimatu Yakubu Atoyese and thanks for watching.
Mommy, you first can see my cotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted instant charges. Extinguishing unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this Sunday cigar aquafino, download to Lemonade Finance.
A lot of landlords are bringing tenants who cannot pay their rent.
Seriously?
Seriously.
So the landlords are bringing the tenant?
Exactly.
The tenant union of Ghana, leading 18 million Ghanaians, will now be a hallmark where elections will be held. In fact, we are going to create a platform, the Housing Manifesto.
Okay.
Come and tell us what you can do. Definitely, government is not building. You set up a rent control. And Mr. Kosu is been sitting here that we have to come and assess. Have you built for you to assess?
How many vehicles do you have?
We have 4 in the entire country.
4?
Yeah, out of the 58 offices that we have nationwide.
The new season of The Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV begins on Monday, February 13, 2023.
Mr. Speaker, I speak with a lot of experience because I have lived virtually my entire life in an area where there has always been conflict. Mr. Speaker, I was 5 years when the first conflict started in my area. By the time I got to, Mr. Speaker, 15 years, there was another 19 years, there was another conflict, and a third conflict when I was 20 years. I've seen how soldiers operate, I've seen how police operate, I've seen how combatants operate. So, sincerely, I speak with that experience. And so I'm very impartial when it comes to issues of Boku and the surroundings. And I'm happy, Mr. Speaker, that two members from the opposing side, one believes that the chief sentiment matter has been settled, Honorable Ayaga, and the honorable member for Nalego believes that the chief sentiment matter has never been settled. That's what he said. He said no court has ruled in Ghana. And you believe that the court has ruled, it has been settled. That is the source of the conflict. If members of parliament who represent people are here and they have divergent views, which their views can kill people, that is the source of the conflict. But what do? Soldiers have now been put in the middle of this conflict. Remember, the soldiers are human beings like us. And they have not been put in the middle of this conflict. But Mr. Speaker, there have been political will from the Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo government. So let not be said that there's not been political will. The then chieftaincy minister, the honorable member for Hunter West, went to Boku and made the people of Boku aware that as long as the Boku Naba is attending the Regional House of Chiefs and the National House of Chiefs, we in government recognize him as the legitimate Boku Naba. Mr. Speaker, that is the first time that a government in our history has done that. No other government in our history has ever done that. So let it be known by those who think that there's no political will, that there's been political will from this side of the house. Because no government in our history. Two, Mr. Speaker, I went to Boku with the Honorable Minister of Interior. In fact, when I was going to Boku, I called the Honorable Member of Parliament for Boku and told him that we are going to your constituency. I will be happy for you to accompany us. He told me he was in Nigeria, so he was not. He was wishing us well. Even though when he came, he didn't get back to me to hear what happened. Mr. Speaker, and I told them, Mr. Speaker, the honorable member is now the chief whip of this side, front bench. So rising like this it should tone down. I've sat at that side before. Mr. Speaker, I went there and both of us made the people of Boku, both at the Boku Naba Palace and at the Mankuvu site, we told them point blank that there is a Boku Naba in place and anybody who feels that it is not to go to court. And the man president said, we will go to court. And for that matter, we pledged amongst ourselves, them and us, that everybody will lay down their arms. They will not go in a fight. And for 2 months, not a single gunshot was heard in Boku. So I want to believe, and we have taken the position, Mr. Speaker, that what is happening in Boku today is not about chieftaincy. It's criminality. It's criminals who are operating. And the members of the armed forces to deal with them as pure criminals. I want the members of parliament to let their people know that we are dealing with them as pure criminals. There's nothing called Boku chieftaincy. There is a legitimate chief of Boku. The man process have said they will go to court. The Nigeria has said he will go to court and challenge the matter. That's all that we know. We want the members to assist us. If they have voices there, which I know they do, to let the boys know that there is not
Yes, Honorable Leader, what's the matter?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my respected Honorable Member, the Minister of Defense. He was really on the right track, but his speech at the later points is generating debate. This is a statement. We do not want the minister to, in his contribution, to generate a debate. And he knows what to do, Mr. Speaker.
Can you tell me
we must focus on the issues that has been raised, the killing of the people of Boko Central. You can talk about the root causes, but please don't generate debates.
Can you leave that to me? I'll moderate it. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, the issues I mentioned are germane to the issues raised by the honourable member, and he knows. And if not, just seek his advice. He will tell you that the issues I mentioned are what will cure the issues of Boko. Ask him, he will tell you. This is a house of record. People are going to take the statements I'm making and dissect them. If as Minister for Defense, I'm not prepared to tell the truth, the Boko issues can never be resolved. I will tell the truth as it is. And I didn't go to, I'm not standing here to tell the truth. I was in Boko to say what I am saying today. So I asked them in Boko, what are you fighting for? What at all are you fighting for? Because it is no more about chieftaincy. So when you take assault rifles, Mr. Speaker, Boko is awash with assault rifles. Boko is awash with assault rifles. Rifles that should be held by the men and women of Ghana Armed Forces. Young civilians are holding them and shooting as if there's no tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, if we don't treat Boko as a special case by the armed forces, it will lead to problems in this country. That is how the issue of Nigeria started. And unfortunately, some people treated it with kid gloves, and today we have Boko Haram in Nigeria. Nobody can control it. Mr. Speaker, the matter the member of parliament raised is under investigation by the Ghana police. Mr. Speaker, the matter is under investigation by the Ghana Police Service. The military have released a statement. The people have made statements, and the Ghana police is investigating. We are waiting the outcome of that investigation. In fact, the member of parliament has taken the thing to Srash already. They are also investigating the matter. So two state bodies are already investigating this particular matter. But Mr. Speaker, is it not curious that anybody in this world would condemn members of the armed forces and believe that it is possible for the members of the armed forces to tie the hands of civilians and shoot them in broad daylight in the presence of other people? When today, in today's world, when somebody can record you, you think that anybody will do that? I'm not saying that what you are saying is a lie or is the truth. You say it is eyewitnesses. But think of it, that people, members of armed forces know. As members of parliament, when you campaign, you will see that the moment you start talking, people are holding their mobile phones. You've seen it. And you believe that by now those videos are not out. I beg you, let us be cautious and treat everybody as innocent until they are proven guilty. So I want to beg members of parliament not to start condemning the acts and believing that it is a true story because eyewitnesses have said that. Wait till the evidence comes out. And I can assure you, because this is the highest crime that anybody can commit. It's a war crime. And the members of Ghana Armed Forces are not trained for that. They have earned the highest praise across the world, both in this country and outside this country. So it is very, very sad for anybody to paint a picture that members of the armed forces of Ghana are capable of tying the hands of four individuals and shooting them and leaving them. But Mr. Speaker, if I were just to take the statement made by my colleague, his own statement does not support the views of the eyewitnesses. Mr. Speaker, he says that the 5 people who were executed include the following. First, he says 6, but he says 5. 1, Abugna Karim. The eyewitnesses say that Abugna Karim was chased by the military using armored vehicles and people on foot. I'm just analyzing his statement. At no point did he himself conclude that Karim was killed because his hands were tied at the back. And Mr. Speaker, if you read through Mahdi, Issa, Mumuni, and Kudus, at no point did he conclude in his statement, even though he started by saying they were tied and killed, that these people were tied and killed behind them. No. It is true that these people were killed. And I send condolences on the members on my behalf and on behalf of the military, as well as on behalf of the Ghana Armed Forces, to the families. But let the investigation come out first. 2, Mr. Speaker, what are the facts of the case? The night preceding the day that this incident happened, there was a 10-hour
Mommy, you first can see my cotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. Brian, take a share and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted instant charges. Extinguishing unbeatable. Wish me promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
A lot of landlords are bringing tenants who cannot pay their rent.
Seriously?
Seriously.
So the landlords are bringing the tenant?
Exactly.
The tenant union of Ghana, leading 18 million Ghanaians, will now be a hallmark where elections will be held. In fact, we are going to create a platform, the Housing Manifesto.
Okay.
Come and tell us what you can do. Definitely, government is not building. You set up a rent control. And Mr. Kosu is been sitting here that we have to come and assess. Have you built for you to assess?
How many vehicles do you have?
We have 4 in the entire country.
4?
Yeah, out of the 58 offices that we have nationwide.
The new season of The Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV begins on Monday, February 13, 2023.
And its work over the years. But in particular, with the theme of radio and peace, we'd like to draw the attention of media houses that operate particularly in areas where sometimes conflicts may rise up. In Boko and other places, I'm sure you are familiar with the stories of how media houses or radio sometimes have contributed to the conflict instead of helping to bring about radio and peace. I mean, to bring about peace in those times. And so on a day like this, as we celebrate World Radio Day with the theme Radio and Peace, we would like to, in particular, remind our colleagues who operate in places where sometimes tensions may rise, where sometimes there may be conflict, that we have a particular responsibility to help in the exercise to bring peace and unity and not necessarily fuel it. And on this day, we celebrate all who are in this industry. I thank you for your time. I'll do a quick translation into Twi, and then I'll yield the podium to the plenty engineers who are here to give us the report for the day. And now, that's one we are seeing now. Radio kasajuma no radio kasajuma no na ye kai no wiase nyina no ye se asem wa yemfensi ani so radio ene senia yede ekroye yede abotoyem eba babia yewo na radio yebeka ya asom
amai bebre Ghana hase yankasa asom ye papa ohwe tete no na abakra ye to a dise nyina ekọ Independence Square na ekọ akọhwe board so se hwan na edi nkunima na hwan na edi nkunima na radio adwuma call na nim no wotu fie wo so radio kura wotumi hu de ekọ ye to abane na wotumi hu de ekọ ye wie ne ye kan wotumi hu de ekọ aboa ma ye dodo adwe ntira mammo no ene yabato hu nsamsam no etintim ebi radio so aboa ma senia ye tumi hye obi nsa sasem bi wo ho wosi bisa na fidie ya so na yetumi edi sa nkomo no e wo se ye akwankyerema mensin bebrea public education radio adwuma ya boa ya maye de ye ansana so obi ede asem bi koto abonten a enye nokore na nkofo edi opinion ya de radio ya so boa ya maye tumi tenetene no mia minimum ka se mpempi mabegina ha nsem bi ekoso enye nokore menemo edi hu nkomo amaboa ma omani na tintinne se ye kai radio adwuma no na yehim hu handkerchief a na ewo de ntia ye ne sa na ne botaya si wiase nyina ni so a didi world radio day ne se radio ene senia ede bokoye abotoyem ebeba baabi bebre na no so na ye gina so de asra ban gina so de asra se titiri ye nuano ma ye adwuma radio kasafidie no so wo baabi a eto de bia na mentime ho ase asori ana baabi antokwa kakra asori no yen kai hu se asudi soronko eda ye so se ye de kasafidie no beboa na ama abotoyem aba sinse enumu ye de ebeye takra wojem na ama ni ayekoso wo ho ayema nkofo akoma pagya no akosoro na titiru na nse ntemem se mbeka ya baabi bebre a akoma sorry kakra boko ene miaye maku mienu no mse National Media Commission krampo ebo kokose radio nyuma ni bia wo ho no yenhwe ye ho ye na se ye mane mana kosoro sinse be mana bafom nti na wiase nyina ye celebrate World Radio Day no ye bo Ghana radio dwumayefo nyina baso na mom ye san so eka mo se titiru ye no ma ye adwuma wo ba bia akoma wo so kakra no yenka so dia edai so madam nyina se. So I yield the podium to Honorable Deputy Minister so that we can continue with the briefing.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for those beautiful remarks. Before we proceed, I would like to acknowledge our media partners who are taking this briefing live. If you are joining us from your homes or your offices, I believe you are watching us on GTV or listening on Asasi Radio and Oman FM or Happy FM. We also have MX24 TV and ETV picking this program live. You can also join us on Facebook at Ministry of Information and also at State Interest and Governance Authority Facebook page or SIGA page. And on that note, I would like to acknowledge the presence of the Corporate Affairs Director of SIGA, who has joined us this morning, Mr. Stephen Esiedu. This platform is created in collaboration with SIGA. So thank you so much, and I will now yield to the Chief Executive Officer of GridCo for his presentation.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Honorable Minister just took a leave of us, but Deputy Minister is here, Chief Director, bosses from SIGA. I'll stand on the protocols as enumerated by the Deputy Minister of Information and proceed with the presentation. GridCo, as established, our key issues have to do with transmitting of power from one location to the other. I'll go through the presentation in this format. snapshot of the grid. We'll look at performance review over the past year, key achievements, challenges, projects, ongoing, completed, upcoming. Then we do the question and answers. For our vision, it has to do with, we are supposed to be a model electricity company in Africa. Our mission is to provide a reliable electricity for our development. Our task, as part of our goal, is to achieve 99.95% of grid reliability. What it means is that, on average, 99.5%, the grid should be available to transmit the power. We will have a quick snapshot of our development. So far, we have 31 bulk customers. We have 14 generating stations, including VRA IPPs, hydro, 3 hydros, the rest are thermal. We have 2 solar grid connections. Total installed capacity is 5,231 megawatts. That is what is available. All being equal, if all the plants are in good shape and all of them have the required fuel to fire them, we have 5,231 megawatts. Our electricity circuit across the country is about 6,500, leading to about 7,000 kilometers. And this one has 69 kV, 161 kV, 225 kV, and an extra high voltage, which is a 330 kV. Our role in where we sit has to do with, first, gas supply, because gas is a major input for power generation now, significant input. So that becomes the base that leads to generation. For the hydros, their fuel is water. For the thermal plant, either you use diesel fuel oil, gas, heavy fuel oil, or light crude oil. So that component becomes the base for which we drive the generation. Generators are IPPs, VRA, BUI, and the solar that I mentioned earlier. GRIDCO stands in the middle as the system operator and the network maintenance company. The system operator, by and large, is the one that controls all the system. You call on when this plant should come in. You indicate when the plant must shut down. If you have a challenge, one plant tells you that I have a deficit with this, you need to call. Should in case one plant goes out and we are not having any replacement, system operator must have a conversation with ECG and NEDCO that I am short with this, just give me some relief. All in an effort to make sure the system continues to stay intact. The next one has to do with the distribution companies. That has to do mainly NEDCO, ECG, and Enclave Power that does distribution within the enclave. If you look at the composition of the energy resources, renewable is supposed to be, per government policy, hiked up to about 10%. As of now, we are doing 1% thereabout. Thermal has about 66%, and the rest is hydro, which is about 33%. We'll look at our key performance review over last year. The KPIs are transmission losses, which the target for us was 3.8%. Q3, we did 20. Q3 2022, we had 4.16. Q2 2022, we had 4.54. Q1 2022, we had 4.02. The transmission losses has a direct relation to where plants are generating from and which transmission lines are in circuit. For Q4 2022, the loss computed is 3.69%. The next item that we look at has the transmission system average interruption duration index. Transmission system average interruption transmission duration index. What it means is that if the line, because its system goes off, what is the time required to bring it back to service? That duration, there is a target for it. But it depends on where you live. If yours go off, some of these values you don't tend to understand it, but these are average computed values. Maintenance accomplishment. Our target was 95%. Q3 we did 99.14. Q2 we did 99.29. And Q1 we did 99.50. For Q4 we did 99.20. By and large, we were average because these are mainly planned. So we structure it to make sure we maintain the equipment to keep them healthy for the system. EBITDA, that is a finance where that is earnings before interest, tax, depreciation, and amortization. The target for us is 47%. Q3 we did 46.1. Q2 44.79. Q1 we did 45.68. Q4 we did 59.4. Revenue per unit transmitted, average is 4 cedis, 53 pesos per kilowatt hour. You can see the values. Q3, 6.83 kilowatts per cedis per kilowatt hour. Q2, 6.12 cedis pesos per kilowatt hour. Q1, 6.02 pesos per kilowatt hour. Then Q4, we had 8.13 Ghana cedis per kilowatt hour. We should not forget that Q3 PRC gave some medium-term adjustment to the tariff, so that played a role in this. The next item that we'll have a look at is average system availability index. On average, how is the power system available? For the benchmark, we have 99.7%. For Q3, we did 99.94%. Q2, 99.84%. Q1, 99.96%. And Q4 had 99.93%. Averagely, these are industry standards that are benchmarked for our performance. Also, we look at 2021 as against 2022. We have the total number of substations, the transformer capacity as at 2021, then the transmission lines value, which is about 7,200 kilometers. Substations are 68. Remember, 2022, we had Pokuase commission, we had Kasua commission, in addition to others. Transformer capacity increased because when you commission these substations, you bring on board the additional capacities at these substations. And that is the reason why the values are. The lines haven't changed much between the 2 years. Regulatory threshold as part of our performance review. The SID is 5.20. 2022, we did 5.22. We're a little above. SIFI is 156. We did 300, clear indication that we could not achieve the target, and therefore we need to work more to it. Feeder availability, 99%, we did 99.95. Transmission line availability, 99, that's the regulatory threshold, we did 99.26. Plant maintenance, 95, we did 99. Transmission losses, for the first time in many years, 4.0. We met the regulatory benchmark of 4.0. What happens is that on average through the month, the 12 year, when you sum them and you divide by 12, we achieved that target. I'll jump straight to operational challenges. This one had to do with our effort to bring in additional ladies in our operation. We are too masculine, but gradually we are improving. What we say is that what the men can do, the women can do far better. For instance, we've been educated that we should not say a linesman. We say a line staff, because a lady can also climb the tower and do exactly what we do, as it happens in other jurisdictions. And we are keeping our mind on that to achieve that purpose, because we need to bring our ladies to the fore. Operational challenges, and here I will plead with our friends in the media. We really need to work together on these aspects of things. Overgrown of our lines, we need to clear them. A lot has happened with the grade, appeared to be quiet, calm, and stable. The grid really doesn't like too much of noise, and therefore we are making a conscious effort to clear the lines, but it comes at a huge cost. And we need to count on you to let us educate our brothers whose farms these lines go through, so that if there are trees that are in their farm, we may have to cut them. It will impact a little on some of their cocoa trees. It is not with bad intention, but it is for the good of all of us. That's why we do those things. You can see the picture that shows where a line passes. It's quite challenging. Some of the lines go through very thick forest, extremely thick. And the reason is that we also try to minimize the cutting or going through the forest without opening it up too much. That leads to those who go and illegally harvest the timber. So we blend the two in the way we do our things. Galamsey, I don't know whether the gold has started to normally form around the base of our towers. It's becoming a problem for us where galamseyers consciously dig under our lines. There are challenges where we needed to go and relocate the tower at an additional cost. The one that there was working so well, but you can see that the line guys will come and tell us that tower is collapsing because, or some of the steel members have been removed by the galamseyers, because I understand they use it to do whatever in their tunnels. I've never been to any of the tunnels, so I don't know how they do it, but that's what I understand. These are things that we need to let our brothers and sisters appreciate, that this infrastructure are there for our collective good, and we need to protect them. Occasionally, as a power system, we normally have some challenges. Normally, when you see the lines, you don't see the fire on them, but they are extremely dangerous. Extremely. They are quiet, but they are extremely dangerous. And therefore, when we make the case that, look, we need to stay off the right of way because of challenges. Quite recently, a typical one tipper truck. When people see the corridor that are available, they assume it has no purpose. A tipper truck went, collected sand from somewhere. I think it's a waste kind of sand. Tipping it, he forgot where he was standing, lifted the truck up, He did not touch the line, but all the ties got busted. There was fire on the line. It dropped somewhere that is close to our substation. Lucky for us, we saw it early, and fire service was called in to assist us. If he had gone further, I don't think the driver would have survived. For the tires to go burst like that, it is dangerous. Let's educate ourselves and stay away from it. Occasionally, we have challenges, a transformer fault. We are making a conscious effort to put in a system so that even if we have a challenge with one transformer, customers should not experience it. At times, I listen to radio and social media, and people make the case that Otenabruchi, 20 years, there's not been any light off. In the developed countries, for your house, you have about 3 or 4 access to your house. It's called reliability. First reliability, second, third. So the systems go off, but you, the consumer, you don't see. We are a developing country, limited resources, few people paying tax. We need to mobilize additional resources to move ourselves into that regime. The next one I'll talk about has to do with all legacy lines that we are making a conscious effort to reconstruct. Really, they will overlive their usefulness. We talk about the Western Corridor that has to do with from Prestia all the way towards Kumasi. So Takrade, Takwa, Prestia, Dunkwa, Ayamfuri, all those places towards Kumasi. That's we call it the Western Corridor. We are going through the emotions in line with the PFM for us to reconstruct that line. Those were built in the 60s. They are far older than I am, although I'm not that young. And they've served us well. We need to replace them. The next one has to do with the coastal. Coastal is the one that moves from Accra all the way to Aboade. So you have Aboade, Cape Coast, Winneba, now Kaswa, Mala. We need to reconstruct. As of now, approval has been granted for us to do. We started gradually from Tema to Achimota, Achimota to Malam. We have approval to do Malam to Kaswa. So the rest, systematically, we need to replace them. From a capacity of 170 MVA, just focus on the numbers. Per circuit is 2. You are moving one from 170 to 488. That is significant, using the same corridor. Because that's what we need to do for the future. Transmission lines are constructed into the future. It is not only for today. So whatever you do, 10, 15, 20 years, they should be available. These ones that we are reconstructing, many of them have lived over 60 years. And therefore, there's the urgent need for us to reconstruct. The middle corridor, that has to do with the route from Akusumbu, Tafu, Nkoko, Konongo to Kumasi. That is what we refer to as the middle corridor. They were all built at the same time. When Akusumbu Dam was originally built, one long line went round all the south, the coastal, the western, the middle, and came back to Akusumu. Those are the ones that we are reconstructing. Then we have the proper eastern corridor. That one has to do with the line from Asikpi, there's a leg that also goes to Sogakope. You have Pandu. I think you have Pandu, Peve. Then now, the last one is KJB. Yes. That is a line that has completely outlived its usefulness. It's a 69 kV. We've completely exhausted the capacity. We are aware that it translates into significant transmission losses for us, but unfortunately, resources are limited, and we are planning for it. NEDCO wants us to build a 161 kV line from Yendi all the way down about 200 plus kilometers. Based on the economic disruptions, transmission line of this capacity has about close to $300,000 per kilometer. So if you multiply even 300,000 by 200 kilometers. That's a huge number. You are looking at about almost $66 million. Those are the ones that we need to factor. We've started engagement with the hope that we'll get some concessionary kind of loan to facilitate some of these developments. I go on to short-term projects. And here, these are the ones that we need to do going forward. We have, Kumasi has 2 substations. The one at Ahomaso, which also links up with a 330 kV from Abuade. It's about just under 20 kilometers between the Ahomaso and the Ahonjo substation, the old one. We have a grant of 10 million euros from EIB to reconstruct that line. Unfortunately, it is a major link to the grid that we cannot take that line out without an alternative to transport the power that comes from Abuade on the 330. It gets stepped down or reduced to 161. It should get a path to go to the Ahonjo substation, which has bulk of the load in Kumasi. That's the original location. Therefore, the board approved for us to construct about 24 kilometers of the old existing line between Konongo and Kumasi. 24 kilometers. As I speak to you, contract has been out. Construction has started. I understand foundations that have been completed is about 10. Unfortunately, there are some locations that squatters within the corridor are still preventing the contractors to work. We'll do engagement with the regional minister and the appropriate authorities, but friends of the media, please, let's educate ourselves that we are doing it for our collective good. They should grant us the access for us to be able to do that. It is only when we do this that you have a path for the power to flow to Kumasi, that we can take the Ahomaso to the Kumasi one out and utilize the grant. We need to utilize the 10 million euro grant because you normally don't get free money around this time in the world, and therefore we'll take advantage of that. Special tariff project. We thank and we are grateful to the PRC based on the case we made to grant us some little money for us to use to deploy short-term capital project, all in an effort to make sure we reduce our losses, increase reliability of the grid for us consumers to be happy. So in this particular case, we have 3 key projects. We have a 225 kV substation at Prestia. Originally, it was picking its source from the 161. Remember, I mentioned that the 161 are the old lines that are heavily overloaded and contributing significantly to our losses. So, the 330 kV that is leaving Abuade all the way to Kumasi, we are taking it to Prestia to build a 330-225 kV substation so that the demand on the export load will be taken away from the 161 onto the 330. Also, Prestia originally had 2 equipment that helped with the voltage supply. They are called the condensers, 20 megawatt bank each. They were installed in the 80s. Unfortunately, they've all failed. And Prestia has always, instead of 225, you always have a low voltage about either 211 or 213. Without any mathematics, you can see that it is a node that contributes significantly to our technical losses. And therefore, as part of this funding, we are putting in an SVC to improve the voltage at Prestia, and also a similar equipment at Nyagnia. Nyagnia is the interconnection point between Ghana and Burkina Faso. Then, out of this project, the last one has to do with Tafu substation. Tafu is the major load center for much of Eastern region. The transformers there are heavily overloaded. When we take one out to do any work, we cannot guarantee supply. So the plan is for us to bring in 2 additional bigger ones to replace, so that even if you need to work on one transformer, the other transformer in service will be able to meet the demand. Then also we have a line from Akosomo that goes straight to Nkoko, then to Kumasi. We intend to break into that line at Tafu to reinforce the supply. In the past, what happens is that if there was the need for us to generate a lot of hydro, and Tema also has a lot of generation, the hydro from Akosomo heads towards Kumasi. When that happens, the old lines get overloaded, and at times we will call on our brothers in ECG, either in Kumasi or Konongo, to reduce load for us. That is an inconvenience to consumers. We intend to break into the Akosomo to Nkoko line at Tafu. Tafu is also a node that supports Akwitia that leads to New Obuasi, which is a mining center. When this is done, we believe it will reduce the losses and improve on the reliability of the NITS. The big one, Accra to Kumasi. If you look at the grade now, we virtually have Kumasi to Abuade, to Pukwasi to Tema. Government has approved a loan for us to about 116.4 million euros. It has a component of about 56.3 or 54.6% grant out of the 116.4. That percentage is grant, and therefore we intend to use it to build a line from Pukwasi all the way to Ahomaso. The reason is that when you have that, any disturbance in any aspect of the grid, consumers will not experience it. Currently, the way we have it on one leg, if Abuadi to Kumasi goes off, Kumasi suffers a little, voltages dip. We need to plead with our brothers in ECG to share load. We intend to see this as a thing of the past. And this is a project that we'll do so from Pukwasi all the way to Ahomaso. It's a double circuit line. What it means is that it has two arms. One circuit is here, one circuit is also here. One will go straight. The other one, when we get to Nkoko, will break into that one. Also build a substation between 330 and 161 and link it up to the middle corridor transmission network that I mentioned. All these are being done to guarantee reliability of the grid and its stability. So these are the big ticket items. There are smaller ones like our SCADA system that we need to do in collaboration with VRA. They are giving us some soft loan for us to replace equipment at the Abuade switch yard, because that's a major node for them. So those are low-hanging ones, but I wanted to focus on the big ones. Client-sponsored projects. I'll start first with the B5 Plus. B5 is a major steel manufacturing and fabrication company at La Pleku. I think that's the name. La Pleku is pretty huge. It's a 1D, 1F kind of factory that gives employment to many of our citizens. It's looking at between 60 to 100 megawatts of power. And therefore, they are pre-financing, or they have sponsored the substation jointly between us and VRA for that facility to be brought up. We are looking at, towards the end of this month, to commission the substation. I believe when that time is due, we'll duly invite our brothers from the press to accompany us with that commissioning. Newmont Ahafo North. That is another Newmont mine between Sunyane and Kenyase. Ahafo North. That is between. It is supposed to help with the development of a new concession by Newmont. This BSP, when it comes and the mine is working, will give employment to our brothers and sisters in that community. So that is also ongoing. Contract has been awarded. Jointly, we are doing reviews. Cardinal Namdini, that is around, not too far from where the Pualugu plant is. That also has to do with a plant that is looking at almost about 60 megawatts. We visited the place last time, and you can see that they are a serious business company. Initially, we were doubting the kind of energy volumes that they were requesting, but upon visiting, you can see that this is a serious company, and they are here to do business. Tendering is ongoing. Our Mary and Siemens plant relocation. Gridco has been ready since last year. Awarded contract for our 2 bays to be prepared to facilitate quick relocation of the Mary plant to Kumasi for strategic reasons. Any generation within the middle belt will prevent that excess that must go on the line from the south. Anytime you are transmitting more power on the lines, without power, nobody steals some. We don't steal. It is the conductors themselves that consume the power. So the closer you get a plant to a location that has bulk load, the better. Then also it will support us in exporting more power to our brothers in Burkina Faso, with even intention of extending the line to Mali in the future. Increase in our export market. It's quite unfortunate that our brothers in Burkina Faso in April wanted us to do about 225 megawatts, but we have a little constraint with one of our auto transformers, and therefore we are doing about 150, 160, 170, max 180 so far, but we need to be aggressive for the regional business. And quite recently, when the president returned from Côte d'Ivoire, a request was made to him for Ghana to support Côte d'Ivoire with additional power. Discussions has commenced with VRE for them to run a plant dedicated to them. So instruction has gone to Director System Operations that there is a challenge with their system now, and we must help. That's why we are neighbors and family across some tribes, and therefore that is what we need to do to help. It also helps with our revenue inflows, and for the first time since 1983, the line between Prestia and Côte d'Ivoire was used for quote-unquote a friendly commercial business. Really, money wasn't exchanging hands. But this time, our brothers from CIA has come for us to sign an agreement. The document is about ready, and when we sign it, we will definitely communicate to the press for your information and attention. The wholesale electricity market. In line with the appropriate airline, Ghana is supposed to deploy the wholesale electricity market, and the timelines are indicated in this schedule. Where we are now is that we have a consultant that is helping us to generate the data required to do the studies. That is mainly required. Systems have started, the market rules have been reviewed. The structure was done earlier. I think 2 weeks ago, IMOP met at Akosomo and virtually reviewed the market rules for onward implementation. The appropriate bodies will be set up, inaugurated by the Honorable Minister, for us to take it forward. The internal one has been done, and Director SND is the one who chairs our internal process. Planned major transmission project. We've received a letter recently from Finance indicating the acknowledgement of this project for us to go ahead and prepare the pre-feasibility study and the feasibility in line with the PFM. Now, Any project needs to be justified by a PCN, project concept note. You do your pre-feasibility, you do your proper feasibility, and it's detailed and it's very important. When you do it, you get to know. The option is, if Ghana government has $100 million to give to any utility, do this project in line with the PFM. That would justify clearly where to put the money. So that is what we are on. These are 3 key projects that we must do. Some of them feature the Daboadi Cape Coast Winneba, that's the coastal that I mentioned. Malam to Kaswa, that has to do with, it's Malam to Pokwase, sorry. That has to do with, Pokwase is on 330. The Malam leg is on 161. We intend to connect through a step-down auto transformer to link the Pokwase to Malam. When we do that, then even in Accra and the whole grid, we've given alternative path for power to flow. All of this is to ensure that even if we knock off one full substation, consumers should not feel the non-availability of electricity. I've spoken a lot, but I'll leave this with you. Without the grid, there will be no electricity. That's the bottom line. Without the grid. And I'll tell you a story. I have a friend who came to visit in Christmas, came to Ghana. He belongs to the Big Brother family. Then he told me that he was inviting his family to come to Ghana. I said, why? Just take a ticket. Why is there? Just go and visit them. He says, no. Ghana has electricity. Let's keep our eye on the ball. There are 2 things that has kept this country. Economy is tough. We all agree. 2 things. If we short fuel or electricity, it will be worse than where we are. Therefore, we see it as our responsibility not to disappoint the state Ghana. We take our work seriously and we'll keep our eye on the ball. Deputy Honorable Minister, thank you very much.
Please, another round of applause for the Chief Executive Officer of GridCo. This was such an insightful presentation. It was loaded with so much. I wanted to keep up, but I said it would take some time for me to go back to watch the presentation again and pick some of the substantive issues that you raised. But key among the highlights that I picked are the fact that just between the year 2021 and 2022, GridCo has commissioned 3 substations from 65 to 68, including the Kaswa and Pokwase substations. Also, you have managed to get some of your clients, private partners, to also contribute to other projects apart from these 68 substations that you are controlling. And you mentioned collaboration with B5 Plus, Newmont Ghana, and Cardinal Namdini to also set up plants or substations at their respective companies to help with the volumes of energy that they demand. You also mentioned about one very important thing that I wish to highlight, which has to do with the rehabilitation or replacement of some of the old legacy lines. You mentioned that some of the transmission lines are older than you, so I can imagine maybe older than my parents. But through the hard work of yourself and your staff, you are committed to rehabilitating those lines so that we can minimize transmission losses and also solve challenges that may come with voltage fluctuations. You also mentioned some operational challenges that GridCo is facing and called on all of us, including the media here in present, to assist with advocacy and public education, especially with regards to encroachment and galamsey. Sometimes I wonder, in Ghana, we are not afraid of anything, but I beg you, when it comes to energy transmission, as the Chief Executive mentioned, even a truck not even touching the lines but coming close got the ties burst. So you can imagine If you are not afraid of earthquake zones, you are not afraid of rain or cars, I beg you. As for the infrastructure that we have for energy transmission, please beware. You also mentioned about how some galamsey operators have encroached upon some of your facilities, whether they are digging around it or under it, or stealing some of the steel members for other activities within that field. So I call on my colleagues and friends to help us with the public education so that they will stop. Because Ghana, we pride ourselves of having power. And you mentioned that when it comes to the average system availability index, we are talking about 99.7%. That is something I did not even anticipate. I believe if you had mentioned even 70%, we would have clapped for you. But to talk about 99.7%, that is a lot of work. And so many things you mentioned that I don't even have words to express. But to say that you've mentioned a lot of big monies, big budget projects, just to keep our lights on. So when we have lights in our homes, at our workplaces, at our businesses, it is not by chance. It is not by anything, but for the serious investment that government has put in energy transmission and the entire energy and power value chain in the country so that we can keep the power on. You also touched on the relocation of the Ameri plant to Kumasi so that we can cut transmission losses, because you mentioned that sometimes people don't necessarily steal the power, but looking at the distance, the conductors themselves also take some of the power in terms of transmission, and that as we seek to increase exports to Burkina Faso, it also helps when the plants are closer to the middle or northern belt. So thank you for the insight. This has been like a master class on power transmission for all of us, and we thank you so much for making time. Before we invite questions from our friends who are present, I would like to once again acknowledge the media houses that are picking this briefing live. We are live on GTV, Asasi Radio, Oman FM, Happy FM, ETV Ghana, and MX24 TV. On Facebook, we are live on Ministry of Information and also at SIGA. So thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions, this is the best time to ask. If you have comments, we'll take them as well. We can take 5 questions and then invite Engineer CNE for his responses. Yeah, Mr. Atta. Kindly mention your name and affiliation for the benefit.
Thank you. Athaminsa from GNA. Yeah. That's quite impressive presentation and so very technical for some of us. Chief, I want to find out the debt that Gridco is owing ECG now. Some time ago we heard about some amount. Gridco is owing ECG. Or ECG is owning Gridco. Okay, so I want to know the debt situation between these 2 companies. Then you mentioned even in some West African countries that we are exporting power to Burkina Faso, Ivory Coast. Somebody will wonder why we are experiencing power challenges, and then instead of solving our internal issues, you are looking at even supporting other people outside. We are in a crisis. The whole world is in a crisis. And so why don't do and manage issues here? But you are looking at helping others. What is this, the reason or logic behind this thing, instead of managing issues here so that everybody will have power? Then overdependence on thermal and hydro sources for electricity generation. This is what Ghana has been dealing with. Are you looking at alternative sources of power which is more affordable than this one? Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. Please, let's keep the questions brief and ask maximum 2 questions.
Yeah.
So
good morning, Engineer.
Okay.
You did mention that acquiring a corridor for your transmission lines has been fought with all kinds of obstruction and resistance from the locals. Is it state acquisition or the company is trying to bulldoze its way through? What is the arrangement like? Because if you are coming to pass your transmission line through my cocoa farm, or plantain farm or cashew farm, there must be some kind of compensation. How do you do it? Now, my second question has to do with tariffs. You did mention that the tariffs are not anything to write home about. You said that you thank PRC for allowing to inch up your tariffs. It means that tariff is not what you expect, but because of maybe the state of the country and low incomes, you are percepting somehow. What regime do you think would be appropriate for you to be able to get enough money to run your operations?
Okay, we'll take the third, fourth, and then take Paul as the last for the segment.
My name is Nashika Caesar. I work with City FM, City TV. I want to know, during the presentation, it was mentioned that the activities of Galamsey operators was costing Gridco. We want to know exactly how much the company is losing as a result of these activities, and also beyond cautioning people who are the Galamsey people, what does Gridco intend to do? Are we going to see Gridco now taking punitive measures against these Galamsey operators? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So we'll take the fourth. David, okay, behind you.
My name is Albert Jeremy from Business Insiders. Understanding the economy is tough now. We are managing to maintain what we have, which is electricity and the fuel. But should these, and that is okay, I acknowledge that, but should the system continue being the same tough way? How do we expect the people to afford these? Because they also need food to survive. And I heard you saying that there are 3 companies that are also supporting you, and they are also helping with the employment. Is Gridco doing anything about the job employment? Because we need food also to survive, not only the electricity and the fuel. Thank you.
Please, if you can rephrase your question. Are you talking about the companies which are, apart from what government is doing,
yes,
they are also guiding those companies to set up their own substations, yes, so that they can expand? Yes, and you are saying that who needs food to survive?
I'm talking about the citizens, because it's these people that are also using the electricity and the fuel. And these also, they don't have job. And without job, they don't have enough money to afford the fuel and the electricity. So it will be a problem if the system continue being solved this way for years. Then if they can't afford it, how would Gridco function?
I don't know if, Chief, you got the question. I'll try. Okay, so we'll take the last one from Paul and come back for another round if there is time. Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. My name is Paul Nyuje-Dalafu, and I report for the Daily Statesman. I have 2 quick questions for the CEO of Gridco. CEO, you made mention about the role of Gridco to move to transport power from a point to another point. And I want to find out from you, what role do you play when it comes to rural electrification? For I've noticed that some communities are close to each other, and yet still, they still don't have light, especially in the northern area. And also, people using Gridco towers to commit suicide. What measures are you putting in place to ensure that such things don't affect the transmission of power? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So please, we'll invite Chief back for his responses.
I think the first question had to do with the debt value that ECG owes to Gridco. From my last count, I think it's about 2.7 billion Ghana cedis. Director of Finance, am I correct? Okay, ECG and NETCO, about 2.7 billion. Power export to neighbors. First and foremost, EDM first. So, the grid has some quantum of energy that needs to be distributed. Whatever we send out is in excess of whatever we require. Ghana, our energy penetration is about 85 to 86%. The other places that don't have are ones that it is extremely expensive to connect them to the grid. So we are looking at standalone or off-grid kind of connection, like our island and things like that. So that is, we don't give export power at the expense of our local Ghanaian, because we know the purpose of the energy in socio-economic development. Overdependent on hydro and water, why not look at other local sources? That is why government has set up the nuclear company to have a look at that aspect in order to reduce the cost. Nuclear has a high initial cost, but the operating cost is cheaper. Government is looking at all that options. In addition to we bringing in renewable energy. Renewable energy is key, but you need to station them in a way that they will be efficient. You know, people ask, why don't you put in 400 megawatt of solar? 400 megawatt of solar is a huge land space. Apart from that, and if it's going to rain, immediately the cloud form, it goes to zero. So you need to manage the location so that you spread it in a way that if it's raining, you notice that time when it's raining, you see the clouds from Nigeria. They'll tell us the clouds are coming from Nigeria. You can track it. Over time, you notice that it's entered Benin, Togo, Ghana, then it will go to Cote d'Ivoire, so that you spread the risk. Then also, depending on what quantum of energy, renewable energy, they are called variable renewable. Because they vary, they can be at 10 and can just come to 0. And therefore, when you are running them like that, you need plants that are partially loaded so that immediately that deficit comes, they supply. Those are factors that will come in as part of the reliability. You cannot operate a significant renewable when your plant are shut down, when the renewable goes off, then now that you are calling generators to come on, no, you experience some delay in load management. And those are the options that are being considered. The issue has to do with compensation. And now when my director legal is here, we do pay the compensation. In the past, it used to be for crop alone, but now the new law, we need to pay fully. We do. But the issue is that, for instance, if we need to cut a big tree, there was a tree that has about 75 meters where it was standing in some farm. If it should fall, it will fall on our line, collapse our towers, we will all struggle. So we go to the farmer and plead that let car, you say, oh, you spoil my cuckoo for, and say, yes, whatever gets for to compensate. Some are reasonable, they understand. Others don't want to agree. But that is the aspect that I say we need to work together because it's all for our collective good. Our tariff requirement. You see, PRC was set up for two purposes. For us, the industry players, and also for consumers. It always has a difficult task of balancing it. If you ask me, I will say they should give me all I require, all the money I need, so that even when a line goes off, nobody will see. But it's not possible at this time, because the kind of charge that will bring to consumers will be way in excess of what is required. So that's a blend. We make your case, and to tell you the truth, they do a good job. They interrogate your numbers. If you even smuggle things in, they are able to tell you to take it off. You know, so they do a good job. And therefore, the blend is in. What we were happy with had to do with a quarterly adjustment. And I believe they've commenced it. And that one will minimize the impact of sudden shocks that normally we experience with tariff. Galamsey cost, it's huge. Some of them, instead of one tower, we need to leave the tower place, get contractors to spend maybe $200,000 to insert an additional tower, which under normal circumstances we shouldn't have. When they do and the tower collapses, the cost of unserved energy, because industries will go down. Those are all big costs that we easily don't quantify, but it's really a challenge to us, you know. Punitive measures. We try to use all sources to get information. We virtually have made friends with people within those communities, and at times they tell us. But I know this Galamsey people, they are, I don't know the right word to use, but they are some way. You see, they thrive on risk. Therefore, we need to have an education kind of, and have a relationship with them, just so that they stay away from the national infrastructure. I believe with more education, they will understand us and stay off. When you are caught, that one, the law will deal with you. Especially, there are some that you can see that we used to have bolt and nut to screw our tower members. At a point in time, we changed it and used what we call the anti-theft. The anti-theft, you cannot go with a spanner and try to remove it. Now, what they do is that they go with saw. It's not hacksaw. They go with at times, whether it's mottled or, because the members are thick. But when you get there, you can see that somebody spent time here in cutting this. Those are deliberate. Those are vandalism. When you are caught down, the law will deal with you. And you know, in some communities, they don't want to give themselves up. They know, but we try. There are a few people that we've caught and handed over to the police. Tough economy, not only availability of fuel and electricity. That is exactly what I said. The economy is tough. But if we don't have these two, it will worsen the situation. We just had a session with His Excellency, the President of the Republic, and he tasked us. It is either we quickly strategize and jumpstart the economy, or he will boot us out of office. And he did not miss worse. And therefore, we'll be serious with this. We need to turn the economy around fast and quick. It should be a collective decision for all of us. Those who are churning in excessive profit because they have a good that people want, we all need to minimize it, hold our hands together, and move forward. Somebody asked about Greco employment status, or what we do to help. I think it had to do with the economy, kind of. Yes, we would love to employ as many as we want. Now, what we do is that with the expansions, we bring in a few, then also attrition. The old people who are going out, we bring people in. Look, when we bring new substations on board, yes, we need operators, we need electrical maintenance, we need line crew, we need PNC, and therefore we'll bring people up as and when. We understand fully, because it's heartbreaking when you find, electrical engineer is finished school, he hasn't got a job. When we finish school, it's not too late, but jobs were available for us. So we need to be conscious of it and make sure our brothers and sisters, sons and daughters also get employment. Our role in rural electrification. In the past, we used to do the shelled wire scheme. We still have a few of them. The shelled wire is, we have a shelled wire that is supposed to conduct lightning to the ground on our towers. We insulated it and used to supply rural loads. Many of them have overgrown their usefulness. Original Kintampo used to be one, but with the load growth, we've changed. 2 communities with some not getting electricity. Just let's have the details and we take it up with appropriate authorities, whether it's within the ECG zone or within the NEDCO zone. So long as it is within that we can extend power to, we need to, in line with the SDG goals, everybody, universal access to electricity is a priority. And we all know, anytime electricity or road goes to a location, it opens up the community, and that's something we must do. It was quite unfortunate, the incident that happened with our brother who went on the line. It saddens me so much, because what happens is that the tower has what we refer to as anti-climbing. Anti-climbing means that I should prevent you from climbing. So anybody here who hasn't got a good intention would stay off. Unfortunately, the gentleman on information did not get to us early. This is the second time. There was one in the north where that one was on the 330 kV. Information got to the system control center early enough. And that one, without any authorization, he's mandated to take the line out just to protect life. Unfortunately, this one, the information got to us late. And I think what triggered it was people who knew the risk, trying to go help him to come down. That facilitated him going up. But it's something we virtually detailed the director tanker services to have a look at all our towers and ensure that the anti-climbing, there are measures with pins that can easily prick you. You cannot easily climb the tower that way. They should bring it up to restrict people from going across the levels that are dangerous to human life. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you have follow-up questions, we'll take it. This is the final round. If not, we'll invite the CEO for his closing remarks. Okay, I was hoping to see a new hand, but if not, okay, so one, and then we will take the lady, and then I'll take the last two from.
Okay, my name is Dennis from TV Africa. Okay, please, I would like to find out from engineer, from what you said, a little clarification based on the comparison. Your work, is it on transmitter or generator? Because your statements is more like you are on generating more than transporting or transmitting. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Okay.
Yes, thank you. It's a follow-up on my question regarding the debt, ECG and NETCO owning GridCo. Yes, and it's quite a colossal amount. If you receive this money, I believe it will help in investment. Do you have any agreement with this company, two companies, on payment of this debt? Any arrangement and timeline that they're supposed to pay this amount to help in your investment drive? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So we'll take the last two.
Yes, my name is Anapoku, there is Searchlight. Engineer, you did indicate that Ghana produces about 5,231 megawatts of power. How much do we use as a country? And what are we doing with the excess, if there's any?
Thank you, Nana.
Mine is a follow-up on the debt question. We want to know how much the debt is impacting GridCo, their operations.
Thank you for the question. So we invite the Chief Executive back for his responses and then concluding remarks.
Your question had to do with whether we do generation or transmission. If you look on the board, where the red line is, that is our room. You notice that we are between the generators and the distributors. Our rule simply is that you are the young farmer in, let's say, Yendi. I bring my truck, you give me 100 tubers of yam to come and deliver to Deputy Minister. You expect that I will deliver the 100. So I will carry the 100. If on the way, my driver decides to jump a speed ramp and one yam tuber falls down, that is not your issue because you're giving me 100 and you're paying me for the 100. And therefore, I need to compensate for the one tuber that, so that is our rule. We are in the middle. So we take from either IPP or from VRA and send to whoever is allocated to me that I should deliver. So we are mainly in the transmission. But because we do the system operation, you manage the generators that are coming on and the distribution. It is your rule. You are independent. So if we need BUI to come on with additional demand, we will ask BUI to come because one thermal plant has gone down. Those are the rules. That's why we have a direct linkages with generators and transmission distributors. Legacy debt. I'll plead for my director of finance to come and give the proper detail about what government is doing for us to address. Samir, you have my attention. Yes.
Thank you very much, and all protocols observed. So just go straight to the point. Like my chief said, is legacy debts. These are debts that have been accrued over 20 plus years since the inception of the relationship between these two companies. Now, as most of you will be aware, in the value chain of the power production, we have VRA, who is a generator. I'm just using an example. Greco, who is a transmitter, we carry the power to ECG, who is a distributor. So they have the interface with the customer, ECG and Netco. So what happens is that when power is served to customers, they pay through ECG. So they do their collections, and they will in turn distribute the monies to the various value chain players, which is the generators and the transmission companies. Now, historically, I think that there's been a challenge within the value chain where ECG also have their commercial losses, so in terms of the collection rates have been low. But the good news is that if you look just from 2020 coming to 2021, as we all sat down to see the challenges we had, the government put in place the cash waterfall system. This was a system which was supposed to provide equitable distribution of the revenues that are collected from the customers. So in essence, when ECG collects the monies, we have members of the cash waterfall committee, which comprises of all the value chain players, and we share equally. So if you look at from that perspective, you can see that prior to the cash waterfall implementation, collection rates were just below 20%. Now we're getting up to between 55–60%. So this is a vast improvement. But there's a lot we can do together. But like my chief said, if we're able to build a robust infrastructure, if the ECG is supposed to plug their commercial losses, the collection rates goes up, and we will all be going home happily. So it's a work in progress, and together we're working on that. Thank you.
I'll handle the install capacity and what we do with the excess. Install capacity simply means the total that is available. So Ameri, for instance, that is out, is part of the installed. Akusumu has about 1,100 megawatts. It depends on the water level. So when you talk about installed, they are all part. Highest that we've seen so far, I think is 3,558 megawatts. That happened in, I think it's January 26th, around evening. But normally the hot season is around March ending towards April. Therefore, in our budget and with our engagement with the minister and his team, we've given an indication that we expect that we'll go close to 3,600 plus meg. And that is what we do. Like I mentioned, if we have the available fuel resource and there is the demand, we'll meet it. So gradually. And you see, in a plant too, you always must have some level of reserve. When we say reserve, it's like your car. You can do total of 160 kilometers per hour, but you do average like 1 to. When you are doing overtaking and you are hot, you call on your power and do your 150 to overtake and save. So we normally have some spinning reserve. By and by, as the economy grows, demand goes up. These capacities will be handled. We grow averagely about 8 to 10% year on year. So that's a number, The debt impact on our operations. I wouldn't want to deceive anybody. It is an issue. That is the reason why government makes a conscious effort to find some resources for us to do the investment that we require. It all with the understanding that, hey, this legacy debt may have to be addressed in a strategic way over time. Did I answer your question? Why? Let me hear you. Last one.
In your operations, is it making you lose money? You know, is it making you inefficient in some ways? Yeah.
Okay, that's what. Okay, I understand your question now. Yes, because I don't have all. Look, when I come to my office and the management team are here, we have bulk of compensation that we need to pay for people that's giving us their land for us to use. Then also, if I had the resources, I would have bulldozed all my lines. Clearly, when you do that, it gives you like 2 or 3 years. Much of disturbances that we have is because there's some tree under the line, you've loaded a little to the line has come down a little more. It is not touching the ground. And normally it doesn't touch the object. It is the distance as you close it up. Then the fire that is silently working on it will find a path to the ground. If I had all the resources, but we are managing it. You know, we are managing within the limited resources that we have. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Minister for Information, Honorable Kudo Nkrumah, management and staff of our ministry, and also on behalf of SIGA, through whose collaboration we've been able to put together this important platform, I would like to say thank you, Engineer Sienye and your delegation, for making time for this very important exercise. We have been doing this briefing with ministers. We extended to regional ministers. We have extended to all SIGA agencies. And in fact, if we get the opportunity, we will extend to the very basic or baseline level in terms of decentralized governance, so that we can account to Ghanaians and answer all the pertinent questions that they may have. So thank you for making time for this exercise. And to our friends from the media, as always, I say a very big thank you to you, and also call on you to amplify and spread all the good news that the Chief Executive has brought to us. Thank you so much for making time. Good morning.
Mommy, you first can see my cotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. Wabrian, Tennessee, and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted instant charges. Extinguishing unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
A lot of landlords are bringing tenants who cannot pay their rent.
Seriously?
Seriously.
So the landlords are bringing the tenant?
Exactly.
The tenant union of Ghana, leading 18 million Ghanaians, will now be a hallmark where elections will be held. In fact, we are going to create a platform, the Housing Manifesto.
Okay.
Come and tell us what you can do. Definitely, government is not building. You set up a rent control. And Mr. Kosu is been sitting here that we have to come and assess. Have you built for you to assess?
How many vehicles do you have?
We have 4 in the entire country.
4?
Yeah, out of the 58 offices that we have nationwide.
The new season of The Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV begins on Monday, February 13, 2023.
Now,
back canocre. Susu sang quite be a want on and be a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me Sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted instant charges. Extinguishing and so unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like Nanya £10, $10 and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
Government has proven beyond reasonable doubt that it is impotent to build. It's on record.
The issue of rent is a very hot topic for a lot of Ghanaians, particularly those who live in the big cities of Accra, Kumasi, Takoradi, and the likes. It's the reason why today we're having a conversation with the Rent Control Department of Ghana and also the National Tenants Union of Ghana to see how these two entities work together to solve the perennial problems of rent in the country. My name is Daniel Ojo. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. Gentlemen, good afternoon, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
I think Happy New Year is in order.
Exactly.
Happy New Year.
Yes,
I think we should first introduce ourselves to let the audience know who you are and what you do. So okay. I'll start from you.
So my name is Emmanuel Kosu.
Okay.
I'm the head of PR for the Rent Control Department, right, and also the spokesperson for the National Rental Assistance Scheme.
Oh, yeah, great.
I'm also Frederick Opoku,
right,
Secretary General of the National Tenant Union of Ghana, representing more than 18 million Ghanaians.
Right. Mr. Poku, you're going to be critical in the National Rent Assistance Scheme, which was launched. Many people feel that this is a scheme that is going to be for party foot soldiers and the likes. Do you think that the ordinary Ghanaian on the street genuinely has a chance of benefiting from this scheme?
The reason why we are very much happy that this time around government is the private sector,
yeah,
and involving the National Tenant Union of Ghana to be fully involved to also monitor, evaluate, and comment is enough for us to believe that nothing is going to be hidden,
okay,
at all. The day that they were launching this at the full glare of the Vice President, I was very categorical that Mr. Vice President, Madam Chief of Staff, we know people don't trust whatever government brings.
Yeah.
And that we fear that everything must be transparent, credible, so that people will have trust in the system and the scheme.
Right.
And we were given assurance, even when the Vice President had the speech. And in fact, from then, we realized that they meant business.
Okay.
And this time around, we don't foresee it be like others,
okay,
or the usual.
Okay.
And that we've been working with the rent masters as well. And so far, so good. Just that people might have one or two reservations about certain conditions, which they have sat us down and explained. And we begin to resonate with them,
okay,
to some extent, because sometimes government brings an initiative. You don't all the time bastardize it. At least you look at the good of it and see how it must be successful,
okay,
so that we don't use the trivial issues to just bastardize and just call it off.
Okay.
Because it's an opportunity that might not come at a lifetime.
Okay.
Because how many years? Ghana, so many years, government does not even able to build. So if today government comes and says, like, I have this scheme that will enable the tenant suffering over the years, paying 3 years, 4 years, what have you, that I'm going to pay for you to pay monthly, whether you are informal or with the public or wherever, just to prove that indeed you have what it takes to pay every month.
Yeah.
You are there.
Okay.
So it cuts across. It's not only the private sector. Whatever work you do, can you prove that if you are given the opportunity, you'll be able to pay? And going to the extent of them demanding Momo, Momo statement, it's enough this thing to believe that they mean business.
Okay.
If they had not brought that, then I would have had a whole issue to talk about.
All right. So we'll delve into the nitty-gritties of how this National Rental Assistance Scheme is going to work. And if you just tune in, we're having a conversation about rent in Ghana. And you know it's a very burning topic because of the insufficient building or housing situation in Ghana, where a lot of Ghanaians who want to find a decent place of abode would have to pay upfront 1 year, 2 years, and more to be able to afford a decent place to sleep. We also have in the studio the PRO of the Rent Control Department of Ghana, Mr. Kosu. You heard Frederick describe your outfit as a toothless outfit.
Yeah.
I'm sure you didn't feel good about that, but that's to a large extent the sentiment of a lot of Ghanaians, because they feel your outfit is not doing as much as it could do. How do you answer to his description of the place that you work?
No, that is his opinion.
Okay.
Despite the fact that we are lacking some logistical items to perform our duties to the extreme, I don't want to take his opinion away. Okay, that is his opinion. So I want to leave it there.
Okay, but fundamentally, what is the role of the rent control of Ghana fundamentally?
Okay. So we get our mandate from the Rent Act 1963, that's the Act 220, and specifically under Section 5, that's laid down the functions of the Rent Control Department. The first on the list is the conduction of an assessment. Assessment is where we come and see how your building is, how your premises is, what materials have you used in constructing your premises, and then even the value of land on which you've built your premises. The rate that you pay, including the property rate and any other rate that you pay, we factor them all in, and then the determination of the rent per month is determined. So we give you an assessment certificate. If there's a tenant already in the premises, we give a copy to the tenant as well, so that he will know how much he's supposed to pay after a month notice has been given to him.
So you are supposed to determine how much people are supposed to pay for their rent. I've been renting for God knows how long. I haven't received any.
Yeah, so that is the sensitization program. You as a tenant has right to apply for this assessment. Likewise, the landlord. Okay, so because we are ignorant of this in the Act, we just quote to, let me use this local, quote to the landlord's rent.
Isn't it clearly an issue of demand and supply? If there is more demand and there is less supply, the person who has the goods or the product is at an advantage and says, this is how much I'm charging for it. If you don't want, you can leave.
Yeah, we understand the housing deficit is currently 1.8 million. Okay, and secondly, it's also a function of under the rent control to have what we call vacant premise register. A register of vacant premises in the country. But before the landlord moves out from his house, somebody is already standing there, demanding there. So he cannot even get to the Rent Control Department to register this. So these are it's basically because of the housing deficit that we are facing in the country.
So this thing that you say you are mandated to do you actually do it? Like, are there houses where you have gone to where your department really is the one that has set out how much this ordinary Ghanaians are supposed to pay for rent?
Yes, you know, it's a newly built premises, and then premises that we are having disputes. So we do this assessment mostly for buildings that there are disputes on, because the landlord
dispute between tenant
and landlord. Okay, because the landlord is demanding so much from the tenant. So the tenant, if he does not understand, because he knows this provision in the Act, comes to assess it so that a realistic determination can be made. That's how much that. So we get most of these applications for houses that are under dispute.
But if I fight with my landlord, I'm not going to have peace in the house, you know. If I go and if you like report my landlord to rent control, and rent control says that instead of the 1,000 cedis that my landlord is charging, I should pay 800 cedis. And the landlord said, okay, I'm not renting the house again, it's my house. My son is coming from Abuchi. He will come and stay in the room. So I'm not renting it again.
Okay. So there's this right of tenant that we are not exploring. If you report a landlord for such an issue, the landlord has no right to evict you or come out with any excuse that my son or I want to renovate the place. Until your tenancy expires, the law says that if you don't contravene any of the provision in the act, the landlord has no right to evict you. So this cannot be a basis on which a landlord can stand on evict. Of course, I understand after your tenancy, he can tell you that, no, I don't want to renew for you again. But within your tenancy, the landlord cannot say that, I want to refund your money for you because you're going to report me on this assessment issue, so I'm evicting you. You have the right to stay there for the period of the tenancy that you've signed. And after that, the landlord, both of you have right to renew it or to vacate the place, or the landlord also has right to renew it for you or just give you an eviction notice. So these are the issues we are facing.
It appears that on paper you have very nice laws, your job is really cut out and everything, but what are really the challenges that is not making you carry out your function?
Okay. Yeah, so you see we are in a technological age now, and there is this agenda of digitalizing the rent control department. It's on course because we've gotten a framework from the Ministry of Communication and Digitalization together with the Kofi Annan Technological Center, as well as NITA, the National Information Technology Authority or Agency. So a framework has been concluded. Now it has been passed on onto an implementator. He's also taken 1 or 2. He has done the the national assessment. So very soon that agenda will come. And that will cure our computer and accessories issue. Okay, because we currently, most of our offices, there are no computers. We are still on the manual.
In 2023?
Yeah, manual way of doing things. And so this is going to cure that perfectly. But the issue with cars, your producer will attest to it. We lack cars to move us around because it's part of our functions to do this what we call assessment and then inspections. So that when you come and then there's a dispute as to how the premises is, how deteriorating the premises is, an official from the rent control needs to follow you to go and ascertain physically what is going on. But because of lack of vehicles, we are not able to do that purely 100% as we do. Sometimes we have to depend on the client to follow them to, because even the budget...
That's very sad, you know.
No.
Do you think that politicians have not, I mean, I'm not talking about this government from independence, have not taken the rent control department and the work and the function that they do as seriously as they should?
No, I can agree with you, but for the past 3 years when we started coming out, you see that the government interest has come onto the department. That's how come this National Rental Assistance Scheme came to effect, and then this digitization issue I'm talking about is also in place. The assessment is ongoing. So very soon the system or the department will be digitalized. But the issue about vehicle is still pending because we've complained to our vice president.
How many vehicles do you have?
We have 4 in the entire country.
4?
Yeah, out of the 58 offices that we have nationwide. Okay,
4 vehicles. What's the condition?
Oh, they are perfectly. The registration number is 2020. So they are in perfect.
But you don't have any IGF or anything.
No, we all the money we generate goes to the government. Okay, we don't have IGF. But we give our budget every year to the government through the Ministry of Works and Housing, and then we get what is allocated. But those things are not enough.
I think the media has a responsibility to push for governments to pay more attention to the rent control department because they play a very critical role in solving this ongoing, unending situation of rent in the country. We'll go for our first break. When we return, we'll continue our conversation with the Rent Control Department of Ghana and also the National Tenant Union of Ghana. I bet you may have not heard it before, but today we get the lowdown on all of the activities on this special edition of The Lowdown. We're back after this break. Stay with us. Thank you for staying with us. Welcome back to The Lowdown. We're having a conversation about rent in the country. And I know if you're an average Ghanaian, rent is an important subject to you. For a lot of Ghanaians, the chunk of their salaries goes into rent and then feeding. And it looks like we are working for landlords in this country. You work and you have to pay 2 years of rent. Frederick, you heard Mr. Kposu speaking about the logistical challenges and all of that. How do you work together with the rent control to ensure that tenants in the country get the best out of this mess that appears to be on the horizon?
Very well, thank you once again. I have said a number of that time.
Yeah.
That our government past and gone. I don't know how to describe them, because housing is a very important commodity or aspect of our life, and we believe that the government should have done better.
Yeah.
Imagine what Mr. Kposu rightly putting out today, that they have 4 vehicles, the whole Ghana. Is the government serious at all? We have serious government. Because you see, let me be very frank, I always use Abraham Maslow's theory of needs to make this assessment. And they have all read, all of them, ministers, DCs, haven't they learned basic about Maslow's theory? That shelter, food, clothing, very basic. Can you imagine if we have a serious government? If you have heard about Segleme, for example, what has become of Segleme? Languishing in bush for 8 years, and you see or hear government giving reasons that somebody have spent money, and their inability to incarcerate or to prosecute them, jail them, dangling about the issue, much ado about nothing, is what these governments are doing. I don't blame Akufo-Addo's government. I'm blaming government come and gone, that they don't take housing serious at all. Look, rent control, in fact, I know Mr. Kposu, whenever I meet him, he's a public servant, and he's serving his masters. And Mr. Kposu would always say something to please his masters. If not, he loses his job. And you should understand him at a point, because certain things that cannot be justified need not to be justified. And I understand him. Can you imagine that in this modern world, we have a whole department government cannot build? Government has proven beyond reasonable doubt that it is impotent to build. It's on record. Their actions and everything that they do says that we cannot build, because they are not serious about what we have to put into building. So let us rule it out. Now, you look at an agency established about 60 years ago. 1963 minus 2023. How many years? 60 years ago. They don't have independence. Government doesn't want to improve it. It was this Akufo-Addo's government that is talking about you want to digitize. Should we take how many government if they were serious? And I always advise Ghanaians that we should not allow politics to blindfold us. These are policymakers. I don't sit here to do politics, but I am trying to actually advise and bring the attention of Ghanaians to bear that we must desist from this MPP NDC saga. Whether you are an NPP person and your government is not doing what is right, you should be able to stand enough to condemn your government. If you are an NDC, it comes to housing, nobody will pay your rent for you. You need to secure loans from the bank, pay unpardonable interest. That can even lead you to incarceration. What happens of it? So we have a government, don't have for housing there. It's not part of the agenda. But you hear and see this government with their manifesto. In fact, I have sent a signal. This year, this election we are going, it's about no house, no vote.
Oh, so that's the slogan.
No house, no votes. We don't want any bridges. We don't need a free education. No. If you even juxtapose housing and education, where does education comes in? If I don't have a place to sleep, where does education comes in? This is a priority in misguided. They don't even know that. Let us build. Ask yourself, how come that this housing issue has risen to this point? In the 1980s, we have this structural adjustment program, SAP, where the Bretton Woods institutions just have to instruct our government, don't build, don't do it, allow them to struggle, give it to private sector. Don't build. And this is where we have become. And we have lazy governments, irrational governments in this country, come and go. I'm not making inference to any particular government.
Yeah.
But those which have come, let's take the Fourth Republic.
Yeah.
Under the 1922 Constitution.
Yeah.
All the government come and gone have disappointed Ghanaians big time. And they should bow themselves in shame that this time around they won't get it easy at all. I always say that if you pick 9 out of 10 Ghanaians, active population, they are tenants.
Yeah.
So we are talking about 18 million Ghanaians who are renting and suffering. How many people bring government to power? 6 point something.
Yeah.
3 multiplied by that are suffering. Why don't we use our numbers and attempt to punish them? We don't need to.
So you expect housing to be a very big conversation ahead of the next.
After food, health, okay?
Yeah.
And whatever, food. How much budget are they giving to the housing ministry? Let's ask President Akufo-Addo.
Should we not admit that governments are really incompetent in building houses, and so we need to empower, if you like the rent masters that you talk about and co, to invest in housing?
Government has a responsibility first. Build.
Okay.
At least you will support the building. Government has a lot of land banks sitting down years. Nothing is being done on that land. They won't give it to the private sector. Do you know that if you go to Grader, ask Grader people, the Ghana Real Estate Development Association, you ask them what are the factors that will lead to high cost in building, land, litigations, and what have you.
Yes.
Government need to partner, do the PPP, give you them land, service the land. That takes about 55% of the cost.
Of the cost, yes.
Then 45% is borne by the private sector. Then the housing becomes cheap. Government has the legal instrument to negotiate with our chiefs, the stools, and negotiate for more lands for the private sector. The government is not just ready for housing, but we must speak, sorry for this word, sense into their minds.
Okay.
It's like they seem to have gone to all kind of having their masters from the top to down.
Maybe they have houses to sleep in, so they don't care about us.
They are not rational. They are heartless. They are cruel. They are heartless. If you bring heartless people to govern your country, that's what you see. They ride in cars, in big cars, air conditioned 24 hours. They don't care about you. When it comes to elections, just come and lie. You give 50 Ghana cedis. You wear MPP and NDC, trumpeting vuvuzelas, making unnecessary noise, and you are suffering. This is the kind of heartless government we have, and we are going to vote them out and ensure that the right things are done. In fact, the tenant union of Ghana, leading 18 million Ghanaians, will now be a hallmark where elections will be held. In fact, we are going to create a platform, the Housing Manifesto.
Okay.
Come and tell us what you can do. And I will rather even get vehicle, go the whole Ghana, be campaigning against a certain government if they don't make critical commitment to housing. It's not just manifesto promise. Real promises that you must live to expectation. And the housing is the topic of this year's elections. Okay. They should forget about bridges and education and whatever. We are fed up. They must build so that we don't give the leverage or the loopholes for landlord travels on those things. In fact, there's a demand and supply issue. More demand, less supply. Definitely, government is not building. You set up a rent control, and Mr. Kosu is even sitting here that we have to come and assess. Have you built for you to assess? Now, have they built? You do not want to do anything to remedy the situation. Then you say that the government, the law gives us the opportunity to come and assess, and even the government itself, which the law is under, what has it done? Yeah. You become lazy approach of solving problems, and you really want to talk about, you want to solve
Mr. Boku, do we really have a housing deficit in that magnitude? Because many have said that there are a lot of idle homes sitting around cantonments.
Let me answer you. Don't continue. In the private sector, the grader.
Yeah.
In fact, we don't have shortage of housing. No.
Yeah.
It's a palpable lie. The houses are there. Economically, we cannot afford.
Right.
In fact, just move, take your vehicle and your distance and go and look at the vacant houses over there.
Yes, there are lots.
Now, even government talk about affordable housing. Government affordable housing, one single bedroom is 99,990 million.
How many Ghanaians can afford it?
That's so affordable. Government. 2-bedroom standard goes for 182,000.
Cedis or dollars?
1.82 billion Ghana cedis. 3 standard bedroom, three rooms, about 330,000 Ghana cedis, 3.3 billion. We are talking about here. This is a government come and gone, and it's not only Akufo-Addo's government. Mohamed government said it, and they should all understand he's making a comeback. Those who are there, we are going to ask them and query them for their negligence of responsibility, not to house their own citizenry. If you are a government and you fail to find where your people to sleep, then you are more or less quote unquote useless government that you need to not to even seek for re-elections or what have you. But I know they will listen to us. I want to keep my fire. You will advocate, but I can tell you the rental assistance scheme that has been brought for tenant union, and the way I've heard and I'm following is good.
Okay.
It's come to reduce some pressures on us because government is not building. So if government really want to support, whereby they give you at least every month pay, then you don't now think about how much I have to pay within a period of time. It also enables you to save.
Yeah.
So in case of paying 3 years, you must secure 30,000 Ghana cedis, right?
Yes.
But you rather do maybe 1,500 a month. That money can be invested. Are you okay? Your government has prepaid for you, and you don't have any problem with it at all.
Okay.
With this project, with this, if they themselves do not come in to politicize it,
yes,
then it is very, very good. But we have the confidence now that it has been given to a private sector. I have met the man about 1 or 2 times, the rent masters,
yeah.
And the guy, the way the modalities put in place, in fact, it is very difficult for government to even be involved and to influence what he's doing over there.
Okay.
But I pray it remains like that, and we can go to places.
Okay. Mr. Bosu, so what are some of the most frequent issues your department deals with?
Okay. No, before I answer that, there are some 4 comments I want to make. The first is that rent masters is not into building.
Yes.
They are really strictly in renting.
Okay.
Second issue is that the issue about involving private sector in the housing deficit reduction. Before even that, we can't discount or dispute the statistical report from the Ghana Statistical Service that there is 1.8 billion housing deficit in the country.
Okay.
Unless we have any document that can dispute that. So the housing deficit is there. So the issue about involving the government, involving private sector, we are reviewing the Rent Act, which is before Parliament now. Cabinet has given it approval. And in that document, we are trying to encourage the private sector. That's why we are increasing the rent advance demand to 1 year. So that we
so it's moving from 6 months,
6 months to 1 year. So that we can encourage them to invest more. Because if you want to restrict yourself to monthly rent payment or to the maximum of 6 months, though you see housing is a long-term investment.
It is.
But if you want to restrict yourself monthly for the rent payment, how are they going to reinvest into the system? And then also, there are land banks, as Mr. Opoku mentioned. Government has opened its arm through the Ministry of Works and Housing now. If you are an investor, a private investor, and you want to involve yourself in this housing industry, you can come and sit down with the Minister of Works and Housing or the Chief Director. A part of the land bank can, just as Mr. Opoku mentioned, it will reduce we have estimated about 40% reduction of the housing, so that you can build with your own resources. The land banks will be given to you, utility will be provided, so that all these things will be taken off the cost. And then after building, you slash the thing down between 40 and 50%, as you mentioned. So these are the comments I want to make. The frequent, most involving situation and issues that we get in our offices from the beginning of the year and later part of last year, a lot of landlords are bringing tenants who cannot pay their rent.
Seriously?
Seriously.
So the landlords are bringing the tenant?
Exactly.
But usually they will just kick them and evict them and throw the things
there
out.
are laws. So you see, with the sensitization is catching up. Because if you don't know your right to stand on it, people will just be using you. So now that they know that they cannot forcefully eject any tenant when the person contradicts the law, they are bringing them to us so that we can aid. Because the law says that you cannot owe landlord a month's rent. After a month, the landlord has right to visit the rent control. You cannot go to the police that somebody is owing me. You have to go and arrest the person. This is not criminal offense.
Yeah.
So you have to pass through the rent control department. Well, we have to do some small investigation. See, you cannot cause nuisance and annoyance. All these provisions are there. But you cannot, based on that, forcefully eject a tenant from. You cannot pick a gun that You are smoking weed in my house, so just pack your thing. You need to come to the rent control department for us to do that. So the most frequent issues that are coming is because of the economic situation.
Wow.
People cannot pay their rent.
Wow.
So we thank God for this.
So what do you tell the landlords? Because yes, people are having their monies locked up. Sometimes they have the money, but if it's locked up in some financial institution or whatever, it becomes very difficult. So what do you tell the landlords?
The law cannot see that your money is being locked or your air is being cut.
Yes.
You see, so the law says that you cannot owe the person more than a month's rent. Okay. If you are owing the person and you discuss with the person and the person understands, it can give you some grace period. But without that, the person has to follow the due process. Report you, we do the investigation, and then we aid the eviction with the power of the rent magistrate.
Okay.
Okay. So these are the frequent issues that are coming to our department.
Anyway, it seems the conversation is getting interesting, but we are running out of time. So I'll give you the final words. Mr. Poku, what will be your final words as far as this conversation is concerned?
What we are saying is that tenants in this country should have trust in the new scheme.
Okay.
That it's not a killer at all. Now that the tenant union is involved, they have opened their doors, we are involved. Trust me, we will advocate on it much more and ensure that fairness, equity is the game here.
Okay.
So I can assure them that definitely nobody apply. Just visit the sites, apply, and we use our eye microscopically to follow
to monitor. Mr. Kwasu, your final words.
Yes, so my final word, if you have to give me time, let me just mention that since the launch of the manifesto in 2000, the Minister of Works and Housing, the minister himself, has put in so much effort before the launch on the 31st of January. And then let me briefly ask Ghanaians or tell Ghanaians that everybody qualifies.
Okay.
The eligibility criteria you need to follow is that you have to be a Ghanaian above 18 years. You need to hold a Ghana card. You need to provide bank statement or Momo statement.
Okay.
Or you need to provide a 3 month pay slip. These are being required to make sure that you get money into your account. And then what you have to do as a tenant, you have to go around, look for the apartment you will be convenient for you. It's not the scheme who will choose the apartment for you. You have to conveniently go and choose the place. And then make sure that the rent that you are going to pay will not exceed 30% of your income.
Salary. Okay.
Okay, because that is the international standard that your rent should not exceed 30%. If you are satisfied with that, you come and log on to the www.nras.gov.ga, nras.gov.ga. You go there, you apply, you provide all the requirements. If it's checked out or you are approved, before then, within 5 to 10 days, you'll be given signal as to whether you qualify or not. If there are some impedance, they will tell you that go and correct it, go and correct it. Then you submit those things. We will follow you, that is, the scheme will follow you to go and look at the apartment. Do due diligence, because somebody can post as a landlord. We want to make sure that it's not a caretaker who is going to rent the place for you, so that the money will be paid directly to the landlord. And then we come and sit down with the prospective tenant, schedule how much you have to pay per month. If you default within a month, just as I said, the law says you should not owe landlord a month's rent. If you default, we'll just kick you out, okay, through the legal means, and then replace you with another person, or we tell the landlord to refund the rest of the money, so I'll put it in the coffers, and then we can extend the assistance to other person. So this is basically what you do. But you can get all information on the website, that is www.nras.gov.ga, or you can WhatsApp to this number or call this number. Any other information you want to get, that is 055-134-1515, 055-134-1515. You can go there or send a WhatsApp, make an inquiry. Answers will be provided to you.
Right. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for coming. It's been a very enlightening and revealing conversation as far as rent is concerned, and I'm sure it will be very beneficial to all of you who are watching from everywhere across the globe. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. I've been here with the Secretary General of the National Tenants Union of Ghana, Mr. Frederick Opoku, and then also the PRO of the Rent Control Department, Mr. Emmanuel Posu, who have been my guests on today's edition of the Lowdown. We're back same time next week with another edition where planning to have a conversation with the Minister of Works and Housing, and then we'll delve into what government's commitment is as far as housing is concerned. Because like Mr. Poku said, there's a lack of commitment from government, past and current, in terms of building a lot more to solve the critical needs of Ghanaians. My name is Daniel Ojo. Until next time, it's bye for now.
Now, oh, me.
Obek Kanokre. Susu sang kwai bia want to nam bia man in kwai bebre.
Mommy, you face can see about Kotoso. People got send me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting and so yeah. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10 and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
Have you ever wondered how Africa got connected to the internet, or who even pioneered this initiative? Professor Nina Kukweno, a Ghanaian scientist and engineer, played a major role in the introduction and development of the internet in Africa. He is my guest on today's edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ernestina Sewa Asante, and we'll delve deeper into the conversation after this break. Welcome back from that break, and the father of the internet in Africa, like I told you, is my guest. Prof, I'm very glad to meet you today.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Okay, so can you tell us what informed your decision to come back to Ghana to help bridge the technology gap?
Okay, maybe I can give you two kinds of answers. One from the context, my personal context, and one from, you might say, an aspirational view. I come from a family where there were older scientists, including eye specialists, wood technologists, highway engineers, civil engineers, and so on. And they all came back. They went and trained overseas, US, Australia, and so on, and they all came back.
Oh, okay.
So from that context, I was not questioning whether I should come back or not. Now, from the other side, you know, if you've seen the gap, like the time I saw them in the 70s, when I was already quite specialized, it would be difficult if you are a serious person or a well-meaning person to walk away. I mean, it was so bad that while visibly I was using these things and building them, designing them, we have to walk from here to Central Accra in order to even make a call and so on. So I had a mission, and the mission was principally to help avoid what we call techno-colonialism, where your lack of knowledge of the technology can be used to dominate you.
economically and socially and so on. So we wanted to, start a techno-liberation movement that emphasized more on self-development and so on.
What did it mean to have internet at the time?
Okay, you are looking at around 93.
Yes.
Okay, so at 93, the only means of message exchange were telex. Okay, and maybe some voice, but the number of phones were very limited, less than 100,000 phones at that time. I don't remember the detail. So what it meant was a change in the way we communicate to one where you can peer and communicate with a peer in a very direct way. You didn't have to go through any telex operator or, for that matter, any phone operator. You could do this from your home. And it was, the killer app really was an email, okay, where everybody could send email to even people they didn't know, including spam, which are the concerns you have. And the web was then just being released, okay? So you can also imagine around the same time, internet came to South Africa in 91. Mandela was released around 90, late 90s and so on. I'm trying to show you a political, ideological orientation of some of these things as well. In the same vein, Jerry John Rawlings was then the one who was here in Ghana. So you could see that there was a certain atmosphere of Africa can do. Okay? And so just as they got internet in 91, we also got it in 93. So it was a movement of liberation of sorts to make it such that you can democratize technology and everybody can have a part to it and so on. That was the atmosphere.
So how was the reception like when you first introduced internet in Ghana?
Okay, there was first a big fight because every disruptive technology has people whose status quo will be changed, and so there was a lot of resistance. You can imagine the telephone companies did not find that particularly interesting, and you can relate to some of new technologies which are coming, the same kind of behavior. So we had to go through a certain period of convincing, not only the telco, there was only one, Ghana Telecom, but also to convince the national policy and the regulator at the time, which did not exist. What you call NCA at the time, today did not exist in 93, it came into being in 96. So all these discussions culminated in the independent regulator and competing providers, you might say. But it was a situation where there was, you might say, a lot of excitement, a lot of euphoria, a lot of hope for leveling or balancing certain things which we knew were part of the divide. That would be how I respond to that.
Okay, so how has the evolution of the internet been since you played a major role to introduce it and now?
For me, many things have occurred, but I'm not sure they are striking at the core of what the science and the technology is. Of course, we have created more use, more avenue for people to use it, but I'm not sure that we have succeeded in the supply side. In other words, we don't grow our food, we just eat somebody else's food. Okay, and I'm not sure how sustainable that would be. So, changes have occurred. I mean, look at it. At the time the internet came, there were probably, soon after that, at least 100 local ISPs. Okay, meaning in the 90s, there were over 100 ISPs. But today, you only see the 2-3 large telcos providing internet connectivity. So to me, you've lost something. I mean, as a country, we lost something. So when you raise questions about rural areas and so on, then I begin to wonder how come those other hundreds were not sufficiently empowered to be providing services in those rural areas, but instead policy regime maybe more focused on fundraising or and so bias things towards those who pay big money. And you know, nobody here will be willing to pay 5 million for a frequency. If the person had 5 million, I'm sure he will spread his point of presence than to use to buy frequency. So it biased the things more towards multinational companies who also want to get return on investment, so they will not go to the underserved areas. And meanwhile, you have not cultivated the local ISPs to address those issues. So you know, I think we've not paid enough attention to the substantive side of the thing, including even the universities. I mean, you know, technology doesn't come from the air; it comes from the schools and the professors, and it trickles down in the whole ecosystem. So if you don't address the education side because you think it's from foreign, you will have problems.
Okay, the conversation is getting very interesting, but then we'll go for a quick break. When we come back, the Prof will tell us more about how best government can digitalize the economy and how best others in the rural areas can get connected to the internet. Welcome back from that break. And Prof, you were saying something before our break that technology does not come from the air, but in schools. Can you elaborate more on that? Okay.
Let's say somebody has made a box that they call PC or whatever. That's the end product. Long before that, somebody was studying how to make the electronic chips.
Yeah.
Are we doing it here? No. And on to even how to put it together, and then how to put software on it, and also what is the business model. Meaning there's an economic side as well, and there is also product positioning, that's marketing and promotion side. Now, can you convince yourself that within our educational system, we are actually advancing these things? I think we are hard pressed, and we seem to be also satisfied with very little gains when the fundamental things are not being addressed. It's very common in typical university, if you give a project or assignment, most of the students prefer to spend their time on how pretty the user interface looks. But really, that's not what the work is. It's not the look of the thing, it's that it works. So it's more about the rules, the logic behind. Is it behaving like you want it to behave? Does it bring the correct information? Does it even work? See, I mean, you have to know much more about it than simply throwing some statements together to, withstand. No. So the fundamental thing in your science is how strong are your physics, mathematics, computer science? How strong are they in terms of the pure technology side? Then we can look at the economics and then the business and so on and so side. Now, if you don't have, this is a trickle-down thing, if you don't have researchers who are advancing this in your country, it's not likely you can establish a center which will certainly have those expertise, because the people you are hiring are from the universities. So, and also taking many of these projects out of the universities into side institutions, I also think weakens your whole eco. You're not yet well grounded for you to be taking out pieces of the thing. So I would tend to want to strengthen the universities and the research organizations to be addressing and making things and adding to research and then creating technologies out of their research. Right now, there's not so much of that being done.
Okay, so government has rolled out digitalization agenda, and they are ensuring that people in the rural areas get access to the internet and more. What's your take on it? Do you think, what advice are you going to give first so that these measures or this policy rolled out by government works?
Okay, I haven't really followed the specific agenda, policy agenda of the government, but I can make some general statements. Okay. See, in this industry or this research area, it's very easy to find yourself with a solution in search of a problem. Okay, and certain things can happen in that you may be depending on certain sources to propose projects for you. But the right way to do it is, before you do any project, you should have seen and identified need. Okay, meaning the community should have deliberated it, discussed it, what problem they are trying to solve, and then offered some options or solutions, so that then the policymaker can select which of the options make sense or are viable. In other words, this, let's say, top-down led thing, it can also miss the real needs and even the real solutions. But the bottom-up multi-stakeholder, community-oriented thing, that should precede, national policy, not the other way around, I think can change the focus of some of these projects that we work with. In other words, it's easy for me to say, I'm going to do this for the schools. But have you really understood that that is the real need of the schools?
Yeah.
You see? Now in technology, it's very easy. If I go and buy some nice tool, everybody will be excited, we'll use it. But I'm saying, is that the real need? Okay. The second thing that every development enthusiast should pay attention to is, during the COVID, I think you noticed that we didn't have e-commerce.
No.
Okay. We didn't even have a way by which you can stay home and work in your office or stay home and go to school. That means that we have made a big mistake. We have not developed a domestic internet. See, the telcos just carry your traffic and send it to the international content providers. So it's as though you have a means of accessing services internationally, as opposed to having a means to access services locally, internationally, anywhere. As you were biased towards, it's an opportunity for me to order something from Alibaba. But you didn't make provision for ordering something from the corner store to be delivered. You did not respect yourself. You see, you were more interested in Numa, you were not interested in this place. So that's a big problem. And if you're not developing your domestic, then it means you don't even have the skills. All the skills you have are to make you a user of somebody else's something abroad. But you are supposed to make your skills to access services here. That means somebody must be providing the services, and then you must now take the traffic to those people. Sometimes it even costs more to move traffic from here to the end of town than to take it overseas and bring it. No, this is the cost of exchange points and local, terrestrial lines and those costs. So we have real challenges in terms of developing. I mean, it's okay to develop the user market, but you can't sustain it. That means your money is going out. You can't sustain it unless you have adequate number of providers here. And you can't get a provider simply by buying equipment and doing it. You have to get it by you creating your own equipment, your own software, okay, your own talents that will manage these for you or communicate about it. And me, I believe in Africa.
So, Doc, how do we make the internet a safe place? Because every day we'll keep surfing the internet.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you know, internet comes with its own challenges and issues. Because when it was built as a research, you know, endeavor. And so that meant that there was some trust already established. Okay. But as it's gone commercial, we have to bring the trust in. That means we have to do some security things, and most important, since the security problems usually come from the user, okay, we have to really do a lot of awareness, education, and the people who protect the system, where are they going to be trained from? They are from the university, and I'm saying you shouldn't think of creating a certain you know, educational system to solve that problem. Fix the university. No, don't create some academy or some other side thing to solve your cybersecurity. It's not going to work. The people being produced from the universities must be the strong ones who can tackle these problems. Okay, then if you aggregate them because you want to create a focused talent capacity, then it makes sense. But if you're arbitrarily doing everything, this center for this, that center for that, you are just dissipating your energy. You should really concentrate your energy. Where is the problem? I'm saying, supposing today I've given everybody connectivity, what would differentiate users? And don't you think, if look, they say that the level of broadband affects the GDP.
Yes.
Okay. That means the way you use it determines your GDP. If you are using it just watching TikTok, I don't think your GDP will grow.
Not at all.
Unless you are producing things on TikTok, then it might grow a little. Are you understanding?
Yes.
So the thing is, if you accept this, then it means how you use it. Some people are using it deeper. And I'm saying that the more educated, okay, you are, whether you are in rural or whatever, the more advanced knowledge you have, the better use you have of it. So we should focus on this thing and address it at the core.
Okay. So like like Prof said, be careful what you put on the internet whilst you are surfing the net. Because the internet, they say, never forget. I am Ernestina Sewa Asante, and the father of the internet in Africa, Professor Nina Kukweno, has been my guest. Thank you for watching today's edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. Remember, Biz Headlines follow.
Hello and welcome to Biz Headlines on GhanaWeb TV with me, Mauli Aholumega. Now let's get straight into our stories. President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo is optimistic that Ghana will conclude talks with the International Monetary Fund on a possible financial bailout program. According to the president, though government's debt exchange program was fraught with several challenges, since after its announcement, it has largely been accepted by the citizenry. He made this known when the German Federal Minister of Finance, Christian Lindner, paid him a visit at the Jubilee House. We have already taken one important step forward in concluding a staff-level agreement with the IMF. One of the steps was the domestic debt exchange program, which encountered a lot of difficulties, but it has now been virtually concluded. We are looking towards going the full hog and concluding the agreement. We are hoping that will be done by the middle of March, President Akufo-Addo said. Now, the Cybersecurity Authority is looking to develop a legislative instrument that seeks to hold service providers accountable for content that pose a threat to children while surfing the internet. Director General of the Cybersecurity Authority, Dr. Albert Intriposiako, has stressed that internet service providers who fail to comply with orders to remove content that are damaging to children would be sanctioned once the LI takes effect this year. According to him, inasmuch as a free, open, and secure internet is a powerful tool to promote connectivity and enhance inclusiveness, the misuse of the internet will have negative consequences on the users, especially children. Now to the domestic debt exchange program, where government has extended the deadline by some 3 days over technical glitches. The Ministry of Finance in a press release, announced that in connection with the ongoing domestic debt exchange program, the government of Ghana thanks all bondholders who have so far tendered their bonds. However, it has come to the attention of government that some bondholders face technical glitches as they try to complete the online tender process. The statement further noted that government is providing bondholders with a window to complete processes for tendering their bonds. In response to the terms of the exchange, as amended pursuant to the second amended and restated exchange memorandum, this window ends on February 10th, 2023 at 4 p.m. GMT. Still on the domestic debt exchange program, where government says it has achieved 50% of participation. This comes after the Deputy Minister of Finance, Abena Osei Asari, has stated that government has about 50% of participation rate as far as the program is concerned. This is, however, away from the intended 80% participation rate for the successful start of the program. As of February 7th, when we decided to extend and grant the administrative window, we have done about 50%. However, the government has acknowledged that bondholders who have signed onto the program, whilst encouraging those who are yet to sign on to do so before the new February 10th deadline. To our final story, where the Attorney General has advised the Auditor General's Office to withdraw the recently published audit reports on government's COVID-19 expenditure. In a letter addressed to the Auditor General, Johnson Ekwama Esiedu, Mr. Damin raised concerns of constitutionality about the processes leading to the publication of the report, which uncovered various financial infractions. I advise a withdrawal of the report on the government's COVID-19 transactions from your website before same has been debated by Parliament and considered by the appropriate committee of Parliament. Grounding his request on Articles 1875 and 1876 of the 1992 Constitution, the Attorney General noted that the AG's office failed to submit the report to Parliament for scrutiny as directed by law. That's all for this week's edition of Biz Headlines on GhanaWeb TV. But don't forget to log on to our website, www.ghanaweb.com, and to all our social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, @the GhanaWeb, and also our YouTube channel, GhanaWeb TV. My name is Mali Aholimega. Do have a lovely weekend.
Now, oh, me.
Back canopy. Susu sang quite be a want to Nambia, a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing and so ye unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like menya £10, $10 and $10 Canadian dollars for the first transaction. With this send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
Chirma Bosume Sanse Masansua Baby, Mama Burning, come on GhanaWeb TV. Yakwaya Yasansua Bente said you'll be in one quarter. Industry moon come entertainments just like I said, just simulators, beef beer one shadan tias, social media trends and internet menem to where they ain't same require try who now Yakoba 2023 in common dear, but Sanga Guama say, wow. bro ne mema wakwa aba nkomo on GhanaWeb TV na je say wani gusu a je say twegu ya bu abetim na we de ma me konsem ne me start afi mu de a na eye afia na eye 5 years a Ebony Rains and Ghana num tuni dance on musician e ka bebi na me nkai mo ya o me nkai busuafo ya road accident bi na che say on nkrofo nso ebien won na mu na che say wo hwe won kwa ya na eye busum ya February na che say na ebusuafo wo ko ne na so ko so nsa afia so na wo ko kai ne ada na ne papa wo no kasi we de Ebony wo mu se wan shada nchede na so live ni ma kankasa na eyi na watwi nyina de o social media nkofo pay tribute to Ebony Rains ne manager bulletin so de na no December 2 na che say na watwi de Ebony nyoma na ye bo na ye ka na ye ka kokosi se ye sere mu kwanso jojo mu amukaka mu ka hye nyina munye ne boko na mu nkombra bedu asumdwe mu na mafo kika sankaba na Ebony ti ase de anka Grammy anka we wini bia maganafo. Trust me say touch not my anointed and do my prophet no harm. Now so prophet Kofi Odu Ochirima osofo Chirabosum o say ye ka prophet Nyankopon nipa won kan ko so do yo busumsum ni ankasa o ka say e bia bodua na unkrai but so ben bia wadan edi na mo be ka ye osofo Chirabosum ejina na asori anim Chirima onu no se na enum tomose wa afa ne yire chi ne obi afoforo akwa na je se ne ye na ase mente me ho ase bi nti wo wa park na nyama we fifie nti wo Chirima mo hwe ne puppet no na mo hu sosofo ma mete wa na je se nchiremu anu no eye ne yire so friend eye Princess Andrew sense oh your gospel musician so ne na do se ba betum na nsem ne dim what's a crab FM Princess Chirima ni kunu ane chese on ne housemaid fu ebien na awo Chirima chese ni kunu no sebio so ntumi nyi mo bia nti mi ebien yi ekura pa be ka ne se ebien me ka ne se mienu o se me ka ne se tu o se mi ebien yi okoye ai esemne de doors but so bi asem ba na je se wanya abotare nti esemne de pato che se o chiti ni ade no so fu nso de ne sesi ni bu agito atum se wa afa ne yirechi o se wa wo ba kama bi aso de nim no gira na o kan yo o de bebo video ni bi ama na so nsem ikọ bai na eye prophet Kofi Odu tie me Kenya me adwen akere o Chirima so o Chirabosum mo se wonyo osofo papa ko osofo be na etumi gina pulpit ani ejina ne altar so keka sansemi o se bia na moye na mugu ayi asofo ani ma se na kroma wo sori a ene fake prophet nti che se konfo bone na ma ye hunkofu papa na nsem ye betu dwa na che se manfo criticize Chirabosum ko social media won atutu bia ma ne pa na ono so ya Chirima so wo kan no ho asem mo ye mu hu ayi a mo keka no ho asem o se mo be bre ankasa o se yare beba mo sue na efa ine kosinti we de Chirabosum me de me che dan ke bi saaye hu se nchirim keke na je se ye na je se yedwuma na ye nti mo a mo keka sa asem no eye Chirabosum se mo de mo ntwe na ne ebedi eye mo de
boyfriend kofo bi atiti social media nzefuru e be kai obi gina so obi emu ayi enema miensa omo bra bia o susemu no oka Jimmy for fe me udi machi ubewu udi machi a ubewu se odu ani simi so a obre tie bi accident yare ni edru oh you better come you be surprised office obi an edin ni siri so mo de mon koso na monye we should be edin I won't talk monyum nam de mama no yesu mpu abona se ni osofo na be me de enipa na se ni etise me mi firi no a me tie kurase ne nyame e ma beduru ase o de me gini papa yo pe bi obi anka yo ho twemo na me strike ebre semu me monitor nkofo bebre e me monitor mu nyina mu siwi a me
na ya twan komo no so a obekai na yas ai semni bi atwamu na ebetu bi so so ne gospel musician no spoke atwempena kakra na semni de ye bebre but se sia de ne akwakosia ne se na yas Chirima omuso omwejai wakwa ware ama ware no kwa wasanso ejai abaga na ha se na nso ohwema eye no sopoku wondo no ntumi nkaja nhyase na je se obeka se obesanso atala bi se de oso Chirima wo ye family na nkofo ka se yes no enche bia na otese ma brothers oni obi ma friends oni obi je se ye ho hwekra nyeye na se me de koto dwa wo eye delay show ena na ya Chirima oso ono ohia ne kunu be se wan man anche kra na je se wo keka ne masie ne je se wo de aware hyehye so Chirima o se ne kunu wo Germany o de ni chere Chrome has say base 8 days na working boom na wo wedding fe na ma fuche me say 8 days na mutumi de ware na senti na ware na anye but enyo obia na aye ebru mutumi share on a very short notice na wa ka bo mare no betumi aye be last for years but na ya chere mo so di na ni chere Germany owo Chrome has say oye na adwuma o twa ni TV program ni ade na ware be yi na so oton ne honya manyina na gbogbo scan no de kotua ni kunu wo Germany no so okoto no ho de amani hunu yi o so femu bianka so say onu akasa hwe ne tibiem se na no wo Ghana ha ne ope na odi ne ope na o hye na odo ne ni akwakotina che se Germany to okona ni kunu ho o se bro brain ade na ensem ne ewe bre but emu nchiremu eba ya na wo kasa na ya fa ni kunu echi na den na ya chirema Sansem no it happened when I just enable for the Nikun Sakoma is our in well giant and say bia say na fine ecosim but in some nadi or chemo delation but na yes so the nature chromas and I need to be ma she's all right and say bia out our bias and as a relationship we not just enshada and koya na yes but modia na dan wechi na kuntu nwanga na echi aneko so nim say Chrome had be asama ye kan so support your own a rapper sakode any a Bob Marley late Bob Marley ye ka wo ko Jamaica wo kan won reggae legends and I say Bob Marley din wo mankasa na oko feature no just me chire ma remake ni nyom back one of his classics so your friend is Stir It Up I know na just say why ye remake na just say sakode e was anyom yusu na beto odwa na mafo be brani age wo say hey we dey win for Ghana dey bia ye ka so just say ye ko international na dey na e whole sakode to me Bob Marley e wo ni nyom so just say why ye remake anyom no fe video kama that just mafo e boje ni so na won say ko ba ne sanso na just say critics bi as wo be keka say nyom ni na e fine ne kosi ko for be the one was wo chire ma sakode voice o verse wo nyom no so kwa na enye de you could have done better we say one way rap no build na no atum pa e Black Rasta Ghana ni numtu no san say radio presenter chema say eyi amnana Bob Marley dem no so ba na o roli woni grave no o so be di ne mu ya opa cause ni nyoma wa ye kama say na mo enyo bia nya remake say sakode o chema sakode ni one way rap you know the two Stir It Up so enye den na fine what o de ni mbu ase kura ka Bob Marley ma say oh ho ebe ye den asem Ghana for mo kasa too much na so you the Black Rasta be too dwan ma fu chema he has a point nti akoye say akwako chema afa say he has a point be su chema wa nsha dan kasa yes as say so ukune ni mase na nsem yikoba yi na eye broadcaster mi nipa eye nana ba na mo one odin nsem betu dwa no sem so Black Rasta person chese sakode nyum nye papa wo kra nyum bia enhyada mfa kwemu as was a China nyum bi won hyada ntia so se no krampo ye mbisa wo se kiremu ye na obeka sakode ho asem na anya eye nana ba nkwa na akebio efia so kirema eye Black Rasta kwa ye funny songs so kwa ye nka ho asem ye na se sakode atumi abaki a whole. Why would you do that? Now some yakoba na unse na aba na mwani eye Black Rasta Twitter de wo de asisi ne that say wo throw shade ma won ho na Black Rasta akona echi kakra na wahwehwe de bia beye na aba na moya opa na odi osebo na aba baby daddy odi osebo aba picture him no chire ma o se wo na aba na mo be explain osebo dressing as wo chire ma o hye me antare ne skirt ne ade eno kro bia bisa o se be chire mu ye but odi sansem ne by the enti se na aba na mo akasa bium na asem ne koso na wo chire ma Black Rasta se wo na aba e wa asem a wo ne ndeli osebo ne de ankoko fa he be frame o se wa anya ade kra na asem yi koso na osebo a drop video bi wan shada mbo bi edin bo kire mo se onipa fun ene edin semfun o kire mo se asamba se onya abotare nto no de wan shada reply Black Rasta but se na shade ne kon ansem na ekon wani dafe ma be hu se we de eye Black Rasta shade na yenji na Black Rasta ansem ya so Black Rasta de abeto dwa se amafo kika so wonye eye pastor wonye yi won friend ye but eye October last year na se wo ordaini no ate se je se oye nya minipa na Black Rasta che mo so no de Bible no tro konkon aka be from Genesis to Revelation what can be say 20 times also ni mu ankasa o kire ma true Rasta bia de woni Bible ni mankasa na okaka hu se o no Zion Felix ye interview no so ono eye wi yo bonsam taba rolling ye hyehye na ye passing onye bi da cigarette kura bi nka na anoda o kire ma abo we ani ebien onri bi da Black Rasta ani ese na say ya to aso de onu so ba GhanaWeb de dey programs be brain e de mututu da se ne mu ye hwaman kasa na eye TikToker time GH me ne ye interview e wo talk attainment so na just audience be bra to dra ochema Chrome ha say ebinum kasa wo TikTokers wo live fake life na ade o se nyani na na etisa o chirema content creation just we hu se bia one video wo YouTube TikTok Instagram ne akakan ni nyina efechi won ska wo se ska wo man kasa binum to me ye brand influencer ne ade nti ska de wom nti enye won nyina na wo live fake life o chirema binum wo warranty cars ne ade but ebinum ho no ma won abo bra se wonye ska ne bia nkasa wo di twetwa won ho no kaka ho se eye Chrome ha se just a celebrities wo making news na just say content creators wo ba hye won na wo jaabe won kaka na o chemo se ni nyina ye gori nkwa se bi won ma wo jaabe na wa fa ne tools you have a reply o chema some time ago crash Shatawale I one don Shatawale me amiji one don for life is for life SM phone nyina ye chia mo o some time ago make a video be about on na nkofo kaka so Shatawale di ho a obetutu bi ama o no se papa be hu ni o no so the yes nti e ba ne sai am fa anya show na eye interview am ne ye wo talk at me today o make revelations be brent bo modia na pe video ni bi na hwe na je se ne ekonyina wate ase na ye de magina so na ye ntwa ye ho kakra na ye koba nsem ne de etefie ta bank Mbesanso mo akwa ban komo on GhanaWeb TV ama broni unse se na adwuma ne ye mamoda no latest ones trends wo mo make news na je say ye de won asemba na je say ya kyeremu nyina ye yi bi mfim ye mfa bi nka na eye na wo twetwe mu na je say Grammys e course an je say wo koye wa Abuchi Los Angeles je say ye celebrities ni bi wo ha say edi woni kyerɛ ho na Ghana de no obi ana na wo nominate no eye Rocky Dawuni ye reggae ntuni na this was a third time na mafo wo arahye mu so we de obefa but ankoba ne sa but Rocky Chemo no wakoye no to say John the Baptist no to say wa prapra kwemu no awarahye mu say kwan na wa prapra ne nkofo bebebetum so eligi ba mafo Chema Rocky de wa ya de pan say what Ghana ni na eye award yase e na to say Ghana funum tufo bi e ne titiri bi so de oni kopie ho na eye Stone Boy and Beam Nation one boss e de oni kokyere ho e dem I gbe dem so no wo hobi Kidi anu ankasa so no wo hobi na me say guilty beat yo on eye Beyonce just say guilty beat oh jaja church say he's one of our best selling products so what Ghana nim e international platforms so no so de ni kokyere hobi e na eye denta ono so no wo hobi na say na atare kama wa hu say pistos kente gown or the oh na ne ho aye fedodo na Kidi ko no so eye branded the gentleman no so na clothing and say ka so mo bomode na mo use yen local designers na say mo promote brand no na eye Stone Boy asem na yen kasesia Stone de ni kopiem e wo Grammy so na tete ono de wun se wedi kan ya kase networking de hu yan kasa Ghana for be friend ahohye but ono de friend networking which is very important me hu say on the celebrities be bre e posi e picture just say one say picture kakra na mo exchange pleasantries that say nchia kakra say networking na mafoche ma we dey we are hoping say ebe bring it to say collaborations international collaborations be bre then so on Taylor Swift Kofo de wo do so bebre Fat Joe no me ade na che se wo chiehia na mafuche ma ko hwe Twitter wo chime wo say Stone Boy ahohye na aso de ho teta na me so you guys sometimes you some amboka no ebro adwen nti ase so de bia mo se mo international collaborations na to obi mpo akono so all network ya mo friend ahohye aya sometimes asamba munya abotre nti Grammys nsem ya na mafuche ma wo say da benda kwa na Ghana kuzo ye betumi eweni na eye afi Grammys eye Brenabo onya 2 nominations ba ni nyina afa ne kon ho se wo chime ma oh African giants pa but aye terms one Nigeria ni numtuni just say ono de obon ho modi ankasa na say red carpet ni so on aye DJ Khaled ni aye Beyonce Miss Elliot just say she also met all the big stars e wo ho no mama for Chema says it's about time at Ghana so ye benya aye Grammy nti ye boy ho modi pa ye ware him say aye afie de ye nim ye ka Grammy ye nominate ye ye so betumi ewi ni bi na just say ya hye Ghana enunyam na yet one common so dia just say eye na watchi eye monsen cadeos interview am in plus size women be na just say achia just akọ viral man for kika ko wansem me hu say sam kofo bi so eye shade I am pesa eye me guest ya menya wo monsen cadeos say eye etonam regina na eye kitamo wo kirema wo say one kasa plus size wo post bibi wo social media na kofo aba na obeka so wo so dodo lose weight na ubewu unya wa ose te se wo chema negative comments nkwa na maka se me de mani ehu bi aya munya abotare wo chema aye Regina to chema o se wo ya akasefo yi se wo be lose weight enya famu enya de dafa makasa na nkomo na nkasa ne se na ye discuss je ka se e ba ne mpem goria having good sex with plus size women se na etefa no wo chire chema o se wo chirema aya nkofo ika so wo ye kese dia wo ye lazy in bed wo se nya sa na eti o wo se wo fa wani hu ya ntumi ni dance nti bo modi na pe eye plus size bi na on chire oni ekọ wo che ma je bia mo se slim girls ma won so wo hye ankasa nti mo mpem oni so a na de wan hye da entin se mase no bo modi na pe eye mo nse nkado si bi na tie mo nse mo che ma wo san so the sex positions a work for plus size wo se wo soa ne ye je se na obehu se na obegu around body ni nyina je se ye discuss wo and kind of but na pebineti na nsem ne de oh my god esewani esa catcher na what trade there just say we are ase afena nyina eye Syria ne Turkey one earthquake bi e course just say asem no kwam hu so na mekafa wo hwe live sat say won afimu akra won ahwere pan wo eye Turkey ne Syria esan say earthquake na dan ebubu egu nkrofo so say na nkrofo adeda ebubugu won so ne ade na owu ne de akokoye bebre na ye kan ye ke wo say etu awonko hu etu aduam na ye nipa baako eye Ghana ni footballer Christian Achu na wo kire ma say eyi akwanhie ye kosie na o ka ho bi na onu so no de odi ni dwuma wo Turkey na say wo bo papa yi share ya just ye da sorry ya na it say asem kesi yesi na wo keka na wo so say de wen hu Christian Achu na behwe Ghana fo yesi ebade ye da wasio wonim say Christian Achu de no ni share Ghana ha say ya te say enyumo ye nkofo wo prison to me komo na komo won be no wan yin afi wo yes o si schools o hwe janko hwe hia for no ankasa interview by yes some time ago bo so chema he's coming from a very humble background you know o abada ya man nkofo nja sam ikoba na mafo bompa so rade we die hunu mo bapa na protect na yi ni fi say exan yim nkai bo be to the first one e by ni se wo se wen hu no na ne hu ye no na ko so ja yare hwe se de nyina ye ni eje I said the club ne sanso ko na echi sanso ba bia ma wo be confirm so onipa na wo hu na ye mistaken identity na enyo no so agware be na muni ye di ebusuafo nyina ye ma to won yem Ghanafo te say yem president kwa nso so comment e tragedy esi wo Turkey ni Syria na ye ko ba mu se enyo no be se se de amafo ne ye ya ne se mpaibo te say wo se alpha afro Christopher Muslim fajidfo nyina ya aboma ye bompai ye nche de nya correct update emfa Christian Achu ba se na etibia GhanaWeb nu se de nchemu nyina aba so mu titi se de moma mu mpaibo mu enye den ankasa na ye hu se celebrities be brain so de one atum shata Abeku Santana Guru me na ye don ko munyina omo join te say ye bompai ama Christian Achu who said now afia ye see 2023 they say albums be braba na say obi an de da power so ye ka say ye bisa K-Day or the new album be your friend in next chapter now they wotie mu sema nwom ne mu ye dan kasa na oficha nkofo bebre wo mu so bo mo de an wotie na bon say ekoso an kasa say be ka say yen support yen omu nkoda mu ko stream na yen hwe ne yeko na bisa K-Day ya na odi nsem bia betu da na ne nwom ba ko next chapter no so no odi atudwa say some industry players be war na sididi na say na through all the struggles he emerged victorious nti hu se utie nwum na hu se ekutie bi wo mu akasa mamo kasa na oye funeral song no munyina munko na munko se ba bisa K-Day de men kam ha many he's one of our best musicians in the country na bisa nso comment Sarkodie feature stir it up on Bob Marley nwum no chema nwum ni de it was a beautiful song, it was a beautiful project also no krampo so onu no nko nya ya nkope also no nko nya ya Michael Jackson kran onu betumi ayesa feature ibi ti mamo keka se na fan no ko so se ni nyina kasa Ghana and Nigeria don't know say akoko say na afofo ye jollof wo ni fa ye ka se Ghana ni Nigeria jollof ni ye den na me gina aka cho se Ghana jollof de unya baby anti munja say comparison na emfa na wo de wani chekro ma so ni say Nigeria fo bebre wo hanum say wo ye adwuma na wo ni me bedia dance say ba customer service ho wo be so wo bejije wo so madam wetin you want so ko farmer na me ni Nigeria ni hairstylist so very much so boti she wig ni ade ofeni Dennis oni ha me ni hwe nkomo no chemo so one greatest advantage customer service so dey A1 say wo nkrom ho say wo to kwankwo we krofo froso wo bomodin ana just say customer relation there A1 no chema hu say dwuma oye or very ma oboti alright but chema ska wo man kasanti wo very ma bi na say wo desire say person oboti ni ade na no wo bomodin ana wo enter into the beauty industry chema ska wo That what you answer I'm about best sorry so me fa we into in chato. One me say come dey be aka support your own. Nkan kan celebrities. So say say omo ko international. Nti omo no mo ye che say eye of the country. Na ye kan nwumtuni a opese che say ye kan one wo use Ghanaian brands a ye be boss akode din. Na say akode oni designer ba kwa che say o design nyama ma ne pan ye atotete. Na papa yi dey che say Bob Marley no me o feature music video no. Atare na no hye no ono an ye. Nti unse video bi aso no ye black sheriff o say omo nyomi ompese mu twa video atare na no hye ne no susu atoteta te say kofo bebre wo huma wo use a Ghanaian fashion brands ai na wo twa hu say ele kem kumoji pese o shedi kaso atare na fine ono aka say bubo no so mafuche ma o kasa too much asema wo kan hye de hu hia sak native hu so aka say o pese wo kase o pese o pamade mana you could have even gone to his DM to say akole pese me design ma na wo aka pull him down spirit wo aka wo nipa wo ni po design na kasa bebre otutu bi ma eleki man kasa ntie ne ye ka Ghanaian designers wo bom hu modern dey be ma atotete a wo design e sa akode entire bebre sa akode entire bebre ahu so hye e locally made Ghanaian design e atotete and it say behind that designs na ye kan ye ke ma be sorry Sweden na wo hye da ye nim ye Vows Day ai mo chiri ma Vows Day na je sa adofofo da nti ya ye single no ye nko one side ai mo ya warefo ne ade mi say mo be pepe yan kasa wo kudu wani che social media ye Tuesday ye be ene obe hu ne I love you no be na be ka God when ni na ye be hwe bi e bia fe da ye nwi nti be ye na je say ye nso ye nsa to bi so but in the meantime no se wo hwe na se wonye yi ababo de akope chocolate be kakra but sada no to show love mama be se mudu koye mo agenda dey bi no fornication munjai bone no ye na wo be cho bi ade a cho bi ye say wo expect be in return I am a brony maka na what trade dey wo awunim ya sha afena asefoforo kwa de say nkomo no dey latest ones mun se me ni na betudwa me san so commerce kakra na what trade dey nim me tie ni na mun se nkomo no dey mu ye hwama kasa me ni na e de bebebem nti da se ne ye be san so ehia ama broni makramo
Now, me.
Obek kanokre. Susu sang kwai bia wan to nam bia e man in kwai bebre.
Mommy, you fish can see my kotoso. Me poga. Send me sika from Lemonade Finance. Wa Brian to the shade. And let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like £10, $10 and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this Sunday cigar coffee, download to Lemonade Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I speak with a lot of experience because I have lived virtually my entire life in an area where there has always been conflict. Mr. Speaker, I was 5 years when the first conflict started in my area. By the time I got to, Mr. Speaker, 15 years, there was another 19 years, there was another conflict, and a third conflict when I was 20 years. I've seen how soldiers operate, I've seen how police operate, I've seen how combatants operate. So, sincerely, I speak with that experience. And so I'm very impartial when it comes to issues of Boko and the surroundings. And I'm happy, Mr. Speaker, that two members from the opposing side, one believes that the chief sentencing matter has been settled, Honorable Ayaga, and the honorable member for Nalego believes that the chief sentencing matter has never been settled. That's what he said. He said no court has ruled in Ghana. And you believe that the court has ruled it has been settled. That is the source of the conflict. Mr. Speaker, if members of parliament who represent people are here and they have divergent views, which their views can kill people, that is the source of the conflict. But what do? Soldiers have now been put in the middle of this conflict. Remember, the soldiers are human beings like us, and they have now been put in the middle of this conflict. But Mr. Speaker, there have been political will from the Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo government. So let not be said that there's not been political will. The then chieftaincy minister, the honorable member for Ahanta West, went to Boku and made the people of Boku aware that as long as the Boku Naba is attending the regional House of Chiefs and the National House of Chiefs, we in government recognize him as the legitimate Boku Naba. Mr. Speaker, that is the first time that a government in our history has done that. No other government in our history has ever done that. So let it be known by those who think that there is no political will, that there's been political will from this side of the House. Because no government in our history. 2, Mr. Speaker, I went to Boku with the Honorable Minister of Interior. In fact, when I was going to Boku, I called the Honorable Member of Parliament for Boku and told him that we are going to your constituency. I'll be happy for you to accompany us. He told me he was in Nigeria, so he was not. He was wishing us well. Even though when he came, he didn't get back to me to hear what happened. Mr. Speaker, and I told them, Mr. Speaker, the honorable member is now the chief whip of this side, front bench. So rising like this, it should tone down. I've sat at that side before. Mr. Speaker, I went there and both of us made the people of Boku, both at the Boku Naba Palace and at the Mankugu site, we told them point blank that there is a Boku Naba in place and anybody who feels that it is not to go to court. And the man president said, we will go to court. And for that matter, we pledged amongst ourselves, them and us, that everybody will lay down their arms. They will not go in a fight. And for 2 months, not a single gunshot was heard in Boku. So I want to believe, and we have taken the position, Mr. Speaker, that what is happening in Boku today is not about chieftaincy. It's criminality. It's criminals who are operating. And the members of the armed forces to deal with them as pure criminals. I want the members of parliament to let their people know that we are dealing with them as pure criminals. There's nothing called Boku chieftaincy. There is a legitimate chief of Boku. The man persons have said they will go to court. The Nigeria has said he will go to court and challenge the matter. That's all that we know. We want the members to assist us. If they have voices there, which I know they do, to let the boys know that there is not
Yes, Honorable Leader, what's the matter?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my respected Honorable Member, the Minister of Defense. It was really on the right track, but his speech at the later points is generating debate. This is a statement. We do not want the minister to, in his contribution, to generate a debate. And he knows what to do, Mr. Speaker.
Can you tell me
what must focus on the issues that has been raised, the killing of the people of Boko Central. He can talk about the root causes, but please don't generate debates.
Can you leave that to me? I'll moderate it. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, the issues I mentioned are germane to the issues raised by the honorable member, and he knows. And if not, just seek his advice. He will tell you that the issues I mentioned are what will cure the issues of Boko. Ask him, he will tell you. This is a house of record. People are going to take the statements I'm making and dissect them. If as Minister for Defense, I'm not prepared to tell the truth, the Boko issues can never be resolved. I will tell the truth as it is. And I didn't go to, I'm not standing here to tell the truth. I was in Boku to say what I am saying today. So I asked them in Boku, what are you fighting for? What at all are you fighting for? Because it is no more about chieftaincy. So when you take assault rifles, Mr. Speaker, Boku is awash with assault rifles. Boku is awash with assault rifles. Rifles that should be held by the men and women of Ghana Armed Forces. Young civilians are holding them and shooting as if there's no tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, if we don't treat Boku as a special case by the armed forces, it will lead to problems in this country. That is how the issue of Nigeria started. And unfortunately, some people treated with kid gloves, and today we have Boko Haram in Nigeria, nobody can control it. Mr. Speaker, the matter the member of parliament raised is under investigation by the Ghana police. Mr. Speaker, the matter is under investigation by the Ghana Police Service. The military have released a statement. The people have made statements, and the Ghana police is investigating. We are waiting the outcome of that investigation. In fact, the member of parliament has taken the thing to scratch already. They are also investigating the matter. So two state bodies are already investigating this particular matter. But Mr. Speaker, is it not curious that anybody in this world would condemn members of the armed forces and believe that it is possible for the members of the armed forces to tie the hands of civilians and shoot them in broad daylight in the presence of other people? When today, in today's world, when somebody can record you, you think that anybody will do that? I'm not saying that what you are saying is a lie or is the truth. You say it is eyewitnesses. But think of it, that people, members of armed forces know. As members of parliament, when you campaign, you see that the moment you start talking, people are holding their mobile phones. You've seen it. And you believe that by now those videos are not out. I beg you, let us be cautious and treat everybody as innocent until they are proven guilty. So I want to beg members of parliament not to start condemning the acts and believing that it is a true story because eyewitnesses have said that. Wait till the evidence comes out. And I can assure you, because this is the highest crime that anybody can commit. It's a war crime. And the members of Ghana Armed Forces are not trained for that. They have earned the highest praise across the world, both in this country and outside this country. So it is very, very sad for anybody to paint a picture that members of the armed forces of Ghana are capable of tying the hands of four individuals and shooting them and leaving them. But Mr. Speaker, if I were just to take the statement made by my colleague, his own statement does not support the views of the eyewitnesses. Mr. Speaker, he said that the 5 people who were executed include the following. First, he says 6, but he says 5. 1, Abugna Karim. The eyewitnesses say that Abugna Karim was chased by the military using armored vehicles and people on foot. I'm just analyzing his statement. At no point did he himself conclude that Karim was killed because his hands were tied at the back. And Mr. Speaker, if you read through Mahdi, Issa, Mumuni, and Kudus, at no point did he conclude in his statement, even though he started by saying they were tied and killed, that these people were tied and killed behind them. No. It is true that these people were killed. And I send condolences on the members on my behalf and on behalf of the military, as well as on behalf of the Ghana Armed Forces, to the families. but let the investigation come out first. 2, Mr. Speaker, what are the facts of the case? The night preceding the day that this incident happened, there was a 10-hour battle in Boku that day. There was shooting throughout the entire Boku that night. I just want members to sit down and digest the whole night. There was shooting in Boku throughout the night. And the soldiers were engaging various factions at various times. Does anybody think that it is possible that young children in the early hours of the morning can be out and be witnessing people shooting when the whole night they were shooting? But unfortunately, the integrity of the armed forces, which is to protect you and me, have been shredded to pieces. Unfortunately, the integrity of the armed forces has been shredded to pieces. There was a 10-hour battle in Boku. And remember the first statement I made, that Boku is not about chieftaincy any longer. And that is why we have Kusasis and Mamprosis and Garu and they are not fighting. That is why we have Kusasis and Mamprosis just 10 kilometers in Binduri and they are not fighting. That is why we have Kusasis in his constituency and they are not fighting. That's why we have Kusasis in Tempani, her constituency, and they are not fighting. Kusasis and Mampros, they are not fighting. That's why in Puswa, which is also another 15 kilometers away, or 20 kilometers, they are not fighting. That is why in Gambaga we have close to 5,000 Mamprosis living in Gambaga and Nalegu. They are not fighting. Your constituency, they are not fighting. It's confined to Boku town alone. If it was purely chieftaincy, it would have spread to all these constituencies and minor. They are killing each other in these places. But I want to applaud both tribes that they've taken the chieftaincy out of this matter and said they will take it to court, so that the military and the police and the security agencies can deal with this matter as a pure criminal matter. And if we are to deal with it in that sense, we should analyze Boku in three incidents. 1, that there was a chieftaincy problem is being resolved. 2, the aftermath of the chieftaincy issue is mixed with this, but it's been resolved. But 3, the threat of terrorism hanging around Ghana through the corridor of Boku. So the security agencies are working within the Boku and its precincts with that sort of mindset that if we do not stop what is happening in Boku now and now, we risk the situation where Ghana can be thrown under terrorist attacks. For the first time, Mr. Speaker, 3 days ago, improvised explosive device was used for the first time in this country to try to blow a bridge. Don't let us joke with Boku. I sympathize with the family, and let's call for the investigation. But trust me, don't let us joke with even the young men and women who are operating in Boku. How on earth can any Ghanaian go and improvise an explosive device and blow a bridge? Go there. You said you went there. Go back and see the sort of bridge that they try to blow off. And that is how terrorists operate. Let's be very careful, Mr. Speaker, that yesterday, even when he wanted to make a statement, even when he had reported the matter to Strike, even when he was on air talking about this matter, yesterday, just in front of the police station, some unknown people used a tricycle, this what they call yellow. Mr. Speaker, drove to a group of people sitting down and started spraying them with assault rifle. It led to the death of 2 people. And this dawn, this night, women who were moving with tomatoes in their car were also shot at, attacked and shot at, and a woman is dead. Other tribes that have nothing to do with this matter are dead. Let's be very careful who we choose to talk for in Boku. I want to plead with you, Pope. Let's be very careful who we choose to talk for in Boku. So, Mr. Speaker, I can say that government on its part has done what it has to do to ensure that Boku is peaceful. As we say today, we have created a battalion in Boku, 11th Mechanized Battalion in Boku. So we have 400 soldiers in Boku today. That's the first solution we have done. We are also building 400. We've moved from Boku from about 50 soldiers to about 400 today. Mr. Speaker, we are sending a task force to Boku just for only Boku, no more Conquer Fix, nothing. Another 500 soldiers to Boku, just Boku alone, because of the threat of terrorism. These soldiers will be free to do other activities. But next week, we are doing that. That's why, Honorable Ayerga, I told you, come to the office and let me sit with you with the military command and let's discuss it. I told you before, 3 days ago, on Monday. Maybe if you had come and we start, maybe this statement would not have been made.
Yes, leader. Yes, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Minister has made certain statements which are personal to me. First about he inviting me to join him on a mission to Boku. And like he said, I was outside the country. He calls me, so we are going to Boku. When was this? Mr. Speaker, this was more than 1 year after the people of Boku had been killing one another. That was the first time he went to Boku. It's on record. More than a year, until the soldiers were complaining that you, the defense minister and the interior minister, had never visited them. And I brought the complaint to you. Now, you sit here and tell me that the soldiers and the police were complaining that you were never visiting them. You brought them to come, they are being exposed to death, and you, their commander, never stepped foot there to see them. Please, let's not talk personal here. I have sat down quietly and listened, not because I don't have responses. So, Speaker, where they kill the people, I'm pleading with you, go there. Go and see with your naked eyes. Please, my colleagues, have I ever, for the past 2 years, opened my mouth in this chamber and spoken about Boku? Have I ever? Ask Honorable Muntaka, on several occasions, attempts have been made to make statements on Boku here. I have fought it as Honorable Advocate. You are a witness. I have fought it. I've said, look, the situation there is very, very dangerous. We have sent soldiers there, people's children, to die for us. They will make mistakes. Make no mistake that they will make mistakes. But you don't hang them on any single mistake. Honorable Advocate, haven't I been fighting because of this? I have defended the soldiers. But, Mr. Speaker, on this occasion, I went there. I saw it. Mr. Speaker, there was no basis for killing those people. And that is why I'm speaking today. And I'm not choosing to speak for only Kusasis. That last statement you made, that we should be careful who we speak for. Please, I understand everything that you are saying there. I'm not speaking only for Kusasis. I'm speaking because people that ought not to have been killed were killed. Yesterday, the statement you made, the person who they came and surrounded and shot and killed, do you know that was my cousin? Do you know that? Have I spoken about it here? Have I spoken about it? That's my cousin yesterday who was surrounded and shot and killed. And I've been on the phone since morning. Every incident you are reporting, I know. I've tried my own way to prevent things. This morning, I was on the phone with my uncles among the Mapuches, discussing how we should resolve this matter. It's not everything I go on air to say. So please, don't import improper motives. These killings and I call them killings, were done by soldiers needlessly. They've killed people. Ask the commander. They kill people. I call him. We discuss it. We resolve it. Ask the commander there. Lieutenant Colonel Minta. A Mampushi was shot and killed. I called him. I said, why did you kill this guy? He said he was holding a weapon. And tell your boys that anybody who holds a weapon and I see him, I will gun him down. Colonel Minta is there. I said, well, if he was holding a weapon and you gunned him down, there's nothing I can say. And he was a Mampushi. This time, you said you liquidated, you neutralized 6 people. I said, when you neutralized them, what weapon did you pick? Not even one. Your own statement says only one person was holding a cutlass. Somebody in a garden holding a cutlass. What do you expect him to hold in a garden, if not a cutlass? I have struggled through this conflict to manage and navigate. I've been very supportive, Mr. Minister. You know that. You met me in Salaga 2 days ago. All of us were attending a funeral in Salaga. You said, come to the office and let's discuss it. I said, fine, I'm available. When you are ready, call me. I will come. Do you know that after the funeral, I went to Tamale and had a meeting with the Northern Command? I went to Tamale, asked Lieutenant Colonel, is it ACN or whatever?
Honorable, very well.
That's another
statement.
Don't create the impression that I'm not helpful and then you get up and then making statements.
You have responded to
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, kindly continue.
Speaker, I sat patiently for, Mr. Speaker, I sat patiently for 10 minutes for him to interject. Please. I sat patiently for 10 minutes for him to interject and try to interpret what I said in his own way. So I want to plead that nobody interjects me. 10 minutes. Mr. Speaker, it is not true that the conflict started after 1 year before. It's not a true story. Secondly, we never sent soldiers 1 year because of the conflict. It's not a true story. We created the 11 Bacchanals Battalion and started posting soldiers there as their permanent bases. And they do their work. And I've been visiting all battalions. As and when, with the military command, we believe that it is necessary for me to visit. Two, Mr. Speaker, I did not go to Boku immediately. I called the people of Boku to Tamale and met them, and I told them. And in fact, I advised him that they shouldn't be part of that meeting. Ask him. Three, Mr. Speaker, when I say you should be careful who you choose to defend, it is not about tribe. Mr. Speaker, it's not about tribe. I said it in the context of the fact that I said Boku is more of criminality than chieftaincy. So be careful who you defend. It's not about tribe. I never talk about tribe. Mr. Speaker, between December 31st and now, over 30 people have died from Boku. So we should be very careful who we defend, because Boku is not what the Boku used to know 2-3 years ago. Times have changed. But Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that we should all help to plug all the loopholes and cure the issues of Boku. Because Boku can lead Ghana into an abyss. An abyss where terrorists can infiltrate into Ghana. So, Mr. Speaker, help the military and the security agencies so that the boys can lay down their arms. They can silence the guns. Please use your voices and appeal to them to silence the guns. Use your influence and appeal to the people to silence the guns. Mr. Speaker, use your influence as members of parliament to appeal to the people to lift the artificial
boundaries that have been created in Boku. And they know what I mean by the artificial boundaries that have been created in Boku. Use your influence to allow people to go to their farms unhindered without being shot at. Use your influence to allow people to go to the market and trade without being hindered. Use your influence to allow people to travel freely from Boku and in and out of Boku without being accompanied by soldiers. Use your influence to tell the boys to sell the guns that they have, the AK-47 guns and the machine gun they have, and let's use it to do business instead of killing one another. That should be what we should be fighting for. That should be what we should use our influences for. But as for, Mr. Speaker, the 10 people who have died, like I said before, I want to give the military and the Ghana Armed Forces the benefit of the doubt now until investigation proves otherwise. I want to say that the law of Ghana is very clear. You are innocent until proven guilty. The investigations are being carried on and carried out. If there's anybody who is found guilty, that person will be punished. I want to give you the assurance that that person will be punished. But let all of us work carefully and conscientiously to build Boku into a peaceful area. Because the issues of chieftaincy is no more available. It's not there. In fact, it should be by this time a situation where both the Nairi and Boku Naba can come together and talk to the youth. This is what we should be striving at. We should be able to gather both the Mamprosis and the Kusasis together and say it is time for us to forge forward in peace. The hospital is collapsing, Mr. Speaker. The schools are collapsing in Boku. And the people who are standing in between mayhem and peace are the people that, if we are not careful, if we demonize them today, we are going to have problems. So I want members of parliament, Mr. Speaker, I want members of parliament to rather help the members of the Ghana Armed Forces to bring peace to Boku.
Mommy, you first can see my cotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this Sunday cigar coffee, download to Lemonade Finance.
Gentlemen, it is my honor to welcome you to the second edition of the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards. This edition focuses on the youth, hence dubbed Youth Edition. The Youth Edition seeks to honor and recognize the Ghanaian youth who are doing exceptionally well in their various endeavors, ranging from science and technology, entertainment, media and communication. Actually, there are 16 categories and they are all doing so amazing in their various fields. And we have 2 special awards going out. The first is going to a recognized organization which is youth-focused. The second special award for tonight is very dear to us, and that is the Echo Blankson Marketing Giant Award. This award is in honor of our late commercial manager who was buried over the weekend. My name is Na Oyokote, and I have with me here a very fine gentleman.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, once again. This is the CJ Studio, and of course my name is Gideon Kodo, bringing you the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards. This is the youth edition. Now remember, this program is brought to you by Kanketsi Studio of Industrial Company Limited. They're the producers of Vena Natural Mineral Water, Rush Energy Drink, of course CJ right here, where you can rent all kinds of equipment that you need, both small, big, and of course you have access to the studio too as well, to do any type of production you want to do. We also have sponsorship from Sigma Health and Beauty Ghana, and of course Ghana Commercial Bank Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the GhanaWeb Excellence Award, the youth edition, and of course we're coming to you with the virtual edition. I know you're watching it from the comfort of your home, your office, or wherever you have good, stable internet. We are here for you.
So you're welcome back, and we'll be taking a message from the CEO of Africa Web, Mark Stubbe.
Hello, my name is Mark Stubbe, and I'm CEO of Africa Web. And Africa Web is the mother company of GhanaWeb. Last year, we created the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards as an event to honor those in the Ghanaian society that stood out because of their performance, their development, their good deeds, or their leadership. And we were very glad with this event. The driving force behind this event was Echo Blankson. He passed away recently. Only last weekend his funeral was. So we have to admit that we were very disabled because of his absence. But we managed, and practically we found a solution by making the event virtual, non-physical. We also honor Echo by the continuation of this event and with a special award. In total we have 18 awards, and we have a special award in the commemoration of Echo, which is the Echo Blankson Marketing Giant Award. Echo was a true thought leader in the professional area of marketing. So we are glad that we can continue the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards. This year, the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards are dedicated to the future of Ghana, the youth. So let me first congratulate all nominees of the GhanaWeb Excellence Award Youth Edition before we can start the event. And please, yes, let us now start the award ceremony. Thank you very much, and thank you for voting on the youth and the future of Ghana. Thank you, please.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and this is still the GhanaWeb Excellence Award. It's the youth edition. That was a message from Mark Stubbe. We still take a message from the board, and we'd like to welcome Edward Smith and Namale.
Hi, Edward.
Hi, Na.
Good to see you.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. So this year's edition was dedicated to the youth, as the CEO mentioned. The board constituted by about 9 people, all from various youth organizations, the Gen Zs and other representatives that work with youth growth. It was a very difficult task for the board, but there were hundreds for each category. We were able to come through with 5 for each category. I think that the board did very well with the help of the people that nominated all these categories. I must say that it was very exciting because for even those of us on the board, we get to see people and know people for what they do and understand how the youth are doing very well and trying to lift the flag of Ghana. So it was a very beautiful experience, but we thank God we're able to put this together and then present it back to the people which they voted on.
Great. Are you excited about the award though?
Very, very, because this award actually, for me, talks about where we stand as a country and what is ahead of us and the people that are going to lead this country in the next 5 years, 10 years, thereabout. So I'm very excited to see all these people come up and the kind of contributions they are giving to this country, even at this stage of their lives. So it's very exciting.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ed. All right. So that was Edward Smith Adamale, the board chair of the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards Youth Edition. Meanwhile, we have some of our nominees following live from Google Meet. So let's have a look at them and then welcome them as well to this virtual. Yes, like Edward said, we had a lot of nominees. For me, I wish everyone won because I think everyone...
But that's not possible.
I know. Like for me, everyone should have won, but it's not in my power, of course.
But I'm also hoping I can take one home myself.
But were you nominated?
Well, I guess you didn't do that.
Do you have a favorite category?
Well, I think I would go for the women advocacy category. I'm really passionate about the issues that's got to do with women and advocacy in general. So that's what I'm looking forward to.
I think mine should be science and engineering.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Were you a science student?
I wasn't, unfortunately.
I was a science student.
Oh, really? Oh, that's nice. I was actually a business student, but I mean, STEM is really growing.
We need you in the economy of Ghana.
You shall see me there soon. All right, so we're taking a quick commercial break and we continue with the business of the day. Are you still searching for the right platform to share your voice, thoughts, and feelings? Then the GhanaWeb Reporter on the GhanaWeb app is the perfect app for you. It is Ghana's only citizen journalism and infotainment platform. Wherever you are, whatever you are doing, GhanaWeb Reporter links you up to the world. The reporter also gives you the opportunity to blog or become a citizen journalist, so you share stories with the rest of the world about cities, music genres, pop culture, tech, politics, etc. Download the GhanaWeb app from the Google Play Store or App Store on your smartphone and open it. Tap on the member button at the bottom of your screen and follow the easy steps to register with your phone number or email, and you are ready to become a reporter.
GhanaWeb Reporter, democratizing journalism and empowering content creators.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the GhanaWeb Excellence Award, and we are zooming straight to business. And this is the first batch of awardees that we are going to be presenting today. And we'll go for GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Agriculture. Ladies and gentlemen, shall we have our nominees? Gentlemen, so we have Maurice Adai, we have Isaac Kofi Nketia, Aloysius Atta, we also have Hakim Shakar, we also have Nana Adjoa Sefa. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner for the GhanaWeb Excellence in Agriculture. Please, shall we have our winner being Maurice Adai.
Congratulations.
Congratulations,
Maurice Adai.
Congrats. I mean, this shows a gentleman who is very committed to agriculture.
Yeah. So that's Maurice Adai giving his message.
Hello everyone, my name is Maurice Bafadai. I'm the founder of MBI Farms. I'm happy to be the recipient of the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Agriculture Award. My sincerest gratitude to God Almighty, to family, to friends, and the general public that voted for me. Thank you, GhanaWeb.
Okay, so I think before we move on to the next category, Maurice Bafo Adai, that's his full name actually. He's a 35-year-old man, married with 2 kids. He's a farmer and an entrepreneur. He has won some awards, so it means this is not his first awards. He was the overall best farmer for the Ghana East Municipal Assembly for 2021, and he was also the 2018 Best Farmer for the same Municipal Assembly, and he is a member of the Greater Accra Poultry Farmers Association, and he has offered free training of several new farmers in poultry farming and agriculture. So he's done a lot.
That's a lot. I mean, we've always been told agriculture is the backbone of the Ghanaian economy.
Exactly.
Clearly, we don't have a lot of young folks getting into that. So to have a young gentleman just like us, dedicated to farming, which I'll be getting into soon with you.
It looks like you're going to get into everything before we leave here. Wow. I can see you are really inspired. So you should. I think I'll nominate you next year.
Splendid, splendid. I know for a fact it's not for the next category. Ladies and gentlemen, the next awardee, which we'll be going to very soon. But before that, shall we have the nominees for the GhanaWeb Excellence in Information Technology? Okay, so the names we have: Prince Owusu, Padmon Ano, Dixon Omari, Henry Edu, and Mashood Hilia. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner for the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Information Technology, shall we have Prince Owusu.
I am endlessly grateful for the recognition of my work, and I would like to thank the organizing team, my family, my friends, and everyone who considered me worthy of this award. Thank you.
We're moving to the next category, which I mentioned to you as my favorite. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Women in Advocacy. There's a GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Women Advocacy. Shall we have the nominees? So we have our nominees. We have Belamundi, Ivy Belly, we have Akosia Hansen, we have Lily Pearl, Baba Otu, and Inshira Baye. Shall we now get into who the winner is? Ladies and gentlemen, our winner for GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Women Advocacy, please, let's have Belamundi.
Next is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Fashion, and here are the nominees. So our nominees are Amanda Lamle Odate, Felicity Amankona, Samira and Sueba Pio, Selina Bibaku, Mensa, and Mavis Nelson. So the winner of the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Fashion is Mavis Nelson.
My name is Mavis Nelson, CEO and creative lead of Art Dressed by Mavis. I'm truly honored and humbled to receive this award in this year's GhanaWeb Youth Excellence Award in the fashion category. I'm grateful to God for this opportunity, to GhanaWeb for the recognition, to my friends and family for the support, to my colleagues for challenging and inspiring me, and to you for voting for me. Receiving this award is a testament to the hard work and dedication of everyone who has helped me along the way. I believe there are greater days ahead. I look forward to growing and learning more in my career as a self-taught fashion designer. Thank you again to everyone who made this possible.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This is still the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence Award, and we are going to an area of sports. The World Cup just ended, and in fact, actually the perfect time to reward and award individuals who contributing when it comes to the area of sports. Shall we have our nominees for sports? We have Thomas Partey, we have Evelyn Badu, we have Benjamin Azamati, we have Samuel Techi as the nominees for the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Sports. Ladies and gentlemen, our winner, please, let's give it up for the gentleman who was part of the World Cup team, that's a Black Star World Cup team, Thomas Partey.
Congratulations.
Amazing. I mean, they deserve it.
They deserve it. They've done amazing.
Amazing.
Exactly.
Amazing. You know, I've always wished I could play football, but that never happened. But it's always amazing.
Gideon, I can see you're a jack of all trades. Or you want to be a jack of all trades. Yeah, no, but I mean, sports is beautiful.
You know, when you watch the World Cup, okay, and why I say this is not just me saying it. When you watch the World Cup, there's always that emotional attachment for every young man.
Exactly.
And you feel you can just get onto the field and play some of the football, but unfortunately, I mean, you can wish but not have it. But Thomas did.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. And we'll take a breather and we'll join you shortly. Are you still searching for the right platform to share your voice, thoughts, and feelings? Then the GhanaWeb Reporter on the GhanaWeb app is the perfect app for you. It is Ghana's only citizen journalism and infotainment platform. Wherever you are, whatever you are doing, GhanaWeb Reporter links you up to the world. The reporter also gives you the opportunity to blog or become a citizen journalist, so you share stories with the rest of the world about cities, music genres, pop culture, tech, politics, etc. Download the GhanaWeb app from the Google Play Store or App Store on your smartphone and open it. Tap on the member button at the bottom of your screen and follow the easy steps to register with your phone number or email, and you are ready to become a reporter.
GhanaWeb Reporter, democratizing journalism and empowering content creators.
Okay, welcome back to the show. This is the GhanaWeb Excellence Award. This is a youth edition. Remember, this is brought to you by Kanketsi Chulium Industry Company. They're the producers of Venom Natural Mineral Water and Rush Energy Drink. And of course, CJ Multimedia. We're right here in the CJ Studios. And of course, with CJ, you can rent any kind of equipment you need, both big, small, and of course, if it's a show that you have, you get all those equipment from them, or you can also use the studio for your production. Also want to say a big thank you to Sigma Health and Beauty Ghana. They've also been amazing in sponsoring this event, and Ghana Commercial Bank Limited. They are our sponsors in making this show a success.
So yeah, thank you very much to our sponsors once again. We are moving on to the second round of awards, and we have GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Music, Drama and Dance. Here are the nominees for this category. So we have our nominees here, I beg your pardon: Pabana Ansa, Clemento Suarez, Jackie, Dance God Lloyd, and Black Sharif. So the winner of this category is a young man who has brought laughter to a lot of homes, in the cinemas, wherever. And his name is Clemento Suarez Wina. Congratulations.
You know, he's
Clemento.
a product of my school.
Oh, really? Which
my
school?
secondary school.
Oh,
so
that's nice.
It's a win for Temasco.
Go you, that's nice. And I mean, this category have a lot of talent. I mean, Kobdansa, Jackie, Black Sherif,
Interesting, especially, yes. I mean, my attention goes to Dance Lloyd.
He's done amazing. He's given a different definition to dance in Ghana.
Saxent.
A lot. And he's trained a lot, and I think it's beautiful.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll move to the next category, and this is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Media and Communication. Shall we have our nominee? Bamford, we have Kojo Sheldon, Anita Kufo, Tracy Mensah, and Michael Ejapa. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner for the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Media Communication, the award goes to Michael Ejapa.
So I want a very big shout out to Ho Nyankopon, and then to all my Kwau people, and also to GhanaWeb who organized these awards to appreciate the youth.
So that was Michael Ejapon. Next is GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Health, and here are the nominees. Era Ajwa Nunu, Annalisa Tete, Benson Owusu, Dr. Grace Bachman, and David Tete. The winner for the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Health is Dr. David Tete. Congratulations, Dr. David Tete, and to the nominees as well, to the other nominees.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go straight to the next category, and this is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Education. Shall we have the nominees? So our nominees are Josephine Mary Goodwill, Divan Kpe, Dr. Ama Opoku Ajiman, and Daniel Doche. And our winner for that category, ladies and gentlemen, is Dr. Ama Opoku Ajiman. Amazing job. Great job, contribution to the educational sector.
Exactly.
We need that.
Up next is GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Leadership. Our nominees are Emily Nyako, Daniel Doche, Mazu Bayuni, Esenam Siade, and Benson Owusu. The winner of the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Leadership is Emily Jemima Nyako.
Hello Ghana, Merry Christmas to you all. My name is Emily Jemima Nyako, President of Ghana Union of Professional Students and a youth activist. I would like to thank the organizers of the event, GhanaWeb Excellence Awards, for their initiative to recognize and award the country's most outstanding leaders. Also, I would like to dedicate these awards to my godfather, Honorable Dr. Mikey Poku Prempe, and my union's patron, Dr. Benjamin K.D. Asante. These great leaders are the reason why I am here today. I would like to thank them and ask the Almighty God to bless them and continue to make sure that things are being worked or things are being done for their good. Also, I would like to thank the following people: Ms. Pepetra Lomoki, Mr. Maskodam Pari, Mr. Samuel Dafo, Mr. Samuel Sefa, and my National Executive and General Assembly members for their tremendous support and their constant vote. God bless you all. Lastly, I won't forget my spiritual father, Dr. Senabi Ebintasem, the voice of Christ in our generation. Daddy, may God bless you. I remember when I was nominated, informing him that Daddy, I've been nominated for Ghana Web Excellence Awards and I want to win. I remember the exact word he said. He said, write your speech because you have won. And here am I today delivering my speech. God bless you all. Thank you so much, Ghana Web Excellence
And a big
Awards.
congratulations to Jemima for winning that category. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a commercial break and we come back. We continue with the awards.
Word of taste.
This advert is FDA approved.
Na wo mi. Na wo ba so lo nya sai say.
Obek kanokre. Nawo. Susu san kwai bia wan to nam bia e man kwai bebre.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. No, Mammy, I cook on Sam. Mipoga, send me sicker from Lemonade Finance and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in Sudia. Unbeatable. Resume promo code no. Dr. Likey. Nenya £10, $10, and now $10 Canadian. What first transaction? What is Sandy Star Coffee? No. Dial to Lemon and Finance.
Okay, welcome back from that commercial break. We're moving straight to the next batch of awards. But before you get into that, I like that. I love the categories that we have right now. I see entrepreneurship over there. I see science and engineering, and I'm tempted not to say I wish I was doing that, because then you talk about jack of all trade. There's visual arts.
Yeah.
It's my weakness. You know, it's interesting how you have people not appreciating art, and when I'm talking about art, I'm talking about drawings, you know, being able to put those artistic impressions on paper.
Yeah, but I think it's changed. It's changed for some time now. Well, I have noticed that it's changed.
That's a good thing then.
We are accepting art.
Because, you know, back in senior high school, you're told, oh, the students that study visual art are not serious. You know, there existed that perception,
yes,
and
I agree.
I'm happy that is changing. And you can also say the same for home economics too as well, because the catering space all of a sudden has just transformed.
This year alone, like different kind of catering services.
Yeah, we also have those in diaspora. I mean, the year of return is here with us. You know, we're expecting a lot of them. We also see peace and diplomacy and innovation too as well. But we'll get to see who wins.
Yes. So moving on to the Ghana Web Youth Excellence in Entrepreneurship. Here are the nominees. Our nominees are Gregory Roxon, Anthony Jamefe, Aloysius Atta, Selina Bibaku Mensa, and George Appiah. The winner of the Ghana Web Youth Excellence in Entrepreneurship is a solar taxi man, George Appiah.
Hi, thank you, Ghana Web, and thank you for everyone that voted for me. It's quite a pleasure and an honor to be recognized by Ghana Web and everyone that voted for me. Thank you very much. Happy holidays.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're moving to the next category, and this is Ghana Web Youth Excellence in Science and Technology, Science and Engineering. Sorry. Shall we have the nominees? So we have have Lois Damte. We also have Joshua Opoku Ajimai. We also have Angela Tabiri. And finally, Charles Ofori Antepem. Ladies and gentlemen, our winner for the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Science and Engineering. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Lois Damte. Shall we have the video?
I don't think 30 seconds is enough to exhaust this list, but I want to thank all partners, volunteers and team members at Sankofa Mentorship Hub, Eric, Nana Duma, Elizabeth, Rebecca, Goka, who delivered a 2-year project in Shidim in a Hafu region of Ghana, where they engaged the students, about 1,000 of them, in practical STEM education. Also to Open STEM Africa for giving me the experience of creating virtual laboratory space for people in Africa using Ghana as a case study. And to all the women in engineering who, despite all the barriers, continue to blaze the trail. This is a big win for all of us.
The next category for the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Visual Arts. Let's see the nominees. Philip Ofori, Joshua Okata, Anita Pell Anko, Latifa Idris, Guide Ape, Bright Ape, I beg your pardon. The GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Visual Arts, and the winner is Philip David Ofori.
Oh, I'm so excited. I'd like to say thank you to God Almighty, to everyone that voted for me, to the organizers, GhanaWeb. Thank you so much for recognizing my works. To my fellow nominees, I'd like to say we are all winners. I'd love to dedicate this award to my late mom, Enepa Rose. Thank you so much, and may God bless us all.
And that is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Diaspora. Ladies and gentlemen, shall we have our nominees? So we have Einstein Bar and Tim, Hida Efiye, Mami Ideher. We also have Ivy Bali and Arnold Safo Kantanka. And our winner, ladies and gentlemen, for GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in the Diaspora goes to Mami Deher.
Hello everyone, it is with immense excitement that I share that I have won the GhanaWeb Excellence in Diaspora Award. I am very humbled to have been a recipient of this award. I'd like to first of all thank GhanaWeb for this amazing recognition. Secondly, I would like to express my greatest thanks to everyone that took the time to vote, to share. It is indeed such a humbling experience. I would also like to thank all my other colleagues who are in the same category as me for the exceptional work we have been doing, both in private and in public, to advance youth and many other Ghanaians in the diaspora. Congratulations to you all, and thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Peace and Diplomacy. Let's have a look at who the nominees are. The nominees are Frank Tebi, Enoch Kweku Bach, Gideon Agbagba, Richard Esuman, and Philip Jamfi. The winner of the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Peace and Diplomacy is Richard Esuma.
Greetings, my name is Richard Esuma Kweku Tete, and I'm most grateful to have been nominated and subsequently been voted for this position of the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards in Peace and Diplomacy, that is the Youth Edition. I thank each and everybody that voted for me throughout the nomination period, through the open voting systems, all those that voted for me, that spent their bundles and everything to vote for me. I'm most grateful, and I thank the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards team for their hard work, their dedication, their support throughout this process. I thank you for recognizing my effort, and I'm most grateful. Thank you very much.
Great job. And that's a great job from Richard Esuma. Ladies and gentlemen, we take you to the very final category for the third round of awards, and this is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Innovation. We zoom straight to our nominees. So we have Joshua Pokwa Ajiman, Frederick Abela, Jonathan Sowa, Gregory Roxon, and Nana Gate. So our winner for the Ghana Youth Excellence in Innovation, please let's have Frederick Abela.
I can say this award is a life-changing scheme since it helps to praise your expertise and knowledge based in your category. I'm an innovator. I usually build ideas which would help enhance the quality of the place I'm in, and for this instance, Ghana. I built a social media application which would help other countries to detect that we also have skills based as Ghanaians. And also, Africa doesn't limit us to doing things. You being in Africa doesn't mean you can't do anything someone abroad can do. I'm so thankful to everyone who voted and everyone who supported me in this quest. Especially Richmond Setrana from Tales of Africa, who helped me extensively in helping people discover me. I'm sure if not for the articles and the discovery he helped me gain, I wouldn't have been considered in these awards. I'm so grateful. Thank you to GhanaWeb Excellence Awards also for considering me for this and giving me the mandate to be able to show my expertise. I'm so grateful.
So that was Frederick Abela. Congratulations to him as well. Gideon, I noticed something. I noticed familiar faces in various categories, and I think people are really watching. People are really watching what our Ghanaian youth are doing.
Definitely. That's good. I mean, I know you don't like Jack of all trades, but maybe you might like Jack of many trades.
At this time, I don't mind.
No, but it's a good job. I see a lot of people trying to invent, push beyond their limits, and I believe that's what is required of the youth of today. You know, we've become a global village. You're competing the individual in the next country, in Europe and all other continents, as you may describe or discuss. So you can only put in your very best.
And you know the beautiful thing, we are gradually pushing aside white collar jobs.
Yeah.
We are taking the bull by the horns.
Definitely.
Actually. Yeah. So we are going to take a quick message from one of our sponsors. We'll be right back. Are you still searching for the right platform to share your voice, thoughts, and feelings? Then the GhanaWeb Reporter on the GhanaWeb app is the perfect app for you. It is Ghana's only citizen journalism and infotainment platform. Wherever you are, whatever you are doing, GhanaWeb Reporter links you up to the world. The reporter also gives you the opportunity to blog or become a citizen journalist, so you share stories with the rest of the world about cities, music genres, pop culture, tech, politics, etc. Download the GhanaWeb app from the Google Play Store or App Store on your smartphone and open it. Tap on the member button at the bottom of your screen and follow the easy steps to register with your phone number or email, and you are ready to become a reporter.
GhanaWeb Reporter, democratizing journalism and empowering content creators.
Planet, a world of taste.
This advert is FDA approved.
Okay, welcome back from that commercial break. I had a bottle of my Bena natural mineral water. You also did same too as well. And we're really excited about this one. And we're going straight to the special awards. And this was an award that ECHO was very passionate about.
Yeah.
The concept of having to celebrate the industrious Ghanaian youth for the great job they've been doing, the yeoman's job that they've been doing. It's what we are living today, and we've seen the videos. People are really excited about the awards as well. It's great that we honor him. His legacy lives on, and that is why we are both here today to give that special award. And we'll go into the very first special award, which is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence Award for an organization that has contributed as a youthful organization to the growth of the individual Ghanaian youth. Ladies and gentlemen, shall we announce that? And I'm really excited to tell you that Prime Time is the winner for that category.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Prime Time. Congratulations.
Now the second special awards, it's dear to our hearts, as I mentioned earlier, and it's the Echo Blankson Marketing Giant Award. And as Gideon stated, Echo is really passionate about the youth. He's passionate about innovation. He's passionate about grooming people and ensuring that people do well in their various fields.
And his commitment to work too as well. I mean, and the fact that Echo was everywhere, and when I say everywhere, he was able to do everything. I recall one time he had a conversation with me about going to the mountains with the boys to go have prayers. You know, the same Echo you see him on TV. He's with almost all the major media houses. He's worked with them. Comes to GhanaWeb, contributed his quota. He's part of the reason why we have the GhanaWeb Excellence Award. So I mean, we can only celebrate him. His legacy is one that would be welcome. It brings memories, good memories. It brings warmth, and we are happy that we have the Giant Marketing Award, which is in honor of the late Echo Blankson.
Yes, and before I go to the winner, I noticed something it's a continuation of what you were saying at his funeral. May his soul rest in perfect peace once again. And concerning the youth, his drama group in the youth, from the tribute to the late Echo Blankson, I realized he was really much adored. I mean, he impacted in their lives, and I think that was something beautiful to see, and I believe they're going to do well and take that along with them. Person. Yeah, he is.
He's a people person.
He is. So I'm honored to announce that Cynthia Ofori Jumfo is the winner of the Echo Blankson Marketing Giant Award. Congratulations, Cynthia Ofori Jumfo.
Amazing lady. Recently won an award at the Chartered Institute of Marketers Ghana. Yes, she was the marketing personality as well. Cynthia has worked with Global Media Alliance. She's currently the head of corporate communications at Hollard Insurance. Okay. So I mean, she's everywhere. When it comes to PR and marketing, you see Cynthia.
It's really deserved then. It's really deserved. Yeah.
Great. And I mean, all too soon we are coming to the end of this amazing award. And we are really happy to have had this done. Our sponsors, you want to acknowledge them?
Yeah, our sponsors have really been supportive from the first day of the Excellence Awards, and they are Trillium Industrial Company, producer of Verna Natural Mineral Water and Brush Energy Drink. We have CJ Multimedia, where we are live streaming, and where you can also rent any kind of equipment you need from them for both big and small productions. We also have Sigma Health and Beauty Ghana. Yeah. And then we have GCB Bank Limited. Thank you so much to our sponsors for being with us and sticking with us.
That's great. And just to announce to the winners that we'll be presenting awards between January and February. So we'll be coming to your homes, to your offices to present the plaques to you for the great job that you've done, and also just to tell you that Ghana loves you, GhanaWeb loves you, and we recognize your contribution.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a beautiful evening. Thank you for sticking and staying with us. Thank you for enjoying this program, and congratulations once again to our winners. We hope to see you again next year.
Amazing. Great to have you.
My name is Na Oyokwoti.
And I am Gideon Kodo.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this send this guy download to Lemonade Finance. Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
It's a beautiful day and you are welcome to GhanaWeb Sports Debate. Today we are talking about Chris Hilton, who has been appointed as the new Black Stars coach, and he is taking over the job replacing Otuado, who resigned in December 2022. We are at Airport West in Accra. My name is Emmanuel Enin, and I'm going to engage some Ghanaians on the street to get their thoughts on the appointment of Chris Hilton, whether or not he is the right choice for the Black Stars managing role. I have my first guest on the show, and I'm going to ask him that is Chris Hilton the right man for the job replacing Otuado? He was the technical advisor and he was around when Ghana got evicted or eliminated in the World Cup 2022, finishing bottom of their group, winning only 3 points. Boss, who didn't say?
Isaac.
Now, anything say GFA appointed Chris Hilton. Who say Chris Hilton appointment in one or no?
A good decision.
A good decision, FNI.
Yeah.
Now, Uncle for say Oma appointing because FNI betting manipulating.
And draw. Goni, Ubasa manipulating or no about Abakan, say, and Uncle for ye. they are born no bakacha born e papa so bakacha papa they are good some are pointing
na na GFA PR ne kasa mu hia coach a o can like o make decision a o stand firm ne ade o hia Chris Houghton was you know kasa oh did you ntena bench obi antimi kan chen say did you hwe no ntena bench
o woni nyina African coach na no o you be FM kura na wo dwen ho bablo ni o you afi on dwen ho oni mi say wo na modern boy ensoni or the baba now the be fresh him
Tiana Chris Houghton na be office Black Stars no next tournament in fani be do
next tournament no ye bon pese be ko enim nyina ne ye players no ye mfa the right players no na yintimi ko enim ebe bo Ghana for pa.
So he believes that Chris Houghton ticks all the boxes to be the Black Stars coach, and he is firm, he is strong. He was born in Ireland. He grew in UK, so he has everything to be the Black Stars coach. So he sided with the FA on settling on Chris Houghton as the next Black Stars coach. But so they say Black Stars and your new coach, Chris Houghton. Asama na betimi aka fa.
Oh, asama me work fa won say coach no mo fa no dey okay. But na emum no ye mpanifo na omo ma coach ne nya ne selection no. Eno na ha Black Star team no. It is on beja coach no ankasa hwe players no aye ne selection dia. Ene Ghana obetwa bibi dia mai. Na so ma anya ne sa na say as a Ghana akoye fa player we bo dia ene emwa ene so mbe change coaches sa entimi nye cap biada. Say Black Star betimi age cap na so ma anya ne sa dia.
So his advice is to the GFA, and he is saying that the GFA should give Chris Houghton the free hands to operate. So if that happens, then it means Ghana would win a trophy for the nation. Also, Black Stars are appointing new coach, and as a GFA, are appointing new coach. I'm a Black Stars. I Chris Houghton. Asama na betimi aka fa.
Oh, coach ne there. Me ankasa my tin ho information be blaze we good. O ya de. Na mpa ya bonus empanifo no mbeja na ma ono ankasa. Aye ne selection enkonko ba say amanfo na e bia ba ba yo first say na be ya. No mabu e be ha bi so mo ja na ma ono ankasa ya adwuma ne dia me fi so be ye a good coach. A good coach.
Enti wo sha obetimi asesa Black Stars na mai enema of Ghana for ahwehwa.
Oh, Black Stars dey players ni ho. You good players. Yeah, say the coach ni ba na was what the normal to tuna kwa mu dia Black Stars na be sa asole ye benya old Black Stars na nkane Michael ni Suleiman Tale mo ne asamoja mu gina mo na so Black Stars bobola otimu se Ghana han mo bia epu ko hwe se obakọ akọhwe Ghana match no and dey be sa back.
Also, Black Stars said the GFA Ediama Unipa Foforo, a friend Chris Houghton. Wadwen chire won ho say.
Oh, it be very nice. If we only say we are competent. No man will be coaching say when the or you professional. That's all no betimi selecting the players without coaching there. That's better. In this one no looseness or yeah or no na then. You be accusing so anya na dwuma ye, but only say you should be professional. Other than that, I don't have any problem with it.
So they believe that Chris Houghton is a good appointment for the Black Stars, but he should be given the free hands to operate. That's what they are saying.
Yeah, who coaches are black? Ghana. See, the German man, I had to make a say on yet. But I ever got trainers, so I'll make sure say contract no. On Ragasabe friendly players, I know be Juma. Juma wants me and Yane who saw to me yet. But Mark of Juma Bia or being a veteran Juma or so yet, self flavor and me piano. Sadly, you one who are your persons I don't enjoy. It will make sure so on Ragasabe sign contractor or friendly players on you be Juma. Not blaster no join us. Yeah, team near na team yeah supporters there near here say be here cap ye who be me who be that. Yes, it me pay bien.
Okay, so he is in favor of the decision. He subscribed to the GFA's decision to appoint Chris Houghton, but he is saying that Chris Houghton should be firm. He shouldn't be influenced because there have been past GFA or Black Stars coaches who were allegedly influenced. So he believes that Chris Houghton should be firm with his decisions at the Black Stars. Bosu.
Yes, sir.
Black Stars said they are Chris Houghton. Otuado ko. Asemena betimi aka fa.
Oh, fine, papa. Yeah, the man fine. And I want to know fear ye. Saba ko fa no a. Ono wo bridge on ma. Na Otuado na no la no. When the name pe, we do good.
Ususu say Chris Houghton aba no. Eniema betimi asesa de ama Black Stars so AFCON 2024.
Me gidi so no na o wa bridge no coach team. Yeah. What if na Black Star ye bobo a unhu ni obo 7 na unhu ni obo 2. Bono asi do be e bo na agene. Na broni di broni. Awu so e Ghana need so when wo ma brofo na san ahum brofo no bobo a obetimi a chese we na ebo 7 we na ebo 6 we na ebo 8. Ti one day wa band ye sunyame so nti ye de empa ebo e beta na chi ama bibia so be yi. Ma Ghana so atumpon.
All right. So it seems everyone supports the decision of the GFA giving the Black Stars to Chris Houghton because Chris Houghton has done a lot of work. He has rich experience in coaching, 30 years and all that. So Ghanaians are in favor of or subscribe to the decision by the GFA. They support, but one thing is was running through their submission, and they believe that the GFA, despite appointing an experienced manager as Chris Houghton, should be giving the manager free hands to operate to see the Black Stars flourish. That is that for today on GhanaWeb Sports Debate. My name is Emmanuel Enin. Today we had an interesting discussion, and I hope you enjoy it. Subscribe to the channel. Let me know your comments under the comment section. See you in the next episode.
Now, oh, me.
Obek Kanokre. Susu sang pine, Pia want to Nambia, a man in quite bebre.
Mommy, you face can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so ye unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like menya £10, $10 and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
I don't think I want to say anything more. As I say, I'm particularly delighted that His Excellency is back. I was reminding him that at the election where he didn't prevail, I was part of the Commonwealth Observer Group, and indeed I thought that election was a really important one, and the way that His Excellency at that time accepted the democratic will of Ghanaian people was something to be respected and applauded. And I revealed to him that I quietly went to the same church he went on the day that he had accepted defeat, and so quietly we all prayed for better Ghana at that moment. Excellency, I'll invite you here. Please open the water bottle yourself and speak to everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Alex, and your team for your kind invitation and for the warm welcome you've given me coming back to Chatham House. Let me acknowledge the presence of the chairman of our party, Honorable Johnson Asiedu Nketia, and several other leading members of our party, including my former finance minister,
Honorable Setekwe. I'm happy to have been able to join you from Brussels, where I had a very productive discussion on the future perspectives in the framework of Africa-EU relations at the invitation of the European Strategic Initiative. It is gratifying to be back here at Chatham House, which through the Africa Program events has offered a wide array of African leaders across various fields a unique platform to discuss our continent in ways not seen elsewhere. The discussions here have helped shape international opinion for Africa and offered a useful focus on its most important subjects. I hope to continue in that tradition by sharing some thoughts on the continent's present outlook and future, while dwelling on the situation in my own country, Ghana. Africa's political and governance history is quite well known. However, on this occasion, it bears brief recollection to set the tone for an informed assessment of Africa's prospect and future trajectory. It helps a bit that I have a bias towards history, which I majored in at the university in my formative years. And as the famous British statesman Winston Churchill said, study history, study history. In history lies all the secrets of statecraft. Quotations closed. The African story is one that evokes immediate memories of colonial exploitation and domination with abundant, cheap labor to be used for raw material production and export to build the magnificent metropolises of the world. Centuries earlier, when we were at the short end of the stick in the slave trade, as our best and strongest found themselves bound in chains and bundled into overcrowded slave ships never to return. However, by the middle of the 20th century, there had emerged a young cadre of Pan-Africanists determined to free the continent from its colonial shackles. And these young Pan-Africanists worked at the peril of their freedoms and their lives. They eventually launched a liberation struggle that reverberated across the continent. Names like Kwame Nkrumah, under whom my father, E. Mahama, served diligently as a Minister of State, people like Nyerere, Kaunda, Sekituri easily roll off my tongue in this regard. Soon enough, after a spirited fight, colonialism fell in one country after another, culminating in the exhilarating liberation of South Africa from the worst form of colonial subjugation, which was apartheid. The result was the freedom for Nelson Mandela after 27 years in jail. Africa in the post-colonial era was awash with hope for a much brighter tomorrow. We were, however, soon to be enmeshed in a contestation over the most suitable development paradigm and ideology to follow. While some face west, others face east. We in Ghana, as famously declared by our first president, Osagyefo Kwame Nkrumah, face neither east nor west. We face forward and experimented along the line with whatever paradigm we deemed exigent at any particular time. Not enough time was afforded for these experiments to yield sustainable fruits, because a combination of disillusionment and adventurism ushered in military dictatorships and, in many cases, wanton misrule across the continent. By the mid-80s to the early 90s, it had become obvious that democratic governance and economic reform were imperative to overcome the suffering and stagnation that years of poor governance under dictatorships had spawned. Under the aegis of the Bretton Woods institutions and other multilateral partners, several African countries launched economic recovery programs with varying degrees of success. In the case of Ghana, I can say that through these reforms, we performed what could be likened to an economic miracle. From the throes of bankruptcy, hyperinflation, and years of negative growth in the mid-70s and early 80s, Ghana's economy was restored to the path of growth. Measurable and impactful progress could be seen. 30 years ago, we were even able to seamlessly integrate up to 1 million of our compatriots who were unceremoniously deported from Nigeria back to Ghana without causing too much of an upset to our economic outcomes. Of course, analysts and historians have suggested that the eviction was Nigeria's retaliation in 1983 to the dastardly deportation of other Africans, including Nigerians, under the Aliens Compliance Order of 1969. In the decade that followed that period, millions of Ghanaians were lifted out of poverty through progressive policies and interventions. Similar success stories could be recounted for other African countries. Between those heady days and now, the story of Africa has become patchy, even though progress has not completely eluded us. Civil strife, famine, genocide, and a relapse into bad governance can all be squeezed into the narrative that is Africa in the last few decades. At present, save for a few countries on the continent, our economies are largely still underdeveloped and underpinned by the colonial economic model of raw material exports and little manufacturing and industrialization. Fragile governance institutions and corruption remain major bottlenecks. Insecurity, terrorism, and insurgency have all reared their ugly heads across some countries on the continent. In the last few years, we've seen a resurrection of what we had believed to be an extinct specter of military takeovers in some African countries, especially West Africa. Mammoth unemployment and limited economic opportunities continue to confront especially the youth in Africa. This has been exacerbated by the youth bulge and is projected to worsen by 2030 if not addressed. Obviously, a threat to the attainment of sustainable development goals and Africa's Agenda 2063. Africa, being demographically the most youthful continent, should have been an opportunity to be harnessed. However, the limited opportunities available to African youth has created a distressing scenario and culminated in the biggest threat facing the continent and the world at large. Africa has always been an opportunity that has never been in contention. What is in debate is the extent to which Africa has been an opportunity for itself and exploited its advantage for the benefit of itself. The story of the contribution of Africa has always been one of fascination. From its origin as the cradle of humankind, the continent has through the ages left an indelible mark on the pages of history. The echoes of the Arab Spring, which took place barely a decade ago, still ring in our ears and serves as too clear a reminder of what possible and probable danger the continent faces if the situation does not improve, and quickly so. The prevalence of cyber crimes, including internet-based fraud, which is popularly called Sakawa in Ghana, and other offenses spill beyond Africa and affects the rest of the world. This must be addressed head-on. The foregoing by no means suggests that there's no positive news coming out of Africa. There's a lot to celebrate on the continent. There are many thriving democracies in Africa, with some well-governed countries and strong economies. Information communication technology uptake is one area where strong growth has been recorded. Just before the COVID-19 pandemic, Africa was recording the fastest rate of new broadband connections, and mobile data traffic was projected to rise astronomically between 2017 and 2020, growing by about 46%, according to Statista. The e-commerce sector was also experiencing exponential growth as our population attained more awareness and became more reliant on online retailing. That said, there's still very much to worry about. It is a fact that Africa has suffered historical injustices like slavery, colonialism, and an unjust world economic order, which have held us back for centuries and deprived us of a level playing field to develop rapidly compared to other continents of the world. But it's no longer tenable to continue to blame these events predominantly for our present state. That will be absolving corrupt African leaders of blame for mismanaging the resources of the continent. We've had sufficient time and opportunities over the last few decades to change our story and our narrative, while crafting and implementing visions that will transform the lives of the over 1 billion people who dwell on our continent. Yes, globalization has its inherent disadvantages for Africa, but Africa can and must rise to the occasion by building and working towards continental unity as we strengthen partnerships with the rest of the world. To achieve Africa's Agenda 2063 goals, we must let the world buy into Africa's priorities and global role. In most cases, we have simply squandered these opportunities. Ghana, my country, also comes to mind here. In a little under 6 weeks from today, Ghana will mark 66 years of nationhood. Far from being an occasion to celebrate independence and the successes and achievements of nationhood, we will mark this day under the yoke of the worst economic situation arguably in our history. We're currently bankrupt and burdened with a national debt we are simply unable to pay. You may have learned over the past weeks that the Ghanaian government has defaulted on servicing of both external and domestic debt. There's currently a huge uproar over a controversial debt restructuring program that which the middle class of Ghana could be wiped out if plans to have them forfeit proceeds of government bonds on which they rely for investment and sustenance are followed through. In absolute terms, up to about 6 million people could be deprived of their life savings and investments. Ghana's banking and financial sector could also be under threat of insolvency if no suitable adjustments are made to the debt restructuring plan. Our present economic situation, underscored by our bankrupt status, sharply contrasts with our fortunes over a little over a decade ago. At the time, our economy posted some of the highest growth rates in the world, with a robust and fast-growing non-oil sector. Too many of our economic indicators today are pointing south. We have in the last month entered the hyperinflation era with an inflation rate of 54%. Our currency has in the past few months been counted amongst the worst performing in the world, plummeting by as much as 54% in value within the first 10 months of 2022. Widening budget deficits have characterized economic performance since 2018. A severe cost of living crisis fueled by ever-rising prices of basic goods has imposed extreme hardship on Ghanaians as the government struggles to meet some of its most basic commitments in areas like education and health. Unemployment stood at a staggering 13%, the highest in recent memory. It will be no hyperbole to assert that our present state bears an uncanny resemblance to the period of the late 70s and 80s. How was a country with such bright prospects only a decade ago brought to its knees so quickly when it should have made far more progress? The present trouble with our economy stems from gross mismanagement and in some instances sheer recklessness. Government failed to sustain the gains made after our last IMF program, which brought stability into the management of the Ghanaian economy. Corruption has also contributed significantly to bringing us to this distressing juncture. Government has been quick to pass off the COVID pandemic as a reason for this poor economic record. Yet available data shows that many of our neighbors in West Africa and further afield posted much better economic performances than we did during and after the pandemic. The World Bank, through its Ghana Country Director, has also stated unequivocally that Ghana's economy was already in distress before the pandemic occurred. The purpose of recounting these failures, driven by mismanagement and corruption in Ghana, is to demonstrate how Africa depletes its scarce resources generated from both the continent and development partners. Instead of thinking innovatively to address the fundamental economic problems, many leaders, as a case study, my own country, Ghana, once a beacon of Africa has come up for mention for dissipating domestic and donor funds. A recently published audit report by the Auditor General of Ghana into receipts and expenditures on COVID-19 exposes staggering instances of corruption running into billions of Ghana cedis. Over 21 billion was mobilized to mitigate the impact of the pandemic from the World Bank, the IMF, the European Union, the African Development Bank, Ghana's own contingency fund, Ghana Stabilization Fund, and from the sale of Bank of Ghana COVID-19 bonds. Hiding under the emergency of the situation, government jettisoned our financial and procurement laws and refused to use the GIFMIS system, which is the agreed budget and accounting digital platform, to avoid thorough scrutiny of the use of the funds. Such financial malpractices discourage the delivery of grants and concessionary loans to Africa. I've indicated that we need a forensic audit into the receipts and expenditure of the COVID-19 funds in Ghana. The forensic audit may be extended to other countries in Africa to restore investor confidence as we build the Africa we want. Let me add that Africa needs to build stronger institutions to address institutional and political decay. In building stronger institutions, civil society organizations in Africa must also be prioritized. On this note, let me commend many civil society organizations on our continent that are doing their job of holding governments accountable to the people. Compounding the socio-economic malaise on the continent is the erosion of public confidence in state institutions. Many of these state institutions set up to be independent arbiters and offer appropriate checks and balances on the executive arm of government have in recent years served more as extensions of government. In many cases, as is the case in Ghana, there have been overt efforts by the government to weaken these institutions and bend them to its will. A case in point was the ouster of the then chairperson of the Ghana's Electoral Commission and two other senior officials of the commission by the president over clearly flimsy and contrived reasons. They were then replaced with persons with noticeable leanings towards the incumbent party and whose actions have served to undermine public confidence in their independence and neutrality, two ingredients which are vital prerequisites for the sustenance of Ghana's democracy. Relatedly, Ghana's judiciary has also come under public scrutiny in recent years for what is widely perceived as bias towards government. Until the advent of this government, our judiciary had commanded tremendous public respect and confidence for their firmly independent posture. This is arguably no longer the case. And this is a worry to investors because one of the factors that boosts confidence of investors to place their money in a country is the faith they have that in event of a business dispute, they can expect the justice system to be a fair and neutral arbiter. For Africa to succeed in achieving her strategic priorities, we must strengthen institutions, including the judiciary, and grant them their deserved independence and freedoms as prescribed by law. I encourage you not to lose hope in Ghana and Africa, because it's far more useful to look forward into the future with hope than to brood over the present desperate situation. I'm an eternal optimist and a believer in the potential and positive energies of Africa and her young people. In December next year, what I consider to be the most important election in Ghana's history will be held. The electioneering period will offer a scope for deeper discussions about Ghana's future and what needs to be done to get us out of the current economic quagmire and to avoid a recurrence in future. We in the opposition in Ghana are very clear on our vision for the country and how to build the Ghana we want. The first order of business for a new NDC administration will be to restore macroeconomic stability and ensure fiscal prudence while generating employment for many of our young people who are unsure of what the future holds for them. Though the current economic distress is largely self-inflicted, it is very clear that unless we act to insulate ourselves from these factors, whatever gains that are made going forward will unravel because of the existing structural weaknesses. The National Democratic Congress, the NDC, which is my party, therefore commits itself to immediate structural reforms based on a national dialogue and forging a broad national consensus that will lead to the diversification of our economy and its production base and the attraction of investment into industry, farming, agribusiness, the digital sector, and tourism. We're determined to process our natural resources like cocoa, gold, bauxite, oil, copper, while we build more robust capacity to respond to global energy shocks. I invite you to look favorably at Ghana again because there is hope ahead. I also urge you to partner Africa as we confront the challenges posed by climate change, emerging disease, terrorism, and cybercrime in order to build a safer world. Our borders are borderless because of globalization. Therefore, we must stand in support of one another. As we look into the near future with optimism, there are instant solutions that must be found to the crippling economic crisis which has left a dark pall hanging over Ghana now. At a continental level, I want to reiterate my international advocacy for a reinstitution and extension of the Debt Service Suspension Initiative, the DSSI, to afford countries like ours some limited fiscal respite. I will similarly call for an expansion of the common framework for debt treatments beyond DSSI to help African countries access debt restructuring tools and mechanisms. I've also had cause to state elsewhere, and I'll repeat that the time has come for an African version of the Marshall Plan. I note and applaud the Global Gateway Program of the European Union that seeks to mobilize over 300 billion euros over the next 7 years for infrastructure in Africa and the rest of the developing world. If Africa is to survive and be a source of hope for the rest of the world, then Africa, as an imperative, must speedily harness the advantages it has to ensure inclusive growth for all its people. With the continent boasting the world's largest free trade area, along with an over 1 billion person market, Africa is prime, as reported by the World Bank, to carve out a new developmental pathway. Under the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, 55 countries with a combined GDP of over $3.4 trillion will work together to present major opportunities for shared growth and prosperity for Africa and the rest of the world. I expect the AFCTFA not to de-emphasize the prospects of small and medium enterprises as we promote new markets and encourage foreign investments. Small and medium enterprises have sustained Africa and will continue to do so for a long while to come. African Continental Free Trade Area will also need the support of the African Union for greater integration to allow for greater labor mobility across Africa to support countries in need of critical human resource. And the African Continental Free Trade Area must not allow businesses with political connections to be prioritized over real captains and champions of industry. Neither must innovations from the youth suffer because of lack of political connections. All hope is not lost for Africa. Africa, including my country, Ghana, has strategic priorities and is ready and willing to play its role in the global community. To conclude, it is also of critical importance that regional blocs like ECOWAS, SADC, EAC, CEMAC, the Arab Maghreb Union, and the African Union must be empowered to have a firmer grip on their member nations to address regional, continental, and global challenges. Other international bodies like the EU, the Tana High-Level Forum for Security in Africa, which I have the privilege of chairing, must provide the needed support, including oversight and scrutiny of activities likely to lead to serious crisis. I stress on this point of oversight because we have observed that the laxity in supervision and oversight has given free rein to some leaders on the continent to wreak constitutional tyranny on their people, with some of them going as far as changing their country's constitutions so that they can run for extended terms of office. No single country in Africa can on its own attain the highest level of development when surrounded by neighboring countries engaged in conflict. It is therefore important that there is stability and sustained development in Africa, which will help lead to global security and prosperity. With the right steps and visionary leadership, as well as a willingness to dig deep and find innovative solutions to the decades-old challenges, we must emerge a stronger force, a stronger continent to reckon with. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. If everyone sits down, we're going to have reasonable time for questions and for a discussion. There are lots of questions coming in on my screen also, so we'll do both. Excellency, you can sit, but answering questions, you do look a lot better and more handsome if you stand up. So relax for the moment. We'll take some questions, but with live streaming, you will get recorded for posterity too. So I'm sure you want to look your best. I think I need to go to someone I do know who is a friend of Ghana, and his hand is just there. He's got a scarf on. It's not a Ghanaian scarf, but it is nevertheless a Ghana, you know. And please do introduce yourself.
Thank you. Nick Westcott, former High Commissioner to Ghana, now Director of the Royal African Society. Your Excellency, I'm sorry I didn't bring the Ghanaian scarf. I should have brought my smock. But thank you very much for that very stimulating talk. As you say, investors are hesitating at the moment to come to Ghana. The economic situation is difficult. And I noticed you were critical of the proposals to restructure domestic debt. But nevertheless, it's a real problem. And investors will be looking at what your solution is to this domestic debt, in fact, and the international. You mentioned some solutions to the international, but the domestic debt is particularly difficult. And do you think that the proposal for a Ghana compact to re-establish the sort of some economic consensus around the way forward is going to be part of that solution? Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I've got two fairly similar questions online. I'm going to do those. We're going to have plenty of time, yes, and we'll overrun just a little bit also. So somebody who you do know, Excellency, Patrick Smith is from Africa Confidential, Africa Report, is asking, what more do you think the G20, IMF and World Bank could do to expedite debt relief and fresh investment in Africa? So not just Ghana. And then Roland Taylor has also been saying, well, if you'd not lost that election and had been president, what would you have done differently related to the economy? So let's take those three, and then the next round we'll focus on this room for questions. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Alex, I think I'll just stand here.
Yeah.
So.
That's the best.
Thank you very much. Nick, good to see you again. And thanks for your question. We worked quite closely together during your period in Ghana. And Patrick, thanks for your question on G20 relief and what would we have done differently. These are the three questions. I'm not opposed to debt restructuring. Debt restructuring is a condition precedent to getting an IMF program. And Ghana needs to do a debt restructuring to be able to go into a program. What has been the contention is a lack of dialogue and consultation with the debt holders on the domestic side. I know currently negotiations are taking place with the bondholders on the external side. Not the same treatment with domestic bondholders. Government feels it can just ride roughshod over them. So one fine Sunday night, we're all relaxed at home, and then we had the finance minister, address the debt restructuring and announce how it was going to be done. 0% in 2023, 5% in 2024, and after that, 19% in 2017, and then going all the way till 2035, without any consultation. I have been an advocate for dialogue. Before this whole crisis started, I advised the government, I said, hold a national dialogue on the economy. Give what the state of the economy is, and let everybody buy into it and understand. And then after that, seek a broad consensus behind your economic program. This suggestion was never taken. And then what we expected would happen actually happened. We had kept raising the red flag since 2019 about government's reckless borrowing program, going onto the Eurobond market every year for $3 billion and not investing it in the productive sectors of the economy, most of that money being used for consumption. And that is what has ended us where we are. And after you've recklessly mismanaged the economy, you don't want to make the same sacrifices. You're asking the people to make all the sacrifices. Sacrifice your bond, I'll pay you in 15 years. How do you know the person will live till 15 years? And yet, correspondingly, government expenditure is increasing. One would have thought that in this crisis, you're not going to increase your debt in this budget by 82 billion over last year. 2023 budget has seen government expenditure increase by 82 billion over 2022. That is not a government that is serious about making the same sacrifices it is asking the people to do. And that is our concern with this debt restructuring program. Apart from that, you don't let the driver who ran you into a ditch after you've managed to pull the car out of the ditch, see him sit behind the wheel again. And I mean, the majority itself, members of the MPP, have said, take this finance minister out. Bring somebody who the public will have more faith in, and because he didn't create the crisis, they will be better able to have a negotiation and sit down with this person and negotiate in good faith. But the one who's caused the problem is the one you're asking to negotiate with bondholders for a debt restructuring. So that is our concern with the debt restructuring. Of course, government has applied for debt relief under the G20 debt treatment. We had thought that they would take advantage of the DSSI at the time it was announced, but because they did not want to be shut out from the international capital market, wanted to continue borrowing, they refused to access the DSSI. And that is what has led, now the international capital market is shut to you anyway. If you had undertaken the DSSI, it would have suspended your debt service and given you fiscal space. Probably would have been able to maneuver out of the situation in which we are. But they refused, and the same result that you were trying to avoid, being shut out of the market, has happened. You've been downgraded to junk status. Ghana's credit is at junk status on the garbage heap. Nobody is going to lend you money. And so unless we get the benevolence of the IMF to shore up our reserves with the 3 billion loan and hold the headmaster's stick over us to let people know that we're behaving ourselves properly in school, then our economy is in tatters. And so that's the problem. What we would have done differently, I would have not borrowed as recklessly as they did. We would have borrowed prudently and would have taken better management of would have taken better management of our finances. I'll give you an example. In the election year of 2016, we faced an election, and we're going onto the bond market to borrow to cover some of our expenditures. We went for 750 million in 2016, and at the time, I remember in cabinet, our finance minister is here, said, several of our cabinet colleagues said, no, but this is our election year. Why are you going for only 750 million? And of course, the offers we received when we floated the 750 million were close to 2 billion. And some of our colleagues said, why don't you take all the 2 billion? We need the money, you know, because it's an election year. And I remember that they had, he was in cabinet. There was a fierce argument, and I had to protect my finance minister because he had explained to me that, look, we need to borrow with prudence so that we don't overheat the economy and balloon the debt. And so we took only 750 million in an election year, you know, and that is the prudence in economic management. And that was the second year of the IMF program. The third year of the IMF program extended into the new administration's period. They went on the market, even while they were in an IMF program, for in excess of $2 billion. And after that, it was $3 billion, $3 billion, $3 billion every year. And that is what has ended us where we are. And so I do think that the debt restructuring, there should be more dialogue. I noticed that the period has been extended. I think this is about the third time, and one wonders if we'll be able to meet that deadline by the end of January. And the point is, the longer it delays, the more the danger that we'll not be able to go to the IMF board when it meets somewhere towards the spring. And so this thing must be speeded up, and the only way it can be speeded up if the finance minister climbs down his high horse and is prepared to sit with the bondholders and discuss it and reach a consensus.
Right. Let's go around the room, but it was important to discuss the economy. We may have some more questions on it also. I have to disclose that it's touched my own family. My son, his first job was focused on Ghana, and the company laid him off because of the economic problems. He's now on the market, but it just shows that it's spread, I mean, widely, and even touches my own family history. So the lady over there, please go ahead. Lovely to see you. Do stand up, introduce yourself, ask your question.
Mimi Achibade, former trustee of Chatham House, actually longest serving one. Sir, thank you very much. I would like to take you back to your point about history being important, because that, I think, rings true, especially when you ask about the role of Africa, and indeed the role of African countries in the world. My question to you is, given this framing I'll give you, what do you think? How would you rethink it, or what would you think about the role of Africa? So, to my mind, when I take a geopolitical perspective on Africa and African countries, Africa to me is no more corrupt than East Asian countries. Africa does not have more outlandish dictators than even Europe. We talk about, yes, or East Asia. So what is it? And I say to you, sir, that it is the geopolitical position of Africa. The Africa continent is not a buffer continent for any reason in the West. And African countries individually are not. Why? There are a couple of reasons. First of all, we embrace, as you've just spoken, democracy. So they don't need to bribe us to go for democracy. We are not natural communists. There are other reasons. So I want to say, given that, and looking at the future of Africa, and the fact that Taiwan, Japan, South Korea were given transfer technology so they can be buffer states to China, and that's why they're great. Ukraine is feeding Africa on wheat, which is not even a traditional wheat food substance for Africa, because they wanted it as a buffer state for Russia. What is it that we in Africa have that we can say, oi, this is us? If you don't, we're not giving. Thank you, sir.
Very much. So I'm going to that gentleman there. I know who you are. I hope, Excellency, that you read his magazine. He's going to introduce you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Jonathan Rosenthal from The Economist. Excellency, thank you for your fascinating talk. I think we're on the same topic roughly of geopolitics, but you spoke about stability in the region, you spoke about Africa's role on the international stage. Ghana itself has taken a principled stand with regard to Russia and Ukraine in defense of the Charter. A large number of African countries have not. We've seen Lavrov recently on the continent. We've seen South Africa fairly shamefully. And we've also seen some neighbors in your region bringing in Russian mercenaries. I wonder if you've got any observations on whether the continent broadly is playing a role it should be in these affairs. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone have a third question that's around this issue of geopolitics so that we kind of cluster it? You have? Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. Really quickly, sorry, I'm Editor Daunting. I was the founder and president of the Ghanaian Society at Coventry Uni, but I doubt you ever saw me, Alex. Really quickly, so Your Excellency, you were the chairperson for ECOWAS 2013 to 2015, if I'm not mistaken. I wanted to ask you, we've seen civil unrest in Burkina Faso, Mali, Senegal, the Casamance region, Guinea-Conakry. I wanted to ask you, on the topic of strategy, what is the direction that ECOWAS, in your opinion, should be going in?
Okay, thank you very much. There is, Excellency, one question online, which is from Abdul Malik, and it kind of ties in on what is your, for kind of middle level organizations like the Commonwealth, what's your vision for that? And you should be aware that we did have the Ghanaian Foreign Minister here recently, Shirley Bochwe, basically outlining her candidacy to be the next Secretary General of the Commonwealth, because the next Secretary General after Baroness Scotland will be an African. So what's your view of a Ghanaian becoming Secretary General of the Commonwealth, and your vision for that? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thanks for the question, looking at the historical perspectives of Africa. I think I agree with you when you say that we're no worse than other parts of the world, but I do think that part of the problems we suffer in Africa is because of the erosion of our value system. And what happens is, I would say every continent and every nation has gone through stages of development. Africa's kingdoms, when you study history, had political structures, council of elders, the chief ruled with advisors and so on and so forth. They held town meetings where the whole town was called into the village square and meetings were held. So we had our own political systems. Those were truncated when colonialism came. And as you know, the policy of indirect rule, it was decided by the colonial power to rule through the chiefs. And so the chiefs became the agents of the colonial power. And so that all changed the political systems in Africa. Once we emerged from colonialism, and that's why I said everybody decided to follow whatever path there was. And in those days, the leading ideological and political systems were either socialism or capitalism. And so Africa was forced to make a choice. And in those years, there was the Iron Curtain, and you had to show on which side you were. And so we conveniently formed the non-aligned movement, and many of us went ahead there and say, we rather look east or west, but we look forward. Yeah, we were looking forward, but to get assistance from any of the blocks or to cooperate with any of the blocks, you needed to show that you were in alliance with them. With regards to democracy, I think that democracy, freedom are universal human values. And even though we might, for our Africanness, try to be protective of ours, I mean, still, when you have a leader who's old and senile, he has no business continuing to be leader. It doesn't matter whether it's Africa or wherever. When you have leaders who, have problems in terms of thought, they have no business continuing to be in leadership. And especially when you have a population, a continent as youthful as Africa. 60% of the population of Africa is young. And so, I mean, why would you have 80-year-old and 90-year-olds, still, I was going to say they should be home looking after their grandfather, their grandchildren, but I recently became a grandfather myself, so. And so values of democracy are universal, and we need to continue to deepen democracy in the modern world. And so I would say that, yes, we're proud of our African heritage, but the values of protecting human rights and freedoms is something that every human being aspires to, and we cannot rule that out. With geopolitics, well, Europe and NATO, I would say, have been occupied with the Ukraine-Russia war, and several times, again, we're called on to choose which side, we're on. When Tigray and Ethiopia are fighting, we don't ask you, who do you support? Or when two African countries are fighting, we don't ask anybody in the world who you support. We try to intervene and resolve it. And so I think that the priority should be how to resolve the conflict. Of course, I don't believe that it is right for one country to make an incursion into another, because if we condone that, then you don't know where it's going to end. And so after Ukraine, who else? And after who else, you know? And so we must maintain that geopolitics. And I do think that the international bodies like the UN, you know, should be the arena where we dialogue and seek solutions to this issue. I studied in Moscow for one of my postgraduates in social psychology. And so I'm familiar with Ukrainians and Russians. And if I see two of them, I can't tell the difference between them unless they open their mouths and I listen to the dialect, you know. And so they are one and the same people. And unfortunately, this war is taking a toll on lives. Women, children are suffering. We watch on TV every day. And I think that the time has come for some dialogue. I don't think that this war is winnable by any of the two sides. NATO and the West will continue to pour in arms to help Ukraine to hold its own, which probably is a good thing to defend themselves. But this war is not winnable. It will eventually be solved by dialogue. Why make it eat up more human lives before we sit and talk? I think the issue about, and I'm sure you were talking about Wagner in Mali and other places, Central African Republic. I think it's all a discussion about the role of private military armies. And I do think that that creates threats to security. We have national armies. When you start introducing private military, then it goes into the whole sphere of mercenaries. And we remember in the 70s and things, Africa had a very bad experience with mercenaries, where they invaded, you know, some countries to try and overthrow the government and things like that. I think that if there's a multiplication of these private armies, it could go into areas that we do not intend it to go. What the countries that are facing terrorism need is the support and equipment to be able to defend themselves against terrorism, the training and all that. And I think that that is the way to go. Ghana has a very good collaboration with UK, France, and the United States in terms of training against insurgency and terrorism. And I do think that African countries that face that threat, it should not only be the training and skills upscaling, it should also be supply of appropriate equipment to be able to defend themselves against these bandits. As chairman of the Commonwealth of Burkina Faso, I played a frontal role when Burkina Faso descended into crisis. That was when President Blaise Compaoré tried to extend his term of office, and there was civil unrest. The military took over eventually, and as chairman of ECOWAS, I had to lead a delegation there to help them establish a transitional government. And that's when President Kafando came as a transitional president. And then eventually elections were held, and it was handed over to President Roch Kabore. Of course, he got overthrown again. And it's similar to the case in Mali. There was insurgency and terrorism. And the armed forces believed that the civilian government was not prosecuting, you know, the defense of the country enough against terrorists. And so the armed forces themselves took over. But there's no evidence anywhere in the world that the armed forces in control of a country, you know, is better able to fight, you know, terrorism or insurgency than a civilian administration. And it's been proved. The security situation has worsened in both Mali and in Burkina Faso since the overthrow of the democratically elected governments. We need to continue to be engaged. I noticed that the EU, of course, with the Malian authorities asking the French to leave and all that, I noticed that there's a certain disengagement, and the attitude is like, okay, you're on your own and all that. I don't think we should give up on those countries, because terrorism anywhere is a threat to all humankind. And so even though those authorities are going in a certain direction, I think that the world should still remain engaged with both Mali and Burkina Faso and give whatever support we can to be able to help them deal with the situations they face. And I think the last one was about Commonwealth. I'm hearing for the first time that our Foreign Minister is interested in the position of the Secretary General of the Commonwealth. I've worked closely with Baroness Scotland. She's chosen me to lead several election observation missions in Kenya, in Sierra Leone, and other places. And I know her well. She's been quite capable Secretary General. Incidentally, she comes from the Caribbean, Dominica. And so if it's Africa's turn, why not? I mean, if we have a Ghanaian Secretary General female, it's something I would support. Thank you.
Okay, so the gentleman here, yes, sir, and we'll move this way and hope to have more time.
Hi, my name is Mark Boland. I'm a research analyst at Red Intelligence. I've followed the debt situation closely over the past 2.5 years. So there was a figure from an MPP official that they would seek a 30% haircut on Ghana's Eurobond holders and other external creditors. So if you were in office, would you seek a higher or lower haircut or the same amount, given the countervailing measures of, reducing the financial strain on domestic savers, but also to revive the Ghana's reputation as a global investment destination? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have a question that is also about finance that wants to ask it live, but isn't with us. So if we can unmute him and allow Carlos Lopez to ask his question, please. So hopefully he can ask it. I think he's in Cape Town.
Thank you.
Yep, please introduce yourself, Carlos.
Thank you. Thank you, His Excellency. It's a pleasure to see you at Chatham House. I'm asking the question in my quality of Associate Fellow of the Africa Program. I just wanted to ask you about climate finance. It's now very topical. It's a discussion that is occupying a lot of minds and very much linked with the issue that you raised about debt. There is a consensus that major reforms are needed. And I wanted to seek your views about how Africa can build a common position to negotiate and navigate the difficulties that are going
From here, looking eastward, you can see Mountain Agu from Togo. The mountain is about 2,700 feet above sea level.
Okay. Is there any belief that if you touch the cross, there's any blessing or anything like that?
Well, that has to do with your faith.
Personal. Okay.
Yes.
Just when I thought I was almost there, I missed a step. And I was so unlucky, the cameras captured this.
Now we want to use the gentle one.
She didn't get me for this, she only got me standing now. What a mistake.
Join Wonder Ami Hagan this Tuesday, February 14, 2023, as she brings you experience climbing Mount Gemi in the Volta region.
Be confronted during this year and the next year in negotiations about climate finance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carlos. And Carlos was the former Secretary General of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, if you didn't know that. The lady just here. We're moving this way in the room, and if we have time, we come back this side. We need to be... There's a microphone here, madam, please. Go ahead.
Hello, everyone, and hello, Excellency. Okay, I joined NDC because of you. No, seriously. I joined in 2012, okay? And sometimes people think that, why do you join a party? Reason why I'm using that as a platform was because you had foresight. You were talking about plans that you were going to do for Ghana, and it was more modern. Now, one of the problems that I think I continue to have is when we talk about democracy, we talk about finances, we talk about how Africa is run. As the lady said, we've got westernized people that they steal more than you can even think of, okay? We've got monies that when it's borrowed to the African countries, there's more interest on. Now, when we are looking at the structure of Africa and accountability, how do you do that? Because in 2019, I was at your Crossroads talk at Come to Ghana then, and you gave solutions, and they didn't take it, okay? Now, you know that the elections that we continue to have, it is more fraudulent, and it's more tribalistic. It is more, it's degenerating now. How would you put in place for the next election if you decide that you want to be a flag bearer? How do you do that? Because I was born here, and I'm looking for the next generation, because I do youth talks and stuff. How do we do that? How would you make that change?
Thank you very much. So, this far end of the room at the back, is there anyone who wants to ask a question right now? No. You, sir? Okay. And then we do one more round after this, and then we will have run out of time. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Al Hassan Sohin. I'm a member of parliament from Ghana, and I want to find out from His Excellency, when you were making your presentation, you did say that Ghana's economy was at a point of takeoff at the time that you were handing over. That is expected from anybody who had the opportunity that you had at the time. What is the evidence in economic policy that indeed Ghana was at a point of takeoff when you were leaving office? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. And very quickly, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Off the top of their heads, they say, we want a 30% haircut. One, you need to look at the whole debt, the structure of the debt, you disaggregate it, external, domestic. Then you must do a stress test and look at what the optimum debt relief you want is and in what period of time. And when you've done that, then you have a certain figure in mind. I don't know if that's how come they came up with 30%. But then the final figure would be based on negotiations with the creditors. And according to the rules, if you get 60% buy-in, then it shows goodwill that you'll be able to complete the negotiation. But you need 80% of people to agree that, yes, this is the way to go. We'll extend the tenure of our debt to 10 years or 15 years or 20 years. I mean, I don't know what the outcome of the negotiations will be. But to just say 30%, I don't know what research went into it. If I were in charge, I would have more figures. And that's the problem with this government. It's not transparent. They're not sharing information with anybody. How they reach that figure, nobody knows. You know, they just sit in the finance ministry and, you know, come up with any figures they want. And they just try to ram it down everybody's throat, unfortunately. Climate finance. I think there's too much lip service to climate change, solving the issue of climate change. Since the Paris Agreement, I mean, we all agreed in Paris the steps to take towards climate change. That was the first serious breakthrough. And we clapped, we're all happy. I was at that conference. Former President Kufuor was one of the interlocutors in that climate change conference. And shortly after, enter Trump. says, no, America is pulling out of the agreement. And so for the period of Trump, America starts reversing all the issues to climate change. And the sad situation is that of Africa. Africa has been the least contributor to global warming. And yet we face the most adverse effects of global warming. And so all we're telling the developed countries and those that are still polluting is that create a fund so that the adverse effects that we're facing, we can ameliorate and adapt to the changing global climate. And that becomes a difficulty. If there's a war in Ukraine, suddenly billions of dollars show up. If it is dealing with the single biggest threat to human existence on this planet, suddenly it's foot dragging and stinginess and how are you going to use the money and this and that, and all kinds of questions start coming up. And yet if it were Russia invading somewhere, suddenly EU, Britain, everybody would suddenly mobilize billions. It's not fair. I think that climate change, not Russia, is the biggest threat to human existence. And we must be more ready to apply resources to it than to provide tanks and aircrafts and things. So that's my thinking on that. Thank you for... She says she became political because of me. She joined politics because of me. But I think it's a...
I'm one of your chairpersons, your ex-chairperson.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate that because there's a price to pay for aloofness. There's a saying that for those who, I've forgotten what exactly it is, but for those who refuse to participate in governance or something, the price they pay is to be ruled by fools. You remember something like that. Today, there are bondholders who said, I don't do politics. Me, I'm neutral. I'm not NDC, I'm not MPP, I'm not what. You see, when the disaster came, today all of them have suddenly jumped up. And yes, I mean, these politicians, if you had participated, we probably would not be where we are. And so everybody must take an interest in how your nation is run. And so nobody should be apolitical. Because when the disaster comes, when the bus crashes, you are in that bus. And the chances of you losing your life is higher probably than the one who was driving. You've seen accidents where a vehicle crashes, the driver survives, the passengers die. Yeah, that's what happens. With elections, we have elections in 2024. Our electoral system has safeguards for being able to avoid tampering with. And I know NDC is preparing to take advantage of all the instruments that will prevent anybody from rigging that election. 2020 was a very strange year. Because of the COVID exercise, the political parties, especially ours, didn't have enough time to train our party agents and all that and actually do the selection properly. Remember, there was lockdown, restrictions of people and all that. It was only in September that the restrictions were removed. So by the time the party went through the training program and all that, it was a bit too late. Aside from that, you always believe that the Electoral Commission will behave in a neutral manner. Yeah, unfortunately, even though we had worse fears that will happen, that it would be more aligned to our opponents than before, we didn't know that was the extent to which it was going to be, biased against us. And so this time, like I said the other time, we're going to be like Azuma. Azuma says he goes into the boxing ring with his own referee. And they asked him, who his referee is, and he said his fist. He will knock you out, and when you can't stand, no referee can come and declare the fight for you. So we're going like Azuma with our own referee, and we will give a technical knockout. And once you are knocked out, you can't. Was there another question?
from here, looking eastward, you can see Mountain Agu from Togo. The mountain is about 2,700 feet above sea level.
Okay. Is there any belief that if you touch the cross, there's any blessing or anything like that?
Well, that has to do with your faith.
Now, okay.
Yes.
Just when I thought I was almost there, I missed a step. And I was so unlucky, the cameras captured this.
Now we want to use the gentle one.
She didn't get me for this, she only got me standing now. What a mistake.
Join Wanda Ami Hagan this Tuesday, February 14, 2023, as she brings you experience climbing Mount Gemi in the Volta region.
Missing?
That was the one from the MP over there.
Oh, yes. MP Suyini, Honorable Suyini. Yeah, thank you very much. The indices show, when we left office, if you look at the records, the debt to GDP was 56%. I mean, and from the projections this government is doing, they say the debt, if they do debt restructuring and go into an IMF program, it will take till 2028 to restore balance of 58% debt to GDP. Meanwhile, you inherited it in 2017 at 56% of debt to GDP. And so what other evidence do you need? When we're leaving office in 2016, all the multilateral agencies predicted that Ghana was going to grow at 8% because of the work we had done. And in 2017, it grew at 8%. And that's a credit this government is trying to claim. By the time you presented your budget and started implementing your programs, I mean, there's no way you could have influenced the growth rate in 2017. That growth rate was achieved by the heavy lifting that we did prior to 2017. And there's one significant fact that I've kept saying that nobody pays attention to. Under that program, for the first time in history, we had agreed with the IMF that we were going to do zero central bank financing. And so in the 2016 fiscal year, for the first time in the history of Ghana, or in the first time in the history of the Fourth Republic, a government implemented its whole budget without taking one single CD from the Bank of Ghana. And so it's clear that by 2017, when this government came, we had achieved stability in terms of economic management. All they needed was to take it and move it to the next level. Unfortunately, this is where they've ended us. We'll take a last round.
This is the last round, and please, we'll just take a couple of questions and one virtually, and then that's it. And so the gentleman in the far corner there, you, sir, we'll do one.
Thank you very much.
Keep your hands up. I'll ask two more people, but go ahead.
So my name is Senor Edu. I'm an auditor here in England. From my accent, clearly I haven't been here for long. So my question is on the Ghanaian economy.
I hope your accent won't change.
Definitely not. So I haven't been alive for a long time, but systematically it looks like our country has been under a vicious cycle of debt. This talk about going to the IMF, it's not the first time. My question is an open one over here. What's your approach towards revenue for the government in the future? And how do we look at sustainable debt when it comes to Ghana in the next couple of years? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the gentleman here, you, sir, and then we'll take one more after that. And I have one virtual one. That's
Thank
it.
you
Sorry
very
for
much.
everybody else. Go ahead.
Your Excellency, part of your
presentation on the challenge we're having with management of financing and the debt in Ghana. You argued that the current administration has created a vortex, in your explanation, to quote you. They've created a vortex that consumes any volume of money that comes in the system. That is established. And now with the DSSI and all other institutions that you're seeking that we have financial support, is that not going to continue the system where finance goes into the system, get consumed by the vortex, and the nation never gets a success? In this respect, would you argue that there would be a need for an international system where after the administration, irrespective of the nation they go to settle, the global system is able to trace them, confiscate their assets, and reinvest it in the nation so that it will serve as deterrent? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, yes, madam. No, sorry for everybody else. Also, we need parity. We've had a couple of male questions, and so we need a...
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you, His Excellency, for your insights. My name is Vera Haibo, and I'm coming all the way from Scotland. Coming all the way from Glasgow, kindly permit me to ask 2 questions. The first one is about the currency in Africa. We all know how the cedi has been depreciating. In fact, this morning when I checked, a pound is like 15.5 Ghana cedis. I want to know if you think a common currency within Africa, for example, the ECO, would be a solution to some of the economic crisis we currently face. And my second question is to do with the role of the diaspora, Africans in the diaspora, in lifting Africa from the current situation we face. What role? We all know that those who fought independence for us, most of them were in the diaspora before they came down to fight for independence. What role do Africans currently in the diaspora, what role can they play to help resolve the situation we face in Africa?
Thank you very much. So I have one question coming in here from Dina Mufti, which is the following, Excellency. She's asking you, what is the most important lesson in your life?
Most important lesson in my life?
Yes, that's what she's asking you. Please.
Thank you. There's nothing wrong with taking debt. Businesses borrow, families borrow, you have your bank account. There's sometimes you need a little credit to tide you over and to invest, and there's nothing wrong with it. It is getting sucked up into a vicious cycle of debts. If you have your credit card and you go beyond the limit, then it means that all you're earning is going to pay the interest on your credit card. And that's where we've landed ourselves. I think that we must be more prudent in our borrowing. And I believe that after we get out of this rut, we must put in a mechanism that tempers our borrowing, and that is able to cap especially non-concessional borrowing, especially commercial credit. When we're going through the IMF program, we put a cap on commercial credit or non-concessional credit of $500 million per annum. And so we never borrowed beyond $500 million per annum. We took concessional debt because the payments are more easy. I mean, it's like payment over 40 years at 1% interest, you know, and that is more soft on the economy. And so I think if we come out of this, we must, through some parliamentary legislation, you know, indicate some limits in terms of borrowing, so that tomorrow another finance minister doesn't come and borrow us back into the same situation we're trying to get out of. Approach to revenue, one of the mistakes this government did was when they came into office, the first thing, they accused us of nuisance taxes, and they said they were moving from taxation to production. And so they didn't need as many taxes, they were going to concentrate on production. And so they cancelled almost 18 taxes that existed before they came into office. Aside from that, very narrow-mindedly, because the president had promised, he had criticized me of having high electricity and water tariffs. He said when he comes, he's going to reduce electricity and water tariffs. And when he came, he did. Residential consumers reduced by 17.7%, non-residential consumers by 30%. Now, what he forgot is that the state utilities in Ghana, are state-owned. And so if you reduce that tariff, those were commercial tariffs, if you reduce that tariff, you create a deficit. And that same deficit is a liability on the state. You have to find money to pay it. And so they did that, and the utilities all ran into debt. And eventually that debt of the utilities has come back to haunt this government. So recently they increased by 22% electricity. Then recently, just I think starting February, another 29% increase. So what was the use of that 17.7% decrease? By now would not have had to increase by this much. Then the worst one was during elections. They gave free water and free electricity. And so free water, free electricity. And I think it was Kwesi Pratt said, hey, this free water, free electricity, it's not free. Someone must pay it. And I'll be surprised that if you are called to pay it, as soon as the elections were over, 1% COVID levy. He said, what is it for? He said, oh, to pay the free water and the free electricity. You enjoy it. You know. So I answered the debt vortex question. And he also had an addendum about where people have mismanaged or misappropriated state resources and they run away. Is there a system to bring them? I think it exists already. Happily, the Western countries and the developed countries are cooperative in terms of helping to trace people who have stashed away, state resources, and to help governments retrieve them. You have to establish that those resources exist or they acquired them illegally. And normally if you apply to the country where they've gone to seek refuge, you are able to retrieve that. It happened in Nigeria with Abacha. Some of the Abacha wealth was repatriated. So it's something that can be done. There are even mechanisms through Interpol and other things where if somebody has committed a crime, you have the possibility to have them extradited back to come and face sanctions. So that shouldn't be a problem. Depreciating currency, like I said, yes, our currency has depreciated, and for many years we've been trying to forge a common currency amongst the remaining West African countries. As you're aware, the French-speaking West African countries have the CFA, and the CFA is more stable because for a long time it had a link to the French currency. Aside from that, they have a common central bank that regulates the value of that currency. And so it gives them more stability when it comes to that. And so our intention had been to create another currency for the English-speaking, including Guinea, which was not on the franc, on the CFA franc, to create another currency and eventually merge all of them into one common currency. Unfortunately, progress has been very slow. You need to achieve what they call convergence criteria. And in our time, we had achieved the convergence criteria. But with what has happened now, with our deficit where it is, our debt where it is, it means we backtracked. We have to work at it again. Nigeria has to work at it again. All the countries must reach within a certain bracket before we are able to merge the currencies. But with the African Continental Free Trade Area, they're trying to come out with a digital payment platform that makes it easier for us to transact business amongst ourselves. And if that happens, it would help, in exchange, in the West African sub-region. The most important lesson in my life, this question has taken me by surprise. I just really don't, I can't put my finger on anything. I think that I learn life's lessons as they come. And you learn those lessons in different areas, in terms of human relationships, in terms of environment in which you are, in terms of many other things. So it will be very difficult for me to put my finger on one single thing and say it's the most important lesson in my life. But I guess that we keep learning and we keep taking experiences in life, and I make sure that those experiences guide me in future. For instance, I mean, since I left office in 2016, I've been thinking through my head, what could we have done better? What did we do good that we could have even, done better? What mistakes did we make that we could correct? And several things come to my mind, and one of them is that we were not as forceful in letting the people see what we had done for them. We assumed that they would see it. And so we did quite a lot, and during the elections, one of the contentious things that came up in our politics was that with the help of my team, and Dr. Omani Boama played a very good role in that, we compiled all the achievements, because somebody said, look, you've done so much, but nobody can see it. And so we compiled all the achievements into what we call the Green Book. And then we published the Green Book and distributed it. And you know what our opponents did? These are photoshops. This hospital does not exist. They said we went to Dubai and took pictures of various projects and put them in the Green Book. But today, I mean, I get people who come here and say, oh, so that hospital in Legon exists. I said, but what do you think? You think that we would have just gone and told a lie that it didn't exist? And so maybe next time NDC gets a chance, and our leadership, we should make it a point to let the people know what we're doing for them. And I think that the people will appreciate it better. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Alex.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. If everybody can just remain seated, President Mahama has to go to another appointment now. But thank you very much for coming to Chatham House. And thank you for everybody who's been live streaming and been watching this. Okay.
Thank you, Alex.
Okay.
From here, looking eastward, you can see Mountain Agu from Togo. The mountain is about 2,700 feet above sea level.
Okay. Is there any belief that if you touch the cross, there's any blessing or anything like that?
Well, that has to do with your faith.
Personal. Okay.
Yes.
Just when I thought I was almost there, I missed a step. And I was so unlucky, the cameras captured this.
Now we want to use the gentle one.
She didn't get me for this, she only got me standing now. What a mistake.
Join Wanda Ami Hagan this Tuesday, February 14, 2023, as she brings you experience climbing Mount Gemi in the Volta region.
Now,
back canopy. Susu sang pine, be a want to be a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you basically see about Kotoso. People got sending me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy? Download to Lemonade Finance.